Been asleep. I don't know what it is. 4 hours I've been asleep. But maybe it's this thing on my head which feels like some sort of hat that I'm wearing. It's like I just, like, can I just take that off now? No. Can't take it off. It's sort of stuck to your head. Now, it isn't really stuck to my head, is it? It's kind of sitting there. All big and buffy. The slightest breeze would totally catch under there. And it's just too much hair and it comes straight across. Now obviously that would be made more realistic if that grew back a bit. You know, I could keep it trimmed, right? There's just so much. And yeah, it is like, I've got some hat on my head that I can't take off. Hasn't been itchy. And I haven't been in hot weather yet, but I just always feel it. My other hairpiece, I could never feel it at all. It was just part of my head. Once it was on, maybe it made me sweat, I don't know, because it wasn't lace. It was too hot, but maybe. There's no real way to make this stick down unless I glue it to the scalp, I suppose. Also, I feel like anyone could probably tell I'm wearing a hairpiece. It's just way too much hair, isn't it? I feel like I can't wear this casually. It has to be done properly at all times, otherwise it just goes spoiling, right? I can hear outside the wind. It's my new big enemy because there's no way this thing wouldn't catch like an umbrella. Really. Just tear up right over me. I'm going to continue wearing it on trial for a while. But I mean, Jude Law, when he had his head shaved, didn't look so bad, did he? Jason Statham, it's all about the fitness, the health. Even I didn't look that bad in that picture when I had my shaved head. But that would be the one style I would ever have, that's that shaved head. I like to be able to have. But again, for everyday life, it would be good to just have a shaved head and then wear a hairpiece for movies or whatever. Yeah, this is not safe when I'm wearing. The wind will rip it off my head. Even a slight breeze by the feel of it. Just balancing there. Really, just balancing there. if I had better glue, maybe I could tighten it down into my hair. That wouldn't be so bad, maybe. What else can you recommend? They could afford to be just chopped there, I suppose. If it looks too perfect, it'll probably just look like a wig, right? It's getting pretty hot. And now, my head's wet, it's all wet. I'm not ready. I'm not ready for a full topper. It's too hot. I can't do it. Maybe I can cut it smaller. Maybe to there or something. Like I said in the beginning. It's just too hot. It's my hair conditioner. It's all wet. Summer's just coming, and this is just way too much. I've got to be in a play, I've got to be in a room with people, I'm going to be sweating my ass off, I'm going to feel faint. It's not good, it's not healthy. It's not something I can breathe in. I've got to figure out a way to wear this thing. And I've got about 24 hours to fix it. Because that's how I'm going to appear to these people for a long time. Maybe I'll just cut it to there. It still means that I have to waste an entire hairpiece every time, but yeah. I can just glue that down, and it hasn't got a lot of weight to it. Just have that extra flap sitting there, about there. Oh, I can breathe. My head's covered in glue and I can breathe. That's better. That feels better. God, that is way too much to be wearing on my head. Way too much. Let me just have one more look at Watson. Jude Law. I've been thinking about it, and that's just too much hair, too much coverage. If it was lace, it might be a different story, but then you'd see the hairs coming through quite clearly. This gives some visual blockage because you can't really see through it as much. I'm thinking it's time to upgrade my stencil, but how bad really is this bald patch on the back of my head? It's getting worse, but it could be okay to just do what I originally thought and just cut a large stencil that goes from there around to there. To compromise, it means that I'll be using still an entire hairpiece. I won't be able to get 2 or 3 out of it anymore. I know it sort of looked good in some instances, but it only looked good when I did my hair nicely. By default, it didn't look right, and it didn't feel right. It felt, well, it wasn't really stuck down to my head, it was stuck to my hair, which is a different story. So it looks like a kind of a wig. I need my real hair to combine with it to give it more realism. And I know a lot of people wear full toppers and so on, but there's always a risk that it looks like a hairpiece unless you do it really well. I don't know if I have the energy to maintain such a thing. Right now, I can feel there's something on my head. If it was just that, maybe I'm used to it, but I can't feel that I'm wearing that. But I do sweat a lot, and it could be due to the lack of breathability on the front of my scalp here. So I'm gonna design a stencil to maybe just go like that. Something like that. Here's my first rudimentary measurement. So I've got a full hairpiece here. Just unstick some of those hairs. Alright, place that there. Right? Don't want it to go all around the back, so I'm just gonna fold it in, probably around there, maybe, like that, both sides. And then fold that in over there. All of that over. So it'll start there, maybe go and diagonal up. What do you think? Will that work? Diagonal up. And then just finish just there. Okay, so without any measurements at all, let's pull this thing apart for a sec. That's the front. That's the Auschwitz tag at the back. What I figure I'll do, I'll just cut away at it bit by bit until it sort of fits. If not, it'll just be a sacrifice of this hairpiece. Okay, so like I say, I know that the front is accurate all the way from that point there to that point there. That's the front hairline, and that goes all the way to the edges. I like that continuing, so, but then I'll probably come around to about there, I think. I'm not sure exactly. I better measure and feel where it's going to land. Okay, so I've pinched it where I feel like it needed to land. And I'm just going to mark that with the scissors by just punching a hole through it. Gastric reflux. Okay, so I'll start, I don't know, rounding that at the back. Where's the crown? There. Kind of want that to happen. Like that. So my plan is this: I'm gonna clean this and then maybe fix the curves. That's the front hairline, and this will be just sitting up here. So it'll be a hairpiece that's like that shape. I'm just trying to get my head around this, right? I was assuming that this entire thing from there to there was the front hairline, but look at the stencil. I usually finish it at that width, not all the way over there. At any rate, I'll keep it at that width for now. I'll just curve the back. Just so I've got something neat back here. Okay, so I just cut off these top corners. Hopefully I can still tell which is the front. I'll put it on my head, just there, I suppose. It's a very mushy kind of shape at the moment, but I may refine it. So if we look at the stencil, that's the width of my front hairline there. And this is center, I suppose. You can see it just really expands all the way out to the sides there, which would go down over my sort of sideburns and everything. I'm thinking it's probably supposed to be cut right along that way, like straight lines all the way to the back. We'll see. I'm just going to place it on my head. Still got residual glue all over it. Front hairline, that's been chopped out to be rounded at the back, and this probably hangs around down the sides, probably too low. Don't know how it's going to go. The weather's nice and cold at the moment, which is great. See, I don't know how much, if I want to keep it that low there on the sides, or if I want to totally chop that right up to make it sort of end where the hairline does, along there like that. Yeah, maybe I do need to chop off those side bits. Not sure. I've never imagined it to come around down the sides there like that before. Always imagined it to come around there. So I've decided to go ahead and chop it. Alexa, turn on the light. So that's the front there. So the center, and go straight back from there to that center. Maybe I can mark that. Maybe I shouldn't, but no, I won't. Okay, so I'm just gonna figure out how to draw a straight line. Both sides. Okay. Looks a bit like a hairpiece, doesn't it? Follows the curvature of the head. And that'll stop, my bald spot will be about there. Let's try that. Still got residual glue. My first rehearsal is at midday tomorrow, so I'll try to sleep before then. Pretty chopped up and messy. This is a lot easier to handle than that other one, the full size one. So now it just comes up along the sides there and ends there. That's the right spot. Right. I'm not going to clean that fully because it seems like a little bit of a kind of a guesswork. I will spray it and get rid of the hairs of it. And I guess I'll wet it as well. Whoa. Heaps of hairs flying out of it that I forgot to shed. This peels off so easily, this glue. It's useless. Yeah, I'm really glad I don't have to wear that full topper. I mean, you might see the bald spot though, so that's the problem. But I think it's what woke me up. I only had 4 hours sleep, and then I woke up feeling this thing on my head. A lot heavier than what I'm used to. I'll go ahead and should I pre-glue the whole thing? Probably get all this glue out of this hair first. C22. So I'll probably wear my hat and my hair tomorrow. Just so I don't have to shave this bit yet. See how it goes and then refine it. That's good, that's coming out. I think I'll pour this glue, make sure I've got some left, of this whole thing. Fuck that other glue. And then just place it down. I glued the whole thing. That's the front because it's got long hair, and that's the back because it's got short hair. I was thinking I could potentially make this whole thing symmetrical, but then the hair would have to be the same all the way along, and it would have to be bleached on both ends, which means that it would be blonde, but maybe not to the extent that people could tell. It's always nice to have both directions, but given the way this is cut, I assume the hair would fall forwards in a brush forward look on both ends, which is probably useful. Okay, gonna put the front down first, which is completely different for me, as you know. This is a very different thing. This is just going to be stuck to my hair as well up here. And as it stands, I don't have a shade zone up here at all. But I kind of intend to wear a hat over this. It's a lot more easier to align it than before when I had that leaf shape, because it's, you know, my head's in one direction. Let's get some more. How bad is that? Does it look like shit? It's got that plastic feeling up here because I suppose that's on here, so that sounds plastic. And then here, that sounds like nothing, that's fine. It's because the plastic's on hair, so it's like a drum skin that's elevated and able to vibrate. I'm just imagining there's a big bald spot back here. It's clearly visible, which means that area will need to grow a bit. Anyway, this, as it stands, is not a good hairstyle. And that's too low, even though it was good the other day, so. would seem this is on an angle, but it doesn't seem like it's on an angle, which means I probably have to chop that out. Because the hairpiece is probably a bit too low, isn't it? A lot of problems have gone away though since I got rid of the excess. What happens if I try to part it just on that perimeter? Yeah, that could potentially work in the future when it's a bit more length and so on. And having it curve up around here, still not sticking down. But it'll stick better than that other glue. So I'll wear this with a hat while I can, while this grows back a bit. Okay. Aside from whatever's going on here, this hairpiece might be actually a bit too long that way. I might even make it shorter, so I'd finish about there. I don't know yet. I'll have to look back at the video when I do the editing in a few days' time. I won't bother. But yeah, something I've often fantasized about is that one day I'll have a hairpiece this big and I'll be able to part straight over from the edge. And it looks like that will be something I can achieve in the future. Okay, compromise. Sorry, this has been on for 10 minutes, but I've realized it's just way too low on the forehead. I've got to lift it up another centimeter. Wow. For some reason there's no glue at all at the back. That does still need to be chopped. I had already taken my sleeping pill. I should say I have already taken my sleeping tablet, and I was just watching my ceiling projector in my bedroom. want to go through the fuss of chopping that off right now. So the size of this does not allow extra hair pieces to be cut from a single unit. So I'm down to 1 unit per hair piece now. Okay. Okay, so you see that guy on the mono hoverboard thing? His hair kind of seems to start where I want it to start. Everyone else seems to have hair that sort of starts further back on the crown.
The front of the campaign.
Alright, so this one was cut to there. I just kind of guessed. I kept trimming things away. But I'm thinking now I need to really figure it out. Because, yeah, I've got to appear in front of people in real life. I'm in a play. I just had my first rehearsal. I wore a hat over the top of this. But eventually they're going to make me they're going to want me to take my hat off, and it's going to get hot and everything else. So I'm looking at how to modify this so that it ends nicely. And I'm thinking the curvature of the head, and then from there it should start. So I've got a it's called a depth gauge, but I've heard other names for what this is. Forgotten. Okay, so if I go from the front hairline, which is in the correct position now, go back to where I think it should go. Oh. Sorry, I don't know if it's in inches or millimeters. Okay. There are only 2 buttons, off and on, and then this other button, which doesn't seem to be working. Oh, here it is. There's a blue button as well. Okay, so I think that's millimeters. Okay. So pretty much the entire would be a bit less about there. I'm saying 147, is it right? Yeah, that's millimeters. Approximately 15 centimeters, 150 millimeters. So I'll go and measure a full hairpiece now, because what I'd really like to be able to do is, if I'm gonna, I really want to be able to get 2 pieces out of a unit. So I'll get a brand new one out of the box and I'll measure that. Okay. This one's brand new. Alright, so let's see if I can get 2 pieces out of this. Now you got to remember, there's a crown there where hair's split off in all directions, and that might end up being about there if I did use that. So, and you've got to also remember, there are, if you consider this bit with the excessive skin, you got to cut down about 1 centimeter into there before you can even get out of that graduated hairline thing. So if I just measure that along there. Whoa, okay. No, see, that's 150 mils to there. So there's just no way I can get 2 hair pieces out of it if I continue this. So I've question is, do I really want to do this, or do I want to go back to what I was doing earlier, which is just having a front partial? The front partial saves me significant money, but it relies on me having hair that's long around the perimeter so that it can blend. And that's become a problem because sometimes I want these sides to be really short, and you can't have them short like this, or even a bit longer than this, because that's kind of like almost clean shaven, and then blend it into the rest of the hair. It just can't work. I mean, it could if this was all convincing, but this is never going to be nice and convincing until this becomes a single piece, which means about 150 mil. 150 mils in inches, 150 in centimeters is obviously 15 centimeters, because that's just like logic. We use the metric system in the developed world. And then in old man speak, it's 5.9 inches. And the hair pieces, I think, is 8 inches. That reminds me, I've got to send my 8 by 10 inch photo to the production manager of this play I'm in. I'll get back to chopping this out soon. So I'll reveal that scalp area and then it'll start from there. I don't know if it'll look good, but it's worth a try. Okay, so sooner or later I'm gonna have to take this whole thing off and cut it and everything else. Will I mark it before I take it off so I don't have to remeasure it again? Because I get a good feel of where it needs to be cut at this point while it's on my head. How would I mark it? I could just measure it. But then measuring something, this will be curled up and everything after I take it off my head, so. I want to make a new stencil as well. But the new stencil can be modeled off this thing afterwards maybe. But then it won't be ready to go. I need hair pieces cut and ready to go. I can't just have completely uncut hair pieces, because what if I need to change it quickly? It's gonna take forever. I don't know. Then there's the whole problem about the shave zone, which is also another reason why I've thought maybe go up at an angle, so the shave zone doesn't have to be so. I don't know. I'd like that. It feels nice to have that all. I don't know. So that means that the hair shape would be shaped sort of like a triangle or a teardrop. Let's measure one more time, make sure it's 15. I can't, I wish I would lock. Get it off the inches setting. $14.79, so I'll just say 15. Okay, so I'll just take it off my head and I'll cut it at 15. Because I can just put a black dot at 15 centimeters. Gotta be careful not to stretch it. Okay, probably need to use some alcohol. I should order some more glue off eBay or something as well. I'll probably continue to order Ultra Hold, because look how much more hold this has got than the other glue that we played with. Okay, I do need some alcohol here, I think. I'll do it off camera, you'll just see the end result. Wait, I think I might have it. Okay. So if I put the 15 centimeter ruler on that, that's fully extended so it doesn't move. All right, so at fully extended it's 15.6. That's, I thought I'd be chopping off more than that. That's a bit of a problem, isn't it? I thought it'd be more down to there or something, but you have to check it again. All right. Okay. It's about the front. Just double check the measurements. And now I'm getting 14 centimeters. So 14, if I just try to lock that with my fingers just there like that. Means I'll only be chopping off about that much. Okay, so I think that's the front center there. Change that to 140. Oh, I don't have a texter. All right, I'll come back. Okay. 140. Now this shape here should probably be teardrop shaped down to those front edges. So maybe I'll guess. I'll put the tip of that hairpiece there just for a rounded edge, and I'll come out right to that edge there. Maybe. Wait, what's this front section supposed to be? Head. So that edge there. Yeah, okay, so that's exact, right? You can see that that is right to the edges of the original stencil, which is correct. So from there, I just want from that corner, that tip, black dot there, to come around on a curve until it hits. What is that side? Like that. The pivot from that spot. Okay, from there, the dot. Okay, so I'm going to just go around there, okay? That means this bit will follow sideways. Really, it should start curving in there. I don't know. Anyway, it's easier to cut off than to add. Oops. Do the same on this side if I can. Yeah. It's an interesting shape. Let's hope that's in the middle, and that's in the middle. Otherwise, I'm in for a very wonky problem solving. Let's try put it on my head now. Look at Moy, look at Moy. All right. I can't see the screen this time. I'm just gonna guess. It's about there. Feels about right. Feels centered. What's that like? Does it seem about right to you? Feels about centered there. Sort of feels about centered at the front. Okay. I'll watch TV for a while and then go see what it looks like on my head. Before I came in here and looked in the mirror, I thought this was too far back because it feels like it could curve and then start from here. But I'm starting to see it just looks kind of ridiculous. Having his head is popping out at the front. So to give myself a better perspective, I'm going to give myself a haircut. At my stepbrother's engagement party the other day, there was another fat dude, and he was wearing a shirt over a t-shirt as well. Helps cover over the flap. I guess everyone can tell, but it's more unsightly to see those rolls, you know, squeezed out of the t-shirt. You may be overweight, but we don't want to see the details. So I'm giving myself a pretty short hairstyle. I was looking at Venom 2, Let There Be Carnage last night, looking at Tom Hardy's haircut, but the more interesting thing to see was Woody Harrelson's hairpiece, and it just looked ridiculous. He had the worst hairpiece I've ever seen. But with Yeah, Tom Hardy's not missing hair, so looking at his hairstyle, it seemed that it sort of like was really short there and then became just vaguely longer. So probably a 1 inch haircut. Now I've said before, you need to have at least 1.5 centimeters of hair in a hairpiece, otherwise it doesn't look right. I'm just going to let the back remain long because it's pretty hard to cut back there at the moment. So I'll just start from here. These scissors are pretty awkward. Doesn't look right. I don't know how to make that look right either. What I could have done is gone straight across with the hair. Straight across and across. But I don't know if that would have been right either. Or maybe just less of an angle. Maybe more of a, I don't know. That's a very abrupt start, straight on that bald patch. I don't know what it would be like to start the hair from there. So fat. All right. What if it started from there? There's a lot of recession in there. Maybe just keep that roundedness and just try to smoothly flatten that bit out so it takes off a couple of centimeters maybe. Then it would sort of start from there. It still seems like a big patch of head is stuck to the front of my head. I can't have that sitting in the middle of that bald patch. So it either has to go back over that bald patch, which means a bigger hairpiece than this, or it has to start from there after the curvature. So that means I'm going to take off 2 centimeters. We'll see how weird it looks after I do that. Two centimeters. inches. I'm going to chop that off. Okay, so this is the new size here. It's basically shaped like a shield. Don't know if it'll be big enough. Seal the residual glue on my hair. I'll use C22 to get that off later. Place that at the front. Hair length is now 6 millimeters or 2.35 inches. And that is the feel I was expecting. Curvature of the head and then proceeding forward with the hairpiece. That's the way I would sort of cut my hair. And then go from very, very short back here, which I don't know if I could achieve because this hairpiece has to be like an inch, right? And just wet it so I can get a decent hairbrush. Something else I'm interested in, how does it look when you brush it completely to the side? Well, it looks like it can't ever really be brushed fully to the side. Not with the way this is stitched. It's always going to be hairs either standing up or coming back that way. So going for a full brush back type look. That does seem like it's in the right spot, the front hairline. Okay, so with no buff, because it's completely wet, this is what my new hairpiece would look like when finished, with a shaved 7mm haircut everywhere else. So what you want to be paying attention to is this here area. Now there's no clear transition here, is there? It just suddenly becomes completely opaque from receding or balding in that area to a wall of hair back here on this perimeter. Hopefully the hair is not so sparse in this area that it can't be made to look good when it grows back a bit to at least 1 centimeter or 2. That's from the chemical burn when I bleached my hair while it was on my head. The could probably afford to cut my hair a bit shorter, but that means that the hairpiece would no longer be giving me the best hairstyle in 2 or 3 weeks when this hair grows longer, if this hairpiece is to be kept as a good hairpiece. And it's not exactly a nice hairpiece because I've kind of made this front a bit tattered, but given that I've bleached it and everything else, so it's mostly ready to look convincing at the front, so I don't really want to discard it. So yeah, I'll have a look back at this video and see if this is my favorite size. If it is, I'll wear it over the hair, continue gluing onto the hair back here for another couple of, well, a few days at least, before deciding finally that I really want to shave all of this back to here, which is somewhat visible from a front-on mirror perspective for me. So that's the size I've got at the moment. Other options would include going directly sideways and coming back around that way, but I think coming in a triangle shape is more how I would have that hair cut. And it would still make allowances for keeping the sides short, letting it get a little bit longer up here, and blending the hairpiece into some hairs that are kind of longer up along this area, but still allowing me to fully keep this nice and short as I go grey. As it stands, this is not a good hairstyle. And even from a front-on perspective, I'm not sure if I can even make it look good. The only way you could really make that work from that short to that long is to just do a complete side part. But it's not actually possible. And then have that side sort of blend in with the shaved, really short hair there. But I don't think that can happen with this hairpiece, with any hairpiece. Well, I mean, it could happen with some hairpiece, but just not this one, or any of the others I've got that are brand new. It can't happen. I could brush that bit sort of forward a bit, but then it's still a stark contrast there, isn't it? I think the best shot is to just keep wearing this size, if I approve, and let this hair grow back a bit. I've been thinking about it, and I've realized this really is my favorite type of, my favorite size. I think it works. Obviously not that well with my current haircut length, but in terms of qualifying for waiting until after the bend, etc., and starting from there, I think it's a pretty good shape. So I'm gonna go and make a stencil for this, which means that those other year's supply worth of hair pieces are pretty much gonna have to go into the probably never used again, nearly go in the bin department. I'm gonna clean up this mess, go do that. Okay, so I'm gonna build a new type of stencil now. This was my original stencil, but now that's gonna be more of a shield shape. I've invented this new stencil in my head. Usually, when I go to draw the outline of my stencil, I have to trace it and I have to fold back all of this hair, and it's curving all around here, and it's really difficult to get in there with a texter, as we call it, or a marker, as you call it, and trace around that. So what I'm going to do this time is trace it around inside this cone, not cone, dome. Get rid of that netting. And that's not neat at the moment. That'll be the front hairline, so I'm going to position that in here. Come with me. And then one of these, not two. So I'm going to stick this on the outside of this dome. If you look at the shape of this dome as well, you can see that it's wider here at about 15 centimeters, and over at this side it's only 13. So it's shaped really, I get two halves, put them together. Like an egg. I just thought it was symmetrical, but it's not. Now I'm assuming the front of my scalp is shaped more like that. And I'm going to stick this neatly to the outside of it. Easy something. I'll find the center by doing this. How to tip. I should have made sure that that distance and that distance were the same before I did that. Then again, this center part is quite aligned with the back here, isn't it? So maybe it's this that needs to be redesigned. Okay, I'll go from here. That's very hard to hold. How's that? Can that be positioned in such a way that they both land? Or am I just fooling myself? No, they're too far apart, it's too big. Oh, this really is much harder than I thought. Let's try again. Positioning that in the center. Okay, so that one is in position, and this one over here just needs to be brought in just a little bit. Let me just double check the distances here from the edge. .6. Yeah, let's bring this one a bit further back and in. Just there. Okay, and then the front center be there. And then I'm just going to place dots around perimeter. And hopefully that's correct around there. Don't forget we need to keep them on the outside. These are all too close inside here, so maybe I'll fix that maybe. Pinnacle. It's going to fold around a bit there, see? Okay. I just don't really understand what's happening up here with this scrunching, because it doesn't conform to the dome shape so much as I like. Which means that this is kind of needs to be stretched down, but then that doesn't conform. I guess it can be sort of mostly stretched into position. Okay. Now, second part of this stencil is this. What will happen? Wow, they all need to be filed off. It's really sticking out a lot. I'm going to continue because I think I'm on the right track here. That one was fake. That was wrong, wasn't it? It's too far. I think the new one's here, about here. So that apparently is the shape of this. 2 edges there. Now all of a sudden, it seems like it's the wrong size. See, if I put texture marks through these holes onto that one, I've got to cut out what's inside it, not what's outside it. And it seems like the holes are too close to the inside edge, which means I've failed. Plan B, that's not going to be used. This is my second one, okay? Try again. I will put this at the front center here. And let that glue. And nicely. Okay, so it doesn't conform completely to this shape, but this time I'm going to just trace it. Actually, I'll go around, I'll leave a bit of a gap here. Does that mean I need to leave a bit of a gap there as well? No, because I'll be putting dots on the outside of this, I suppose. Right. It must be there. Up here. Okay, so this time, as you can see, I've put the dots outside. Unfortunately, this drill bit causes the plastic to stick out sharply all along the outside here. And it's doing the same on the inside. I was hoping it didn't. Yeah, the inside and the outside are both. In fact, because I'll be sticking the texture in that way, making sure that 3mm is a big enough hole for it. Yeah. Okay, so I'll do it again with the drill, and then I can just maybe break off the bits of extra plastic. Good. Doesn't like that. Battery's running out on that light. accident waiting to happen. Right. And then I guess all along the front there, that's... Okay, let's test this out. And also see if I can get 2 out of it. First I'll change this battery. Okay. So that's the front of the hairline, and that's the back of the hairpiece. I don't know if this is going to make things easier or not. Just sit that over the whole thing, first of all. Center that plastic on the edges there. Okay. This worked better in my imagination. Is that the back of the head and not the front of the head? Let me just test that theory for a second. I don't know, can't tell. Either way, it's not easier than a proper stencil. I'll try just chopping this out now. It's gonna have bumps in it though because of the drill. Let's see if that is nicer. I don't know where the center is. Okay, let's put the front hairline in there this time. And we know that they would have stitched in direct alignment with the center, right? Yeah, that might be Well, it's not actually easier. Well, it kind of might be actually, compared to say that. See how it's all bending underneath and you've got to keep tugging it out on the edges? Whereas this one is more inclined to remain steady. I reckon the graduation, which has to be removed because it's just exposed base really, has to go down to about there. So we're going to cut all that off and bleach all that, right? Now, if I did that to there, how much spare hairpiece is there if I were to do that? Make sure I don't underestimate how much needs to be chopped off at that point. Okay, so it goes to there, right? Is there a possibility? No. There's absolutely no way to get to. Is there? I'm just lifting the whole thing off the ground now, see? No, it doesn't make it. It's unfortunate, very unfortunate. It's about 2 centimeters off having 2 hair pieces. Though if I didn't try to sacrifice the graduation at the front here, I might be able to get it. Can we see the hair's changing direction at the crown? There should be like a star shape where the stitching just goes up haywire. Yeah, there, see? All out of that position. That's sort of like where they've stitched that way, now it's stitching that way, and then from there. So that would be, if this was the front hairline, there'd be a crown of different direction hairs popping up right near. So if the crown of the head's there, it'd just right be on top of your head. It's not good. I'll just make a good one, okay? We might be able to do something with the leftover, but I don't think so. I need to see a center point, even if I have to just do it visually. Just approximating the halfway point. 7.5, 7.8. It's about there. Is it? It's approximately there anyway. What's confusing me is these lines here are not very visible towards the front there. So that means there isn't really any hair there, but I can feel there is some hair. But that's sparse. That's because they've made it graduated. You can barely see them through there. Yeah, I'd be unhappy with all of that. See, that graduation at the front? It's just going to cause a whole lot of exposed base and I'll hate it. So I really do have to look at the back here and go, well, they really started the proper stitching a lot further back. One problem with this though is it's not easy to hold. It's kind of wonky, which means the texture could go in, the marker could fall in and slip around. And because of that, I'm not really very happy with this as a stencil. It's too dangerous to draw. So can you imagine the texture falling in through the gaps? No, I need some more hard plastic like this, flat. Even though it was awkward, that's more awkward. So that can't happen. I'm gonna have to retrace this using flat plastic. That hairline's probably good. Right, I'll go find some plastic and summon the energy. Nothing good is in there. I don't want to have to do this. I'll just have to buy another one of these. Okay. It's already too narrow, isn't it? Alexa, turn on the light. Alexa, turn on the light. Okay. I can do it diagonal. So this is the new one. And the new stencil. So it's one, right? Now here are the ones that I'll be having to pretty much throw out now. 1, 2, these are all brand new by the way. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. For most of you that would at least be a year's supply, wouldn't it? It's a lot of money. It's my new cut box. There's one in there. And this is the other rounded one, just in case I change my mind and like it again. I don't know what to do with this. I'll put them in a bag. I'm in no particular hurry to get wet in the shower and have make noise at 3 o'clock in the morning. But I thought I might as well show you what I'm doing here. This is C22. My hair is filled with acrylic glue, which does not dissolve in water, and water-based glues really stop dissolving in water after they've set. So I need to use a solvent, C22. I think this is made by the Walker Tape Company. Yeah, Walker Tape, see? Same as this stuff. I think they're the biggest company in the glue and so on industry. Let's rub it in. Probably put some more. Apparently it takes 60 seconds to start dissolving, but it's all through my hair, right? So I've got to do a bit at a time. And once you have sort of started wiping it away, and it won't just be with a cloth, it'll be with a comb. This stuff doesn't just wash away by itself. You need soap and water to get it out. This stuff, I mean, because it's just really greasy. Be careful not to wax all the hairs out. There's considerable tugging. They come in, it feels like I am waxing them out. This stuff really needs to go all the way through the layers of glue somehow. You shouldn't do this. Put glue in your hair, by the way. It's just that I didn't know how big the stencil was going to be. Imagine if I had put on that stencil, that full one from the other day, and shaved all of that, instead of just gluing onto my hair, which didn't work anyway. I'd be left with a big giant shiny bald spot there in my new hairpiece, so it would not work. So I sort of did the right thing, except for the fact that I didn't need to put glue on my hair because it didn't really hold it down very much anyway. I thought it would though. And I've got to say, this stuff is a lot easier to get out than this stuff. C22 is helping though. And also, this comb, it's disgusting. I wouldn't want anyone coming into my house and seeing this. It's not so much unhygienic, because I do wash it. It's just got glue and bits and pieces in it, of hairs and stuff. It just looks disgusting, and nobody else would understand. Nor would I want them to, because this is all a big secret, right? I'm excited because I discovered that there are more episodes of Andor that I haven't watched. I thought the season was finished after episode 6, The Eye, but it's still going. So I'll watch that while I go to sleep. I had my first rehearsal today, or yesterday, during this week, for a new play. It was my first ever paid play, really. I've been in paid productions for other things, but not play. I've been in a lot of plays, but I haven't been in any paid plays. So this is good. Won't be a lot of money, but it could get me in the door. Look at that gigantic spot there where the hair's all missing. I don't know if they'll ever grow back there. So is there any point in me taking finasteride? I guess there is if I take it for the rest of my life. But it's expensive. I don't have the discipline to keep taking pills. My sleep's all over the place, so I got a rehearsal today at midday. I was thinking of walking there. It's about 90 minutes walk, 5Ks. But I'm so exhausted. Leprosy. This, whatever this skin disease is that's all over my scalp, it forms when it's under my beard. Okay, so I think that's right. Halfway up the tragus. And narrow it. Tragus. Narrow. I don't think I'll walk. I can't take a sleeping tablet because I won't wake up. I nearly missed my other rehearsal. I was 5 minutes late, but that's because I didn't have a shower or anything. It's just residual glue. I've already shaved that front area with a pretty much certain intent to use this shape from now on. But for the first few days, whatever, I'll just be wearing a hat over the top of this. Need more of that cream. Yeah, I think I'll just set my alarm and drive there. This grows faster because it's part of the beard. So I'll fade that. Seven to 9, 4 to 6. So maybe 4. Let's have a look. I'll have a shower and I'll deal with this later. I've got to be there by 12, so I could have a shower now, but I just cannot be fucked. So I'll go and lie in bed with the lights off, see what happens. The alarm's set for 9.
Still have 2 people missing and 8.
Man, I look awful without hair and sleep deprived as well. I totally cleared off all the old glue and put new Walker Tape Ultra Hold, mostly, well, definitely all along the front hairline, and then trickled it back here and threw out what remained in the glue bottle, because that is going to go over this hair here. And I have thought about, you know, I do have 7 hair pieces that are cut to that size, so if I grow my hair back I can just continue to wear that. I know it's not ideal, but I do have hundreds and hundreds of dollars worth of hair pieces that I will never ever wear. If I begin shaving that area and wearing hair pieces shaped like this immediately, so I could potentially grow this out and go back to wearing those other ones for 7 months, and then just know that I've already got a plan for the future, which is, it's a good size, and it really does fix a couple of problems. One is that corner edge, which I always had a problem with, lining that up to land here. It's actually much easier to align the whole thing when it's that big, pointing back towards the center. That said, I don't know what it's like to have a shave zone there. It has to be pretty accurate to not have any like gaps around that area, and that'll be harder to position with a front facing mirror since my eyes are there and not like a snail. So I'll decide as I go, I guess. For now, I think I'll just paste this over my natural hair and just let it stick to the hair and wear a hat when I'm shy about it. This is still really shiny. Need to wet it. So I will slide it into position downwards. So I'll reduce the amount of glue residue I'll leave on my forehead. This skin problem I got going on here, it's really bad. I mean, it's good that I get to see here what's happening back here. It's probably some kind of creature gnawing away at me because I haven't been looking after myself. Gotta make sure that no hairs get caught underneath. Probably would have been good not to put water on the spot where I'm going to place this as well. Is it low enough? Oi. It does feel like a good size hairpiece compared to that, well, definitely compared to that entire full hairpiece I bought the other day. The entire one. This was that one. I've chopped it down. Be careful not to brush over that chemical burn I got from the bleach. So my rehearsal is about 5.5 kilometers from here, and I have decided to walk. It'll take about 90 minutes or so. I'll just dawdle, maybe stop at a cafe along the way. I was thinking I'll take a bottle of whiskey with me, make it more interesting. That bit does need to be chopped out, doesn't it? Yeah, having this size hairpiece does solve a couple of problems. One is that those corners were always getting a bit dirty, and you know, it seemed difficult to keep everything aligned because it was so finicky. Whereas I think it'll be less of an aiming problem, well, at least at the moment, because it doesn't matter where it lands back there because my hair has not been given a shave zone back here. So it's just completely incorrect back there at the moment. But I feel like when you look at my head from on top, it no longer has that problem just at the front and having to grow that extra hair back here. So when I do cut my hair, maybe I won't do it this short again in the future, like down to 7 millimeters, maybe it'll be more like 1 inch or something. But down here, I can still keep it short and fade up towards maybe 2 centimeters up around this area, or 1 inch. And I don't have to keep all of this long as a sort of as a flop over area. Doesn't look right yet. And this certainly looks like I should probably be behind a glass screen of some sort to protect the public from whatever illness I've got. Or I should fucking take a shower more often instead of just walking around in my pajamas or underwear or whatever. every day. Gotta leave the house. That's what I'm doing today. I don't want to walk. I slept last night. Tried to. I started counting down from 20. I thought if I get to 1 and I'm still awake, get up and have a shower. And I didn't. But then I did it again, and then I did. I had a shower. Used some more of that tea gel stuff, which has totally cleared up the dandruff that used to be, you know, spraying all over my shirt. Really good stuff. I should probably just take some of this and rub it into my cheek and just leave it there all day. But I do have some confidence in this stuff. Might put a bit more in that before I leave. I also think this is good stuff for shaving rash as well. So today it's going to be 80 degrees Fahrenheit, 23 degrees Celsius. So that's hot. I'll be sweating, especially if I'm walking in jeans and stuff. But it's a nice temperature. I mean, it's not a boiling hot temperature, and it's certainly not freezing cold. So it's good. But it's 7 degrees now, I think, outside. In here, it's 19 degrees, which is like 70 degrees Fahrenheit. And even though this hairstyle is not beautiful, at least it doesn't look like an embarrassing hairpiece at all at the moment, does it? You know, look at that hairline from what I achieved with the bleach. Obviously over here I need to chop that out because it's fallen down halfway across my forehead here. Apart from that though, the bleach technique totally works. Much better than the exposed base of graduation, which I don't like because of exposed base. Yeah. Don't look healthy, don't feel healthy. As soon as this rehearsal is over, I'll probably catch an Uber back here and just go to sleep. It's really flowing pretty fast. You can see the rubbish that's collected in the trees over there, and look at this jetty, it's completely underwater. I don't know what all that white foam is. Doesn't look good. I'm pretty frustrated. I thought I could put on a hairpiece and just walk out the door, but I can't. There's nothing I can do to make this look good. Is there? There's nothing I can do. Think about it. How would you cut this hair to make it look good? You want to try and brush it over for one side? There's no way it can do that, right? You can't make it brush to one side. It can't be done. It has to fall sideways like that. This has to fall forwards, that has to fall that way, and that has to fall that way. Or it has to be fucked up and exposed back there. But whatever happens, it can't be done. I don't know how this can be done. Please give me a clue on how to cut this so it looks good, or I'm not going to put that gigantic full wig on my head. I just want to put a hairpiece on my head, all right? And preferably while the hair's shaved on the rest of my head. Like, I want to do it right now. I mean, I just said no to about 3 TV commercials because I don't want to be seen like this. Given this predicament, it does seem like a logical step forward to tattoo the forehead, doesn't it? So that at times when your hair is short, you can just keep the dots going or something. Because this is just pineapple. I don't know how to make that styled. There's no way to blend that in. I mean, I could have cut that lower and just turned right at Albuquerque back there somehow. What is going on with this? I don't know. It's very frustrating. idea what to do. Obviously my leaf at the front of all of this wouldn't work either. I think I've found the solution for this hairstyle. There is only one solution that I think will work, and that is the complete brushed back look the entirety of the time that you wear a hairpiece this small on hair this short. I'm hoping that that's not grey, but that's rather shaved thin, because it makes me look like there's no detail to my face anymore. I'm pretty sure I shaved that shorter. That needs to be refined if that's going to be in freaking plain sight. So to make this stay, we could use gel. I don't really use gel anymore. This sort of thing is soft and it'll weaken over time, and the hairs have got such force the way they're sewed into the hairpiece. They really want to spring back to an awful position, and I really need them to stay back there. But then it's nice to have some volume, isn't it? Anyway, this is the answer. This is the way to do it. A completely brushed back look. Obviously you can still put a hat over this. And when you take the hat off, it's just got to be completely brushed back. I'm exhausted and my eyesight's going and I feel like shit. I've been so sleep deprived. I want some coffee, I want to smoke, I want to drink alcohol, maybe, I don't know, something, just to ease this pain and stop playing fucking June and Risk. With all those cheats, man, there's so many cheats on Risk. This is my wake up hair. So you might think, just cut it shorter and the problem will go away. It'll blend nicely. But the problem is it would stick up even more. And this is a great hairpiece. There's nothing wrong with this hairpiece. But even here, I mean, one thing might be wrong with this hairpiece. It's a medium density rather than a medium light density, which works in my favor given I want to cover over hair, which is not what you're supposed to do with hairpieces. You're supposed to shave the area where you put the hairpiece. You're not supposed to cover over your own hair. You're supposed to put it straight onto the scalp, not hair. So fixing this is I would love to be able to solve this problem without having to paste it down with gel and stuff like that. The only way I really feel like you can sort of solve it nicely is to wear a hat. So if I were to just get rid of this hairpiece and just have a bald area here, do you think I would look better or worse? The thing is, I'd rather solve this problem than be bald. I think it looks better, even though it looks chaotic and punk-like and nonsensical, than having that whole bald area. I feel naked when that bald area is showing. I don't like it. I was really hoping to create a hairpiece that would allow me to simply have a shaved short hairstyle like this. Just put the hairpiece on and it would just work. Now with that entire full top up that I wore the other day, I kind of managed it, but it was gigantic. It was like a condom on the tip of your knob. Imagine wearing that all the time. Crazy. No, it's too much. So I'd be fairly happy to have a hairstyle like this, right? If I could just get rid of this back here, this looks okay. Would this be reduced if I had shaved this and stuck this down? No, I don't think so. If I take the edges of the plastic there and pull them down, the hair's still sticking up like crazy. Has the hair been cut too short? Well, that is the answer. Like obviously if it was longer, it would just flow and land, but it's 2 inches long, the hairs. They shouldn't be sticking up like that. Like that's, at some point that should bend, right? But these hairs are not. And that's probably because it's medium density and it's thick and they're all holding each other up. And if they were light, they'd sort of flow better, right? Medium light. Whereas these are all just stuck together, pushing each other like springs. Then again, those ones are not being held up by anything. It's more about the way it's sewn into the plastic, I guess. Rigid. So maybe I needed to make the hairpiece shaped like that instead, but then it's the whole gigantic again. One thing I can appreciate about this is that when I do grow the rest of this hair back, looking down on top, it's going to have a nice flow to it, all the way from back here to here, so long as that somehow blends in with the rest. If I even spray some stuff in there, if this spring back up when it dries. That's argan oil mixed with, I guess, water or alcohol. Is that area shorter than that, or is that just grey? Tell me. I can't see. Tell me that side. Did I shave most of that up really short? I can't remember. I think I was starting to shave it off, all of it, and then I stopped, and that's why it ends so much differently at that line there. Yeah, I don't know what to do. Wear a hat. I'll have to solve it later. Okay, here's the thing, right? I was awake for bloody 3 or 4 days in a row. I might have had 5 minutes sleep in between. And now and then I fell asleep a couple of days ago. I was really fractally sleeping. And then all yesterday I slept until midnight this morning. And now it's, you know, the sun's starting to rise out the window here. And I want to start doing something with my life. I'm watching The Martian, watching Mark Watney survive with a bag of potatoes for 4 years or whatever. Inspirational. What should I do? I should start living, because I'm feeling the stitching in my guts coming undone. Like the stitching of this hairpiece on my head, right? That can't happen up here, whatever's going on up here. Please, just tell me somehow. Like, the thing is, I don't want to do this on my own. I want you to tell me. I want you to do it for me. I want my mummy to come and fix it for me. But just like Mark Watney, nobody's ever coming back to help me. I'm by myself. Okay. Something major happening back there in terms of so where the hair's coming out of there. Everything seems fine except for this one point back here where I think the hair is somehow sticking up incorrectly. If that were to stay stuck down, I don't think there'd be a major problem. The rest of it here, that's also a problem, obviously. This hairpiece just cannot work. Listen, here's my question. Listen carefully, because I might not be able to word it correctly, because I've never been able to structure such a sentence in my whole life ever before. If anybody has a shaved head and they're missing the hair from here, is there, without any hair growth whatsoever, just this maximum length you see here, in this situation, is there any such hairpiece that could just be placed on their head? Not a wig though, we have to leave all of that showing. Is there such a design of a hairpiece that can be placed on that head in such a way that it looks like real hair? I would have thought this shield shape that I've got on here right now would be the answer, but it's clearly not. Not with this hair length or whatever. Question one, is the hair too long or short? Is this the wrong hairstyle? Question two, is it the wrong hairpiece shape? Question one again, is it the wrong hair cut? Question two, is it the wrong hairpiece shape? Question three, of course, is it impossible in the first place to get this to look right? If you've come to the correct conclusions for any of those questions, it should help you formulate with laser accuracy the actual answer. Look at all this. That curls up and goes over there. Now obviously that would be minimized if I shaved that area and stuck it down properly. But let's try to avoid that for now. Is there something else I can do? This is not working out. I watched The Martian, great ending, Ridley Scott, well done. Matt, fuck, what's his name? I'm sure it's hard to take me seriously right now. What's his name? That was Mark Watney. I'm talking about the actor. Matt, right? It's Matt, right? It's Matt. Isn't it Matt or is it Ben? Ben Affleck and... Oh, God. He's famous. He's famous. If I type the Martian into Google, it'll tell me, but I shouldn't have to do that because he's too fucking famous for me to have to look him up. All right, just my brain. It's 8:30 a.m. I've been awake for the last 8.5 hours. Got enough time to be clear. Got fucking caffeine all around me. You know the guy's name, right? You know what I'm talking about. The main actor in The Martian. He's a very famous actor. He's a great actor. God, what the fuck's his name? He was in Good Will Hunting with Robin Williams and Ben Affleck and Matt Damon. Thank you, fucking thank you. Jeez. All right, now there's an epilogue happening on screen. I should have said to watch that, but I can't let the audio be playing in the background during a YouTube video, otherwise it'll get censored or whatever. They removed the entire audio from the entire thing just because of a bit of a song. Okay, so this has not been working out for me. I mean, there was a brush back look that kind of worked, but I want to go for a swim in the pool. I'm intending to go to the gym within the next hour, to leave to go to at least the cafe next to the gym within the next hour. Then I'll waddle over with my fat ass, with my coffee, and I've never bought a cake, but I could buy a cake. I get a coffee and a cake. Maybe I should get a coffee and a cake. It's probably going to be sunny, summer now. I don't want to miss out on the whole world because I'm so fucking sleep deprived and just sleeping and masturbating in my own filth. I don't do that, by the way. But I'm just saying, I don't do anything else. I might as well be doing that. So it would be nice to be able to swim in a pool with a hairpiece. And I have been able to when my hair was longer, but not with this. I can't see sideways, unfortunately. I was thinking if I go to a hairdresser, would they be able to tell me? But no, I mean, in all my, I can't see the fucking camera on this phone. I've got to get it round, stick it, put here, because I don't know what I'm looking at. I'm just looking at black, a big black area over here, and I don't know where you are. So, all right. Hairdressers are useless in terms of hair pieces. I've never found one that knew what they were doing. They'll chop the hair piece and go, yep, that looks good. And then the moment you brush or a wind strikes it, it'll end up looking like this because they didn't know what they were doing. They didn't take everyday life into consideration when giving a haircut. And I've seen them do that with actual haircuts with people's hair on their heads as well. So 99% of hairdressers just simply do not know what they're doing. With straight hair, I think they know what they're doing because it's fucking easy as fuck to cut straight hair. With curly hair, I've never had a good haircut ever. Okay, and then I went bald, and then I had to start doing my own haircuts, and this is the best I can achieve. So I need to figure out a way to streamline this. I want to keep that covered, the front bit. Would you just cut this shorter and shorter until it becomes like little bits of stubble? The problem is this won't stick to the hair, all right? So I'm just gonna wear a hat. It's the only solution I've got for now. But then tomorrow I've got another problem. I mean, I just turned down a commercial because this doesn't look good. Fuck. Whenever there's a lip, I just have to pick and then the glue goes away. So I'm just gonna try to reactivate this a little bit. It's not gonna stick on the hair or anything, but it might stick to the skin just there. And for now, I got this stuff, which is paste. I thought it was gel. All right, it's paste. All right. Now I'm squeezing out of this fucking t-shirt. A lot. Too much, really. Will a hairbrush help or hinder? Give it to me straight dark. God, I look fucking fat as fuck. Alright. Oh, I can barely see my reflection right now. Lucky for you, my body ends there, but I can see down and what's going on down here. See, even if I suck it in, it still can't be. How can I hallucinate that for you so it looks normal? Look how small my head is compared to my gigantic fucking body. Shit, man. That's going to remain gelled right back to make this work at all. And even then it doesn't seem to work. Oh, God, tiny head, big body. The body just doesn't stop becoming bigger and bigger. My head doesn't grow proportionally with it. It stays like a little fucking brain. Not that I'm not a genius or anything, it's just... I couldn't remember Matt Damon's name, could I? God, that's so shit. Oh. I'm going to the gym, everybody. Fuck. Stop worrying about your hair and lose some fucking weight, you fat fuck. Before I even look at myself, I just gotta tell you right now, I hate looking at myself in the mirror. Oh my God, you fat fuck. I was on the treadmill like this for an hour. I think I was the fattest person at the gym. Yeah. Totally paranoid about all this. People look at me strangely with this hairdo as well. What is this? It's a very strange, stark, sleep-deprived, awful hairdo. I mean, like I say, the goal with wearing hair is not just to not look bald. You're supposed to try to look good. You're not supposed to just look not bald and that's it, all right? Worst case scenario is you don't look good, you're shy and about your fucking hair all the time, and it looks like you're wearing a fucking hairpiece. I don't know if it looks like I'm wearing a hairpiece right now. Probably does up here, because that's fucked up. It should be smoothed in. But still, you see, I don't care enough. I should care more. Anyway, I need the air conditioning. I think I'm dying. I think I'm actually dying. There's something wrong with my heart and lungs and everything else. I can't keep my eyes open. Everything stings and hurts and I'm in pain. And I can't be bothered to fuck. Okay, here's a bottle shop. I need alcohol. I'll get some alcohol. It'll make me feel better maybe while I try to sleep, because, you know, it takes me days to fall asleep. Fuck, seriously. Like, I'm always awake for days at a time. And I don't think today's going to be an exception. That was just awful. I didn't even have a bottle of scotch. How's this for a song idea? Alright. In it. Wicked. Sorted, in it. No, what I'll do, how you doing? You know, fucking, well, howdy, partner. And then go, how's it? No, not how's it. Be, laugh. No, shit, why can't I think? South African, you've got to talk like this, man. What do you, thus mean? What are you doing? You've got to get into the character. You can't just start off the bat like that. How's it, my China? How you doing? How you going, man? What's wrong with you? Alright. G'day, mate. G'day. You know what I mean? Innit? Bonjour. Bonsoir. I don't know. Just a compilation of regular famous lines in every language. Yeah, man. Like everything. Just go. How many languages are there? I don't know how many languages there are. There are more languages than countries. I know that. Say there are 255 countries in the world. I don't know if there are. There are probably 186, and then others are territories or something, or some shit like that. I don't know. But just think of Africa. There are heaps of... I don't know. I don't know how to say a single word in Zulu, for example. I don't know how to speak that language at all. Anyway, I'm about to go and get served. Good thing I don't know anyone in the world. I just wander around being fucking a faceless, ugly, weird looking freak. I'm so fucking disgusting. I think a lot of it has to do with the disgusting choice of clothes. I mean, I know I'm fat as well, and I know I've got a terrible haircut as well. Shit, I wish I'd feel a lot better if I had a fringe of some sort. Look, I'll show you. Here's a hat that I haven't worn yet. I bought that. Haven't taken the thing off. Straight away, that looks better, but then straight away this t-shirt just looks awful. I feel like I'm busting at the seams a lot of the time now. Like, the fat, my skin is not big enough to hold this fucking barrel of fat. And it's your fault. I'm just remembering that this doesn't allow me to have two hair pieces out of two units out of a single hair piece, or whatever you want to call it, right? Whatever arrives in the mail, I can't get two out of it because this extra bit here. But if I chopped off that much, I could fit two out of a hair piece, two stencils. But the other one's just gonna have a big, all directions here. Won't be controllable, will it? It'll be shit. I just don't see the benefit if this does not work. It doesn't work without a fringe, right? It looks shit when it's all pasted down, right? It's already starting to look better that it's not pasted down so much. But then I can't let it get out of hand back here. So that has to grow. This has to grow. And from above, it looks good, but I don't see much difference between that and, say, that, right? Where I could get two pieces out of it. Why not try to get two? It doesn't seem like there's much benefit. I do like that I don't have to worry about that whole brushed wood thing, that this can all be brushed back, which is something I wasn't really able to do. Well, I could have done it before. I don't know, I'm confused. I'm so tired all the time. It's wet, really wet. I want to drink this with this and this, but I kind of also want to just lie in bed and go to sleep. It is daytime after all. I should be in bed and sleep. What for? What for? To fucking wait till I'm dead, that's why. There's nothing else to do in this world. And that fucking couch, I can't believe how uncomfortable that couch is to lie on. Christmas is coming. It'd be nice to have some family around or something, but I don't talk to them at all, none of them. I think there are some missed messages for me though. Maybe I'll have a few of these. Maybe try to play June again, which just seems like a shit game. I used to love June 1 when it first came out back in 1993 or something. And then June 2 came out and that started what are they called? Real-time strategy, which I loved until everyone started getting into Warcraft 3 basically, which became Dota for some reason. I don't know what the fuck was going on with that. Anyway, I'm fat and I'm ugly and I gotta order some celery and some ice, but this will do for now. And I'm gonna get some skinny milk or something, preferably not from the cow, because it hurts the cow, and especially the calf, because they just get murdered. And I know it's true. Vegetarians are hypocrites, but we do save 100 animals a year at least, which would otherwise we'd be eating. Two things. I have rehearsal today. In fact, I have rehearsal every single day, 5 days a week, which is not what I was expecting. I have done this once before, been in a paid production, but you know, when we had to rehearse during the daytime. This is not something I expected from this play, but I have to do it anyway. Get up 5 days a week, so that means I have to wear a hat 5 days a week or fix this, Rehearsal starts at 1 o'clock, and that's about half an hour away. I'll drive, I'll park. It's in the city, but I'll park. Secondly, this is a nasal strip. Nasal strip is designed to open up the airways so you can breathe if you've got deviated septum or other blockages in your nose. This takes your nostrils and flares them open with glue and plastic rods that want to be straight like that. When they're bent, they're trying to get back to this position. So if they're stuck to your nose, they're going to be pulling outwards, and that's what's happening now. I'm thinking about selling them. So these are some samples from China. And I'll redesign the box, etc. All right, so the problem with this is, right, once you've taken it off, right, now the glue and your nose surface as well are not primed and ready anymore to re-stick. So you've kind of blown it. You hold it down for 30 seconds, it might still have some stick to it, but it's lost a lot of its stick at this point, right? This is basically an anti-snoring thing. That's what, I mean, I might wear it during the day, but it does feel better, to be honest, right now, even though it's on an angle and everything. What I'm saying is glue microscopically is latching on somehow. And when you pull it off after its first attempt, it's now just sort of half latching on. And then the third time's like just hardly latching on at all. Anyway, I'm not talking about glue right now, I'm talking about this haircut. Is it possible to shave this hairpiece this short? If I were to shave out this shave zone and just, because I mean I have to go every day. I'm going to be wearing a hat over it anyway. This could be my experimental piece where I chop it to pieces. It's going to be a very long time before this grows long enough that this is going to look right. I'm not saying I'm going to give myself a haircut right now. I'm just saying I will have to, because there'll be times when I want to take my freaking hat off, and they'll be asked to, because I'll have to get in costume, and a fucking baseball cap does not suit my 50-year-old character from the 1950s. So obviously, if I could get this down short, I could blend it, but it'll look more like a rug, like really like a carpet. I don't even know how I'd go about cutting it so short. I'd have to maybe use this, and that seems really dodgy. So it's just come unstuck on its own. Just I'm just going to see how much you can improve the hold by simply cleaning skin, because this has already been damaged, hasn't it? I just don't know how to transition. It really wants to stick up like crazy, doesn't it? The alternative is make a bigger hairpiece, don't take my hat off before anyone sees that that's there. Just make a bigger hairpiece. See, this hair only brushes down in one direction, and that's back. Every other direction, it goes screwing. I guess I'll just have to keep brushing it back. But wearing a hat over the top as well. That doesn't look as bad now as obviously that sticking up pineapple. Alright, but it's just that I don't want it to be plastered down too bad. I've got to change this top as well. Fat, but still, you can't hide your fat, can you? It just makes you look so much different when you're not fat. I wish I wasn't fat. I want to have it vacuumed out of me. I don't want to have to walk for fucking 10,000 kilometers and stop eating. Yeah, it did make a huge difference to just simply re-clean the nose. I can see there that it's not stuck down properly because there's an air bubble. It does improve my breathing. Just playing Risk, sorry. So I've been to rehearsals the last few days, and I'm going to go again tomorrow and then the next day and the next day. And I've just been having this brushed back look, but I got lazy the other day when I reapplied this hairpiece and I just put glue over the old glue. And I just realized, oh fuck, they took America, that there was a thick line right there, a clear line. Now their young eyes can easily see this. I'm the oldest person in the crew cast as usual nowadays. 1 second. I'm red, by the way. So I've just peeled all that glue off. How embarrassing. And I'm going to apply a fresh layer of glue. This feels really light, but I've only used that much. Just get my precious iPad out of the way. Now I don't want any glue on the stick to make a mess when I'm doing something so delicate or detailed as the front hairline on its own, like this. So I'm just gonna get the brush covered in glue. Just go on the edge. Yeah, you don't want triple layers of glue where people are going to see. There was really a definitive line right across, and it was shiny as well. So I need to use no shine if there is a bit of exposed base there, or chop it off. But I've been given some interesting looks, because this is the sort of hairstyle that, you know, somebody who's probably good at fighting would have. After all, I did model it really off Pierce Brosnan from his bad guy role in Deadpool 2. I mean, I'm sure there are other people who are fucking pansies who also have this type of hairstyle. It doesn't look great, especially at the back where it is a big protruding lump of hair sticking down over shaved hair. But it's starting to, I don't know, it feels like it's growing back a little bit. Can't have grown much over the last few days, but that wouldn't look great. It doesn't, I mean, I feel that's a lump there. Then going into potential baldness at the back, I don't know. But still, I was very suicidal a couple of days ago. Just the thought that my entire life has passed. My dad's nearly old enough to fucking be put in a nursing home. Not really, he's only 73, but I imagined that my sister was dealing with that in my dream, and yeah, woke up from the nightmare realizing he's never gonna give me closure or show how much he cares or whatever, anything else, because he's made it clear that he doesn't. If he starts suddenly saying that he has cared all this time to the level that I, you know, wanted, which is above 1%, then it'll be a lie. There's no coming back. My life's already been completely destroyed, so I'm just picking up exhaustedly from the ashes, and I've been having sleeping tablets, amitriptyline, 50 milligrams the last couple of nights so I can go to sleep. But it hasn't really put me to sleep completely, and I wake up really like lethargic, like melted into the bed. Lucky I haven't made it on time to rehearsal because the alarms did not wake me up. I've just been feeling pretty suicidal. Not because of the hair. It may be possible to fix the hair. Not insurmountable. Yeah, check this out. I'll just show you profile. If I can hold still for long enough, you can actually see. So, I gotta set a limit on living here. I had this green screen painted. I put this black curtain up so I could film scenes which I haven't been making. I spent the last 16 hours playing Risk, just going fucking nuts, just fighting these people, which cheating, constantly cheating, and it's just so saturated with cheaters. I go on the forums and people are denying there are cheats. I was top 500 and I just dropped back down to whatever, but they've just completely changed the system. Well, whatever it is, like, I'm a good player, but when you got 5 or 6 people fucking nailing you, you can't win. It's impossible. 2 against 1. It's the numbers are too fine. The hairpiece that I had on, I took it off. I was lying in bed watching it, and then I realized I wanted some food. So this stuff's not bad. Wild turkey. I know, honey hurts the bees. It kills them. They get sliced in half when they open and close the drawers. And we're stealing their food. But I have seen beehives, man-made ones, where the honey is just in a proper system and they don't have to slide drawers on bees. It just has a tap and it works. I don't know what's made of, like bee vomit or bee spit or something like that. It should be gross, but I'm an organic being on an organic world. And there's nothing else in the universe except rocks to eat, so we've got to do something. I don't want to get into a conversation right now about animal welfare. This is delicious. I'm a vegetarian, not a vegan yet, at this point in history. When things become easier, being a vegan will be just commonplace. The first mouthful burns a bit, but then after that, the palate has been warmed and you get smashed much faster. It's much better. Anyway, that hairpiece went all the way back to there. Sun's rising. By the way, this is Trust. Great show on Disney Plus. Donald Sutherland, Hilary Swank, Brendan Fraser. Very good. It's about somebody getting kidnapped. The grandson of a billionaire. Donald Sutherland is the billionaire. Okay. The hairpiece comes back to here. The hair back here I've left at 2 inches long. So it's flaring up like that because it doesn't stick to hair. It would be improved if I shaved this. But as I've shown you, I have 7 months at least of cut hair pieces that fit this area. Now for these ones to work, I need this hair to be at least 1.5 inches long to sort of flop and flow to cover the area. Otherwise, if I have a brush back look, it just ends there and it looks weird. But then again, so does the hairpiece that I wear with a stencil all the way back to here. Now with that stencil, I only get one hairpiece, which is a waste. I know I'm thinning a bit back here, all the way back to the crown, but not enough. The hair, when it's grown, looks okay. The main issue for me has been the greys growing here on the sides, and they become all wiry. They've always been kind of wiry, but they're worse now that I'm older. I like it short on the sides, and in order to blend that, it seems I've got to keep the rest short. If I want the back and the sides to be short, it's got to blend in with the top, which means the top can't be too long. As I've said, because of the way hair is stitched into a hairpiece, you can't go shorter than 1.5 inches without it looking like a doormat. And then you've got the visible areas that you've got to shave off, and then you've got to make the hairpiece land there, and then you've got to put glue there, and people are going to see there, and you can't have an unconvincing perimeter. The perimeter has to look perfect. So I've been thinking about what to do, and I think the best thing for me to do, given that I've got 7 months left of supplied hair pieces, is just continue cutting it to there. And grow this back and do something with the sides, but probably dye it and brush it or something, or soften it or treat it somehow so it's not so scraggly. Because everything I've been doing since I had this long, I mean, it's felt better. I've gotten rid of all the dandruff, which which is fantastic. Summer's here, and I sweat a hell of a lot. I don't know if I would sweat just as much if I didn't have a hairpiece on, because the plastic is not allowing my scalp to breathe or something. I think it's mostly because of body fat, not the hairpiece. At any rate, I don't think that having to cover all of this at this point is necessary, and I'm gonna go back to doing what I was doing. I think I'm not gonna shave this. I'm gonna let this grow back. I've decided. It is written. My agent has left a message to say, check your emails. Ford want me to do a self-tape, which is like an audition these days, right? Ford Motor Company. They're all shiny. He's like, wow, thanks for the keys to your brand new car. All smiles and full heads of hair. But this is no good. So I've been thinking from scratch, short at the front, which means short everywhere else, which means brush forward from back here, not brush back. But I don't know if I can achieve that. If it was coming forwards, but that's the problem with this hairpiece. I think it's stitched incorrectly, or I have to spin it around or something. So just imagine it was this way around. That totally looks like a hairpiece, doesn't it? Straight away. Okay, so that's the front as I've cut it, and that's the back cone and the pointy bit. Imagine if I put the pointy bit facing this way. So it's really pointy. It just looks awful, doesn't it? I'm just trying to see if the forward brushing can be achieved and without too much lump back here. Because when I was drinking last night, I filmed myself saying, I don't want to waste all those hair pieces that I've already cut. It's a waste of money. But then again, I love having the short sides, and you can't have them unless you have a particular type of haircut. I don't know what to do. I need somebody to look down at my head and go, yeah, we're gonna cut it out this way. I need help. I need help. Not just from typing and talking. I need somebody to actually do it for me on my head. Because I can't stand, I don't feel like I've got the energy to stand upright for this long. It could just potentially be this hairstyle, the way I've cut it. It could be. I have to sort it out. I can't leave the house without a hairpiece. And I'm always having to wear a hat over it. I'm basically just waiting for the weeks to pass so that my hair grows back. But if I did get the ideal hairpiece shape, I could get away with having short hair. I don't know, is it nearly done? Is this about right? Because I'll tell you what, I'm not wearing a full hairpiece, a full topper. That was crazy, that was strangulation of the head. Maybe one day I'll use lace for the whole full topper, I don't know. But plastic over that whole area, it's just suffocating. Ideally I would put plastic at the front and the rest lace. Yeah, the glue does not stick to hair at all. I would have to totally paste down the hair, glue it so that the hair might as well be shaved off because it's impossible to get out. Let's use some kind of paint thinner. If it was stuck down, could I brush it forward? That's the question, isn't it? So that it comes out of the scalp. That's what I wanted to know. Is that the right spot for it to be coming out of? Would that look good? Forget the front, I'm just asking about the back. Is this the correct point? Can it be brought forward so I can get 2 hairpieces out of the hairpiece? 2 units out of the hairpiece. Because ideally I want to start about there so I can get 2. The alternative would be to cut it really, really short back here. Because then no direction is given, it just goes up like a rug. And if it's medium density, it might be thick enough to, might be dense enough to disguise what's going on back here. No matter what, if any of this looks correct to you, the only thing I can do now would be to shave that area and start making more hair pieces and discard the 7 or 8 months of supply that I've got in there. But I'm broke, so if I can get that to work from back there, maybe I will shave it. I just woke up, had a double sleep. First I slept about 8 hours, then I slept about 6 more hours after crying, telling my mum that life was over. Let me just turn the TV down. There are certain hairstyles that when not brushed, they look like a pineapple. This may be one of them. It may not be that the hairpiece is entirely to blame. See this chunk? There's a huge discrepancy between length and length. The density here seems about the same as this density here, medium, right? It's not a problem with density, I don't think. Now, I haven't glued it down, it's just basically just stuck on, like temporarily, okay? Now, trying to get this to conform to the shape of the head means really trying to hold it with your fingers and so on, right? To try to get an idea of what its potential would be. Now looking at that, that's not bad. But I can't see now what's going on up there. I'll try putting them underneath my head, see if I can catch a glimpse that way. Okay. Just trying to understand this top of my head area. I am fully aware that there's a massive density issue back here. It's not a bald spot yet, really, but it is too short, probably. Really got to bring you lower. Okay. See, right now, even this looks better than wearing the hairpiece. Not this, but just if that was to grow back. I'm better looking like this, even though I don't like it at all, than this hairpiece as it just sits on my head. To shave or not to shave, that is the question. If I just go back to wearing my leaf shape, which I've got 7 months worth, instead of throwing them in the garbage, and brush it back, it'll look just as good as this does. If I were to glue this on my head and then cut it short around the edges, and really cut it really short, I could potentially make it match. Now my intention was to come in here and cut this really short, but I just got a text message just now 2121 that my friend who I haven't seen in years, she was Mrs. Lovett when I was Sweeney Todd in a play once. She's going to be here. Oh, she is here. I didn't know she was coming. She's a successful lawyer and I'm a loser musician. I think she just might have texted me, but the problem is you are on the phone that tells me when I've received a message from Facebook Messenger. So I've got to stop recording and have a look and potentially do something urgent quickly with this hairpiece. Unfortunately, I haven't had any sort of anything to eat or gone to the toilet or had a shower or anything like that. So hopefully she's not in a mad rush. But she would be because it's 2121 and she probably has a case tomorrow or something, I don't know. Yeah. That's just been squished down onto my head and I've got some lighting which really shows me how bad these bags are. Then again, I have been sleep deprived for 40 years. I wonder if having a few nights of good sleep would get rid of them. I don't think so. Need surgery of some sort or injections of some sort. The last injections didn't do anything. Why can't that be fixed? It seems so easy, doesn't it? Even if I had a little scar there because they pulled it back, just totally tighten that. Still want to be able to make just totally change everything, wouldn't it? Hold this for a second. Now I know a lot of you are like writing, yeah, you put cucumbers on your eyes and shit. I will try all that stuff as well, but like I say, I've been really sleep deprived. I was drinking last night as well, not that really changes my eye bags. In terms of this, I guess it can be brushed forward here and down and down and down in all the directions it goes. I don't think it would be wise to cut this so short back here that it's got a visible like perimeter. I think it always should be long enough to cover over any perimeter stuff. It just has to always be really gelled down or something, right? And it would be better if this grew a bit more. At the moment, I don't think it's quite right, is it? See, I know how my face should look. And also the double chin. So, exercise, remove the eye bags, better haircut. Which means, specifically, grow this longer. So at the moment, I'm not going to shave this hair back here. It's too risky. I'm not convinced that this is the stencil shape I want at the moment. I just stumbled across a movie called The Beach Bum, starring Matthew McConaughey and featuring Snoop Dogg. And he's just chuffing the whole time and getting smashed. He doesn't care, he's just riding the waves of life and nothing really phases him. It's quite an amazing journey. I feel envious of that. I've had the opportunities and I've lived that lifestyle, but I never appreciated it because I was always feeling, you know, heartbroken, like I do now, as always. I'm gonna see what happens if I cut this short, because obviously that's not a haircut, is it? It's just a hairpiece stuck to the front of a bald man. See if we can just cut this and make it look real. Well, I can't make it look real because it's not gonna phase, right? It's just gonna start from there, but that's not even glued on properly or anything, but now I've had a real hard time trying to deal with these terrible salespeople in China. So what you do is you buy stuff on Alibaba.com and you sell it on Amazon.com. It's called drop shipping. That's what I do. I've just started kind of doing it. Amazon just eats all your money as well. Greedy fucks. The problem is as well though, the Chinese salespeople, they don't know what they're doing, what they're selling. They make false claims, they break the law with their sales stuff. How do I do this again? Oh yeah, start at the back, all right. The back, okay. Yeah, a lot of charlatans on Alibaba. It takes a lot of screening, and it takes so fucking long to get a sample sent to you. It takes about 40 days and 40 nights to get a fucking sample. At the end of the day, you're better off just fucking taking a bit of a gamble and spending $1,000 and just going fucking just send it all to Dallas. Dallas is like the main distributor, fulfillment center for Amazon America. No point selling it on Amazon Australia at this point in history because it's just not very big. I think Amazon America has like 100 million Prime members. They've done extremely well. And then when it comes to the sellers, they just rip us off. I swear to God, they're so fucking greedy. It's awful when you get to an age where there's absolutely nobody to turn to help you with anything. I guess after school finishes, your parents aren't really going to help you with your job, are they? But you want them there, don't you? You want them to help you. You want to be able to confide in somebody. I guess that's why people get a spouse at the end of the day. It's not just the sex. Got companionship, somebody to watch TV with. But I just don't know what that way of life means in terms of getting up in the daytime and going to work and stuff like that. It seems like Leave It to Beaver or something, where everyone just has the same day over and over again. Then again, I have the same day over and over again, but I never go out of the house. So surely marriage has got to be better than that. Though, that's what I mean. I don't think people do leave the house when they're married. They travel the first couple of years. These days they'll just post a bunch of pictures of their honeymoon and travels on Facebook. And after that it's all just baby photos and paying tuition and looking after the kids. But I'm 45. Really pushing it now. I really don't know what my friends have been doing with their lives. I don't mean my friends, I mean the people who used to be like friends. Because in a lot of ways I'm like the beach bum. Just meeting new people and everyone's kind of disposable. I don't want it to be that way. But I was depressed and people dumped me. That's the way it goes. So while this all grows back to a transitionary length, I will be wearing a hat. But I'm just sick of walking around the house with this bald fucking zone at the front. probably afford to go shorter, but then I'll have no way to style it. Shit, sorry. Better than nothing for now. Thanks for listening. Well, it looks like my dandruff has not disappeared. It's all over the place. I'm gonna use some more of this and have a shower. But first I just want to experiment with this hairpiece, see if I can cut it really short. But I can't really do that while it's not stuck properly. The glue's all, well, there's no stick anymore at all. I could try to just spray some alcohol on it. It sticks a bit more now. I'll throw this hairpiece out anyway. It's going to be pretty hard to cut while it's not stuck down. Just want to see if I can get it really short, you know. So I might as well just try to use this, but with a long. 16 to, what does it say? 18 millimeters. It's a long one again. 22 to 24. I just really don't know how long this is and I don't want to cut it. I want it to grow. So that's 24 now. No, I'll go shorter. 18. Now, I've always said 1.5 inches, which is about 4 centimeters, is the shortest hair you should probably have with a hairpiece because it just sticks up like carpet. I'm starting to see that now. You can even see the line of dirt very clearly. Things that were once covered are now quite visible. So 1 inch is 2.54 centimeters. 25 millimeters. So if I cleaned up that front glue area and everything and made it look nice, I get rid of that line potentially. It's a terrible hairstyle. Let's see if I can put some product in there. Anything, just this. This is fudge. Fudge smells good. Should have put my hand first. Seeing if it's possible at all to have a really ultra short sub-inch hairstyle. I don't know what that gap looks like up there. I can imagine there is one. Kind of looks worse than being bald, really. Maybe it's just this hairstyle, or maybe it's just my face, I don't know. But yeah, I wouldn't wear that. Worth a shot. Looks like a creature, more so than a regular hairpiece. But it's a spiky looking thing. Anyway, I'm gonna have a shower and try to gel some of this dandruff out of my scalp. Throw this t-shirt away. Check this out. I've been so paranoid about how my belly's sticking through my t-shirts that I decided I needed something with a bit floppier. This is 3XL, or in American sizings, small. Let's see what this is like. Oh wow, got some space now, finally. My belly's still sticking out, but there's some flop to it, you know what I mean? That's not good. The 3XL is my size. I think they're assuming you're gonna have some big fat underneath your armpits as well. Maybe it's a bit too big, but it's still human size. I also got some polo t-shirts. From Kmart. Also, I've been playing, apart from Risk, which I'm addicted to, a game that's just a story, so it doesn't mean that I have to fight these assholes from overseas. It's called A Plague Tale Requiem. It's the sequel to A Plague's Tale Innocence. It's really good. You should play it. It's included in Xbox Game Pass. I've got Xbox Game Pass for PC, but I've also got an Xbox controller. So with a USB that sticks in my computer, so my Xbox controller works. Because it's Microsoft anyway, right? Xbox is Microsoft, Windows is Microsoft, so they work well together. And heaps of games are compatible with it. I'm massively sleep deprived. Like every day I try to go to sleep, but I can't go to sleep before I've been awake for 2 days. So I've got these sleeping tablets. They're actually antidepressants, but they have the side effect that it makes you to sleep. I don't take antidepressants, but because I've got heartbreak and it's not cured by any of the fucking drugs, I promise you. Unless you want to be like, everything's fine, right? There's no point. This stuff I just take once in a while, maybe 3 times a month or something. But I was in a play recently, which has been cancelled, and every day that I had to get up for rehearsal, I took one of these the night before. Yeah, have a look at it. Also called NDEP. This is the 3XL. I look even bigger in this, but at least I'm not pressing out to the boundaries of the t-shirt for a change. I just finished A Plague Tale Requiem. Very good game. Then I played Risk. Very frustrating, full of cheats. Totally. And yesterday, I didn't know where I was, and then I remembered, and then I realized I'm in hell. And I just think I have to kill myself. I look in the mirror and I think that even more. Not just because I'm bald, because I'm fat and bald, and well, they're the main things. And the other thing is I don't recognize myself at all when I look in the mirror. And my feelings, most importantly, of heartbreak every fucking day because my father won't lift a finger, and now my mum is no longer there to comfort me because I kicked her out of the house in a rage the other day, about 2-3 weeks ago. And I haven't seen her since, and she stopped calling. She's never done that before. Just cleaning some glue off this. So, I feel like nothing. And my acting career, after all these, I just saw myself on a TV commercial. So fucking ugly. Fat, ugly, awful. I feel like shit. This has taken about 2 weeks to get this long. It's not filling the space really, is it? So if I grew all this and tried to use this as a cover, it would be like fairy floss. I've decided not to go with a full topper at this point. Just gonna stay with the front partial, even though it means I'm gonna have to combine it with a hat until the rest of the hair grows back. Some of you guys have commented that when you wear a full topper, you still have to grow the hair around the outside to make it match up. So not only is it way more effort to try to shave the back section of the scalp, which goes beyond the visuals of a mirror, to feel back here somehow and shave the back of your own hair. I don't know how you're doing it. If I was bald back there completely, then there'd be a place for me to stick it. But if there isn't, then I've got to shave it. I mean, this is where it is at the moment. And you're going, yeah, that's gonna all disappear. If you're caring more about myself than yourself, which shouldn't be happening, really. Hopefully there are some things in these videos you can relate to personally, because I don't really just want you to come and watch me, because fuck, how boring is that? Shit. Go and do something with your life if that's what you're doing. I'm not interesting. I'm not successful. Some more of these. I finally started running out of them. So I've got a brand new front partial beside me. It does have a bit of Auschwitz tag there on the edge, which means it's one of the back pieces, but they've sewn out from the crown, so each direction almost has got a pretty good area for just one direction of stitching. I was going to say sewing, knitting, can't be a combination of those words. Sort of is. And it took me over a year to figure out the word paste, to apply paint or glue. Although applying paint, it doesn't really work for paint, does it? Painting, slather. I didn't even think of slather. Could have said slather. But paste only applies to paste. Because you don't paste. I don't really want to waste toothpaste, but this is something that should be demonstrated once and for all. This is not pasting, is it? I didn't just paste my toothbrush with my toothpaste. Like I can paint a house with paint. No. Pasting seems to apply almost exclusively to glue. Can't be right. Look it up in the dictionary for me, will you, Errol? Throw it at the pig, feed her to the pigs, Errol. Well, looks like I'm missing a bit of a chunk there. It looks like I didn't cut this out nicely. That's going to be up there. Right. still sticky. With sweat, I usually sweat for about half an hour or an hour after I get out of the shower. Maybe I could turn that into a song. I didn't realize it rhymed so well. Even in an American accent, shower, hour. Never heard those lyrics before. Write it down for me, Errol. I think that's from Snatch. I only know that because of Snatch Wars, the YouTube sensation. Seems unnecessary, doesn't it? But there are little hairs there. See? It's summer now. It's about the 5th or 6th or 7th of December 2022. We're going into 2023. All these years of the 20s have just been blurred by... Fuck, I should have wet that. COVID. Lockdowns. And me never leaving the house, but other people didn't either as much. So that made me feel a bit better. So COVID was a bit of a godsend for me, so I didn't feel completely alone in my isolation. I should just brush it back, but I can't place it anywhere to brush it back. It's got to be on my head before I can brush it back. I didn't cut off the excess at the front there. I'm going to have to cut it off. And I should also slide it down forward a little bit. Maybe a bit more to account for the bit I'm about to chop off. How's that going up there? Big gap. So I haven't worn a hairpiece now for a few days, maybe a week. I've lost track of time. And I was hoping to notice whether or not I was sweating less without this big piece of plastic on the front of my forehead. But I've been in an air-conditioned house all this time. Even so, I have been sweating from time to time. Just feeling for folds. checking a little bit to see if the front bleaching has been alright. Just so much exposed base. I should have chopped it off before I started. Though I guess I'm in the mindset that anything is better than nothing. And I have to wear a hat anyway. That's one thing I couldn't really do if I was wearing lace, isn't it? You couldn't spray water all over the place. I suppose I could though, because the not alkaline, the fuck, what type of glue is this? In the other room, I don't know what it's called. Seriously, I can't remember. It starts with an A though, doesn't it? Acrylic. This acrylic glue would create a kind of a seal that would stop the water getting through, but it might not withstand the separation that could occur between the hairs, or the hairpiece netting. Or, yeah, the hairpiece netting if it was less from the glue. But it probably wouldn't make it down through the glue layer into the skin. Why isn't that sticking at all? I think it's because I'm sweating so much. I can feel myself sweating as well as being wet from the towel. I kind of want to just leave it like that. It wouldn't look right though, would it? This polo shirt really does not look good. Try shaving. Gotta get out of the fucking house. I was just about to play another game of Risk and realised that it would just been a whole other day. I've been so lethargic, not only just lethargic, but losing my fucking mind. Without my mum to give me comfort, at least on the phone or something, I'm fucked. I always knew the day would come though. All my nightmares have come true. Life's been fucking terrible. And it's not like there's a silver lining, as in, what would be a silver lining would be that other people are suffering as well. Like people say they are. But I've never seen anyone suffer like I do on a daily basis. Not able to sleep for 3 days at a time. Always tired, jet lagged, permanent jet lag for the last 30 years, at least 40 years probably. Spent years going to therapists for sleep and psychological shit. Yeah, now I look like a fucking millennial, whatever the new ones are called. Like Miley Cyrus is brand new to me. Like she came even after Britney Spears. Britney Spears is new to me. There are people, younger generations who haven't even heard of people like Madonna. Some of them might not have even heard of Britney Spears, I don't know. The thing is, it's probably wrong for me to categorise everyone into fucking just follow whatever the news says or whatever pop culture thinks. bottom of the tragus. Alright, I'm going to cut my hair now. Just wanted to show you what it looks like from the top. And my future self, because I never hold still long enough. I'm sure that all needs to be cleaned up as well. But I remember I shaved too high, so I kind of want that to, I don't know. Fuck, I don't know. I don't know what to do about neck hair. I don't know where it's, because it doesn't stop, it goes all the way down my back to my ass. Fucking long. It's everywhere. I don't like it. Like I want to get, I want to get permanent hair removal if I live long enough. The thing is, life's so short, you might as well not bother. But it would be nice for the rest of my life not to worry about nose hair or ear hair or back or ass hair. What am I going for here? I don't know. I'll just cut it like I used to when I had hair. That way when it grows back it'll still work a bit. It's fallen down there. Seriously, pain on a daily basis. Fucking want it to end. And all the hope I felt, I can see, starting to see very clearly, none of that hope will ever be fulfilled. Unrequited hope. I believed in hope, but hope did not believe in me. It's just sliding back off. It's all wet. It's all wet. Maybe I won't bother cutting off that plastic right now. I'm fucking exhausted. Most people would collapse with fatigue if they felt the way I do right now. And even so, I'm planning to, I was gonna walk, but maybe I'll get in the car, go to a shop, buy some food or supplies or some of that tea gel that's running out because my dandruff hasn't really disappeared. Wait for my hair to grow back. In the meantime, I'll wear a hat when I go out in public. Probably should cut it shorter, but with a hat. One good thing about that ad though is they're gonna give me some fucking money. Probably 1,500 bucks. Don't know how much that is after tax or whatever. Maybe agent fees or whatever. I don't know, but it's gonna be over 1,000, which is fucking awesome. See, I'm gonna be sweating on the treadmill like this for... My other hat was better, but I lost it. Is that real leather? A cow had to die for that fucking sticker that I didn't care about. I wish it wasn't even there. To not notice such things as barbaric. Just the whole way we enslave and torture innocent creatures. I mean, I'm a big fan of violence when somebody deserves it. But if you're born into slavery and you're imprisoned, and it's just shocking. They didn't deserve it. They didn't do anything wrong. And if I really am going to kill myself, I should be committing violence against the people who are hurting the animals. A vigilante that kills. I know Batman wouldn't approve, but what does he do? Break people's bones? I don't know what he does. He fucking hurts people a lot. And often. People who deserve it, probably. After all, he is the knight. I gotta go. So I've just come from the gym. Let me just turn this off, otherwise you might not hear anything. Just an hour and a half on the treadmill playing Risk. Some real assholes in that game. It really stresses me out. But I can't stop, and it's like, gives me a purpose, you know. My Amazon sales, 0 sales last 4 days. The problem was when I was getting sales, it was just $10 a day I was spending on advertising. That's what Amazon does. And my profit margin's like $1 less. I was spending more than I was making. So I put in about $6,500, and I made about $150. So what's that equal? There's still stock in Amazon, and if I can continue to sell, I've seen that I'm on page 2 with one product and page 1 with another product with particularly obvious search terms, keywords. So let the products speak for themselves. The problem is people don't look at the products themselves so much as they look at the number of ratings, number of reviews that something's had. Because Amazon pushes those guys up, and you know, people just want to keep clicking on the ones that have had over 1,000 reviews, which means over 10,000 sales. Because 1 in every 100 people make a review. Yeah, I had my hat on. Obviously, I'm not gonna walk around like this. I had this on. I just feel so fucking exhausted. My little niece's graduation from kindergarten tomorrow. I don't see anybody, so I feel like I'm missing out. I'm gonna go to that. At least I've left the house today. I'm gonna go to the shopping centre and walk around in public. I hate it. I hate people looking at me. I never know what they're thinking. I just try to... I used to smile and wave and say hello to strangers all the time, and they looked at me strangely then, or they were nice enough to say hello back. But my face wasn't as haggard and bad, you know. If I wasn't a singer, I'd get my vocal cords deepened so I didn't have this high-pitched fucking voice all the time. To have more authority and therefore people have even more respect. I don't know how good that technology is with loosening vocal cords. Got to turn the air conditioning back on. Summer's here. I know it's not a good hiccup. I was thinking, see all this? See all that? That's the same length as all of that, isn't it? Mostly, yeah. That's why that's all grey. Or it's just the angle or something. At any rate, I've got to... Fuck, those bags are deep. I've got to... bags aren't supposed to be deep. It's just that it's carved from all the pain and anguish and sleep deprivation I've had over the years. It's just fucking done me in. Like I said, I didn't know where I was. I woke up and oh my god, and then I realized, oh no, I'm gonna have to live, this is reality, right? It is, like, you don't see me at my worst, I promise you. to spare all the time. So I'm thinking maybe I just have to go back to the old style haircut where this is long and I just have to dye it. I don't mind if there's a bit of salt and pepper in there so it can grow out, but I don't know. See, even if I dye it, I prefer it short like that. What's the difference? I think I just need this to conform to the head more. Like I could brush it back and stuff like that. I mean, obviously that last hairpiece when I had the full topper on, shit, that was just so uncomfortable. I was brushing on the back of my pillow. I felt like there was a fucking rain cap on my head or a swimming cap. Sorry, I just feel like it's time to finish everything. When I put, that's my Vegemite on toast, right? When I butter with margarine or olive spread, the verb is to butter, right? But I'm thinking, it's not butter. How did butter become a verb? And now I can say to spread, to smear, to paste. I don't know. Isn't it funny how English words develop? They really couldn't think of anything in English, could they? That's not butter, but it started with butter. So butter is a noun, and they couldn't think of anything else other than to butter the bread. It's like watering horses rather than feeding. Quenching the horses. Can you say to quench a horse? No, you can only quench a thirst. Just like you can only butter the bread. I've been thinking about it, and I looked a little bit in the mirror side on, and I noticed this area here is not just shorter, it is grey. And given that it is grey, and knowing how wiry this all gets here on the side, I really do want to, I didn't shave this properly. My eyes are blurry, I can't see the screen properly. That's my two options here for smoking. I do want to keep it short, which means I've still got to figure out what hairpiece size to wear to continue the back. I mean, I could start trying to shave that area and going back to that hairpiece that I had before. And it seems like I won't be in a hurry to shave my head again soon, given how much trouble this is to try to deal with trying to fit this current hairpiece size on. I don't like the idea of what you other guys are doing with the full topper, having to grow your hair around the edges to make it blend. I don't want to have to deal with that. I want to solve this problem. The problem is I want to be able to just shave my hair one length, shave out a shave zone, and that's it. I don't want to stuff around with, you know, trying to grow all this back so it matches. I realize there's a balding spot developing on the back of my head, but it's not extreme yet. So potentially I could just start from the top here where it's not really that bald and shave that out. Sorry, shave that out. Make a hairpiece that fits from there to there and create some sort of decent hairstyle. I am concerned though that area around there, if it was to start from back there, the hair really has to be brushed to a forward direction from that point or side or something. Just be really short back there. You saw what it looked like when it had that like porcupine really short and it didn't work, so it can't be less than like 1.5 inches, honestly, otherwise it will just be sticking up. So it can't blend nicely, it's just going to abruptly begin, which is not the perfect hairstyle. But what I'm wearing now is certainly not the perfect hairstyle. But if I did that and just brushed it over to one side or something, and it went all the way back to there, it could work. But it probably wouldn't, because I have to cut it really short back there. But does that porcupine problem persist if it's back there and people can't see it, you know, coming straight out here at the front where it's worse? And would that perimeter be easier to spot when there's no chance of having the hair going over the edges? It'd have to be exact every time, and I can't get it exact. It would never look exact. For that reason, I decided to stick with this whole idea and grow this back up nice and long. Then there's the idea of growing the hair up just to long enough so that it's like, you know, 1 inch long up around this area of my head. And would this still be allowed to be this short, which I love. I love the sides being short. It just takes away all the suffering of having those stringy bits. And having to worry about that whole beard transition. But beard transition isn't a problem if I shave that and let it, you know, get longer from there to the hair length. Or if it was long enough, like quite long, I could brush it back, but then my hair sort of has to be like a girl's hair. Yeah, I walked on the treadmill for 1.5 hours yesterday, but it didn't get rid of all this. And this shirt, this 3XL shirt, has not done me any favors either. Oh my God, look at that. I can feel that all the time now. Look at that, it's just sitting there all the time. That's a fat man's neck. Fuck. It's like my head could easily just be unscrewed and taken off at this point. And I wouldn't have a problem with that because it's fucking ugly. Replace it with something good. There's got to be a way to make this better. Look at that exposed base. I think these little insects that live in my house feed on creatures or blood or something, and I'm the only animal they can ever find, so I often have little bite marks all over me. According to the Bhagavad Gita, the Hindu scriptures, it's okay to kill creatures that bite you. And I must say, if it comes to a larger animal and an insect, I'm pretty racist. I wasn't for a while, because I thought, it's not their fault for being small. I mean, I can't win against nature. Like, I can't enforce a new world order of vegetarianism in all animals right across the board. That simply cannot happen. Not in this world. Can't even eradicate the meat eaters, because without natural predators, prey will just ravage and destroy all the nature, all the plants. And plants are trying to defend themselves. Some plants can actually chemically communicate to become poisonous and so on when they start getting bitten by insects. I don't know whether they remain poisonous at all times. Maybe it stops them from developing properly or being able to eat while they're in defense mode. I don't know. But certain trees in Africa, I can't name which ones, actually tell other trees in the area that there are creatures trying to eat them. And they put out some kind of poison in their plant juices to kill their attackers. And there are Venus fly traps, which unashamedly eat, or just kill, they eat them, don't they? Eat flies and stuff. In fact, I heard the other day that plants actually sleep at night, and there are certain plants or trees that even die under streetlights at night time because they don't get enough sleep. Didn't expect that. Yeah, I really do like having this short. It's even already starting to get a bit long and the wiry greys are starting to get carried away on me. I don't like. I want to keep it short like this, which means I have to figure out a way to make a hairpiece that goes around like that somehow. My other hairpiece almost just goes in a triangle from there, doesn't it? Just to that point there, it just goes like that. Just that much longer, I suppose. Could ultimately be the way to do it. This is one of those back arse end corners of a hairpiece that I've chopped off, not a front section of a hairpiece. Like my sign language. So there is a point up here where it starts sort of going in the wrong directions. Back here, for example, it's not going forward. It's stitched to go backwards there. This corner piece, where I've often got a problem with that corner being in the wrong spot exactly. That problem seems to go away when I have that longer piece, because from that point it goes back and it's much easier to blend it. Right now there's no actual way to make this haircut look good, but I'm going to be wearing a hat anyway. But if I ever do take my hat off to scratch my head or whatever, it's just too abruptly long, obviously. It wouldn't be a problem if it started back here and it all went long with the new style. But I don't really approve of the new style yet, from what I saw. I mean, I never shaved this area off. It was always just sitting, flopping around back there, but It didn't seem quite right. Maybe it has to come more sideways and then up, but it can't just go there and up. It would go around somehow, because at the moment it's going straight to there, leaving all this short. The best haircut possible potentially would be to continue doing that, but just leaving it a bit longer back up here. I could still keep this sideburns short, and then from there just go up a bit, and then from there I could just have maybe an inch length around that area, and then have the hair piece in that spot. So there would at least be coverings, and it wouldn't just be a perimeter that was just stark against really short hair with no chance of coverage. The coverage wouldn't come from the hair having to spread out in those directions, like a full top, for example, which you don't even expect there to be a crown that goes down in all those, in every direction. But rather my natural hair would be the shielding to keep the illusion. As it stands right now, this haircut isn't going to fool anybody, and it can't, no matter what I do. But like I say, there will be times when I just quickly want to take my hat off for a moment. And at that moment, I want people to not look twice, not think twice. So for that reason, I'm going to give myself a haircut again, make this much shorter. At 5 o'clock, I've got to be at my sister's house, and then we're going to go and see my little niece graduate from kindergarten. The end of her babyhood, start of school with her big sister. I'm sure she's scared, or she will be on day one. Won't we all? Scary, isn't it? It's different from kindergarten. It will also change the lives of my sister and her husband, who can now just pick them up from one location at the same time. Both have the same clothes, uniform. Everything will be easier. I'm just going to double layer that glue. I'm not going to peel off the underlying glue. I'm just going to paste new glue over the top of that. You know, brushing it back often, like I did with the other piece, kind of half works. Hopefully this is long enough. Some glue. Can you imagine having to do this with a large hairpiece that went all the way back where you couldn't see anything in the mirror? Really, once again, I just don't know how you people do it. You have no visibility back there. And any changes you make would have to be, you know, requiring a full removal every time. I mean, it's already difficult enough not to drip glue into the hairs. Leave that for 15 minutes. I invested in this. Well, I already had it, but I've just put it in the bathroom now for hair. Anything that doesn't fall in the sink. Been a while. It looks better than it did before. It's still sticky uppy part. See, less than 1.5 inches, it's going to stick up like that. And there's that gap now that can't be covered with hair. Let's pull that back a bit. But now it's stretched and it might recoil over time. I just love the way this smells, but it doesn't really do anything for me. I just want to use it all up so I can throw it away. But it smells so good. It's a bit of a straight line there. Done with more bleaching. I'm just going out for a few hours. I'm not really gonna have a shower. I had one this morning. No, I mean I had one last night. I don't shower more than once a day. That's why you died so young. Yeah, those greys are really integrated into my fucking head, haven't they? That's almost semi-acceptable, isn't it? Sort of. If it went around to there, it would have maybe been, if the perimeter was completely sealed. Let's change these clothes. It is really unfortunate that these are leather, but they are good boots from Timberland. I don't know what they're called, but that's what they look like. They were very shiny and new not too long ago, but I've walked through some wet grass and stuff, puddles. This is a cheap t-shirt from Kmart, size 3XL, same as this. Yeah, life will be better for me if I lose weight, not just because I'll feel better and I'll be able to sit down without feeling like I can't breathe, but also because people will treat me better. It's not just good-looking girls, which is what we want, right? Oh, guys, whatever. Fitness, not sweating all the time, being able to walk distances, but also people treat you better by the better you look. And it's not a fair world like that, but it's true. Which is the entire reason for vanity. Also, you don't want to look in the mirror and hate yourself. This is surprisingly tight and body hugging. That one didn't. This one is body hugging. 3XL, fuck. Can't believe this is my actual size. Those fucking dark circles under my eyes. Can I get rid of that? Or is it, no, my. Don't know. If that perimeter wasn't so bad, I could probably get away with this. And keep the sides this short as well. This is a good haircut. Just tiny bit of hair there, that's probably all I would need. Just that bit along the perimeter. Just go up, that's it. I think. But these hairs are always going to want to go up because they're so short. And it's not going to stay like this. I mean, it could though, because I could use hair product and so on to make it sort of stay. Let me try it. That wasn't a very effective hair product, the one I put on. This doesn't really do anything. This is argan oil, but it should at least keep the hair from drying out. For a few hours. I'll still wear a shirt over this. Just I don't actually recognize myself. Who are you? Well, probably still wear a hat, almost certainly. I was thinking I should buy a 3XL shirt, and even if it doesn't fit at first, I could chuck it in a washing machine and dry a few times and it'll end up shrunken like this one is. Because this one only comes up to there on my wrist now. And it used to come to there. Probably don't want my Anko tag showing. Got it all out, see? I may have a small hole there now, but no one's going to see it. And also, it didn't leave, like if I'd used scissors, it would have left a white line there. And sometimes it's just sort of folded up sideways around my fat ass. But the good thing about this 3XL is it comes down lower, right? It's a longer t-shirt. So that's another good reason to get 3XL if you're a fucking monster. The other thing is your hairline, even though like I showed you, looks like a wall of hair there, right? And that's a different altitude. Whoa, that really shook up the phone. Still recording? The screen froze. I'm worried about the internals of my phone now because I just might have broken it a little bit. The blue tack's lost its integrity over time. It's only really my family and strangers who I'm seeing today, so I could go like this. But there will be photos. As long as my head is up. wish there was something to be done about that. I can't believe we have no technology to fix eyes. I mean, just the bags under your eyes. Plastic surgery is always so fucking bad at getting things done. And makeup never looks real. I know I've got a dirty neck, I can't be bothered cleaning it up. No, I'm not gonna. No, last time I fucked it up, I don't want to do it today. I really do like this hairstyle. It's very basic men's cut. The problem is up here. Sunlight will spell it out most for me. This is all very receded. If I continued this, even though it's spiky or whatever, if I could get the Primero nice with that other one, I really could keep all this short. So just to be clear about the front hair fringe length, it's basically eyebrow length, but maybe I could cut that as well, but then you wouldn't get the brush across look. But yeah, in terms of yeah, I don't know. I'm embarrassed now because other people are seeing me film myself at the car wash. I've just been feeling pretty suicidal. Not because of the hair. It may be possible to fix the hair. Not insurmountable. Yeah, check this out. I'll just show you profile. If I can hold still long enough, you can actually see. So this bit at the front here is balding off, the glue sticking, and at the back there's hair, so that's not sticking. I'm sorry, I'm so fucking sleep deprived. My brain doesn't work and I'm really suicidal and just, I don't know. None of you could possibly relate to 40 years of extreme suffering. So, yeah, 40 years. So, you understand that time makes things worse, right? Understand that? No, these words, these words. Okay, so this area here would have to be shaved. Here's the debate. Here's the debate. I've got 7 months or more of hair pieces that are shaped like this. If I shave all that, none of them will work anymore at all. This hairpiece is being cut out the front of a new hairpiece, and the rest was discarded. That's unusual for me. I usually get 3, not 1, 3. Out of a hairpiece. So a hairpiece can be 200 to 250 bucks, or 180 to 250, whatever. Okay. Which means they were 60 for me. 60 to $70 each for the hairpieces, right? Now they'll be 200 at least, right? And then straight away I'd be losing hundreds of dollars, probably $1,000 worth of hairpieces. Okay, let's say 7 times 70 is 490. Just say at least 500 bucks worth of hairpieces. Okay. Now, even if I did cut this, I mean, when I put this length up against a hairpiece, it's that plus that, right? That's the full hairpiece. But if I made this shorter, right, and made them equal, this hairpiece would be okay, good, like perfect. And this one would have the crown right here, splotched right here with the hairs going in all directions, right there. But I would get 2 out of it, which means sacrificing just about an inch of that. So my other hairpiece would finish there. I'm so sick of being alone. So the problem with my current hairpieces, the leaf shape, is that the haircuts don't ever get cut that way. They get cut to the back there, and then from there you can go longer, which is doable with what I've got here. Now this is clearly a very bad haircut. And with the length I've got here, which is basically 1 to 2 millimeters in length, it seems, to suddenly go to that length in hair, from there to there, it just obviously look like a pineapple. So it would be possible to cut this a lot shorter, resulting in a shorter fringe as well. And as you know, when you've got short hair at the front, it generally conceals the hairline a lot because it just fluffs into position. And it doesn't look too bad. You just look very youthful, and you've got to look wide awake and fit, because if you look fat and haggard, you've got no hair to sort of hide your face at all. You've got to look fit. Having lots of hair and a beard and lots of stuff allows you to sort of fucking just, obviously I don't want to be disturbed. Leave me alone in my little cubby house of hair. But when it's short, you pretty much got to face the world, don't you? I don't want to face the world. I want to die. I never want to wake up again. Just pain constantly. So I could cut this shorter, down to 1.5 inches maybe. I just woke up, had a double sleep. First I slept about 8 hours, then I slept about 6 more hours after crying, telling my mum that life was over. I'm just turning the TV down. There are certain hairstyles that when not brushed, they look like a pineapple. This may be one of them. It may not be that the hairpiece is entirely to blame. See this chunk? There's a huge discrepancy between length and length. The density here seems about the same as this density here, medium, right? It's not a problem with density, I don't think. Now, I haven't glued it down, it's just basically just stuck on, like temporarily, okay? Now, trying to get this to conform to the shape of the head means really trying to hold it with your fingers and so on, right? To try to get an idea of what its potential would be. Now looking at that, that's not bad. But I can't see now what's going on up there. I'll try putting them underneath my face, see if I can catch a glimpse that way. Okay. Just trying to understand this top of my head area. I am fully aware that there's a massive density issue back here. It's not a bald spot yet, really, but it is too short, probably. Really got to bring you lower. Okay. See, right now, even this looks better than wearing the hairpiece. Not this, but just if that was to grow back. I'm better looking like this, even though I don't like it at all, than this hairpiece as it just sits on my head. To shave or not to shave, that is the question. If I just go back to wearing my leaf shape, which I've got 7 months worth, instead of throwing them in the garbage, and brush it back, it'll look just as good as this does. If I were to glue this to my head and then cut it short around the edges, and really cut it really short, I could potentially make it match. Now my intention was to come in here and cut this really short, but I just got a text message just now, 2121, that my friend who I haven't seen in years, she was Mrs. Lovett when I was Sweeney Todd in a play once. She's going to be here, or she is here. I didn't know she was coming. She's a successful lawyer, and I'm a loser musician. I think she just might have texted me, but the problem is you are on the phone that tells me when I've received a message from Facebook Messenger. So I've got to stop recording and have a look and potentially do something urgent quickly with this hairpiece. Unfortunately, I haven't had any sort of anything to eat or gone to the toilet or had a shower or anything like that. So hopefully she's not in a mad rush, but she would be because it's 2121. And she probably has a case tomorrow or something, I don't know. I had some kind of allergic reaction yesterday on my face. My ears are all blocked up and everything else. I think it was either from using this tea gel after 5 days of not showering at all, and somehow this bugs and everything were aggravated, jumped all over my face. But the other thing it could have been was reaching into this bag of hair pieces, pulling out an old one like this, and putting it straight onto my head. God knows what kind of bacteria lives in there. And so with that fear, even though this hairpiece seems okay probably, it does seem dark though. I'm not going to do that again. I just don't want to risk that rash And also if there is bacteria living in there. I don't know if there is. Like, why would they feed on that glue? Is it organic enough that they want to feed on? It's acrylic. I don't know. It doesn't seem like food to me, but other creatures might like to eat it. There are other little ones like that in this bag. I'll start just getting rid of them, I think. Right. Cleaning them, peeling it off. Can't be bothered anyway. So just months worth. Gee, that's a huge colour difference, isn't it? Wow, that's a big colour difference between that colour this one seems recent. Look at the colour difference between that and that. That's just hugely different. So this one, I'm kind of willing to risk putting that one back on because I just want to have something I can stick on my head and just start leaving the house because I've been house ridden, not leaving. There are hairs stuck to it and so on. I'll just get rid of some of the basic stuff there. That's going in the bin. This, I've tested it. See, I'm still gonna reuse it, okay? But I'm not gonna clean it before I put it away, even though it could be months and then I could have that same problem again. Because this is a big chunk of hair I don't want to waste, I suppose. I'm gonna fold that up and just put it in the cut box. And the other one that's actually clean. Because I've decided, for now, I am going to go back to wearing these leaf-shaped ones. I'll tell you why, because I was not seeing any advantage with that larger piece, except if I potentially shaved all this first, and then it might have not been enough because that shape didn't seem quite right. It might need to be more around like that, and all those experiments seemed like too much hair sacrifice for the amount of money that I've got. Right, there's a bit of a problem coming up here though. I've got no coverage here, right? It's got to be pretty much perfect. And look at the shape of this thing. Giant chunk missing out of there, right? Wow, that seems like a really fake hair color. A couple of grays coming out of it too. What the hell? There's grays coming out of here. Ah, it's just sitting on top for some. Oh, that's because it was mixed in there with all those blonde pieces and stuff. All right, I'm just gonna sit this on here. Probably should have wet it. I need to get another water sprayer. This is not going to be a good hold. I know that. But I'll be wearing a hat over it anyway. I'm just doing this because I haven't been to the gym or anywhere down the street or anything for over a week. And I need to be able to leave the house. It's really long. This is backwards. That's got to be the fringe, doesn't it? Alright, I should have known. Well, it looks like that hasn't been bleached. Don't know what's going on with that. Oh my eyes are so fucking blurry. Oh man, that looks so fake. Terrible hairpiece. I can afford to cut that a lot shorter too, but not right now. I just wanted something on my head. I woke up dreaming about my ex-girlfriend. There was a girl who told me when I was away at the Parks Observatory doing, I was doing some work experience. I was away for a week and I missed her. My heart was throbbing and panging with love and pain. I saw all these different things and I collected little bits and pieces from nature and things and wrote her this really long letter. I wrote her about 25 pages of just love, love, I love you, how the dream of the heart and the sun and the moon and all that other shit. And I get back and I'm so like, oh my God. I didn't have her number. Her mum wouldn't let us communicate. We didn't have mobile phones in those days anyway, etc. But I couldn't really call her on the phone and all the other things either. I just had to just deal with it, the pain. And this was an opportunity for me to be here at this massive satellite dish, radar dish, it was radio telescope in Parks, New South Wales. And there were snakes around the place and all these nerdy physicists who lived on the property and everything else while I was studying, you know, what was going on with space. It was mostly boring, but the most important thing was I really, really missed my girlfriend. I get back and the first person I see at school that morning, and I'm waiting to see her, is another girl who says she's been flirting with so-and-so at the back of the bus while you've been away. And my heart just sank. And I gave her all these things, and I brought this big show bag of all these things, including this big letter and this big thing I had laminated for her and all these other things, bowls, leaves, twigs with little flowers and things I made for her. And she said, "You're embarrassing me." I'm like, "What? Don't you feel this love?" Right? And it was the beginning of the crushing, and I realized we had to break up. And then when I broke up with her, just to prevent any kind of like awful feeling of, you know, dwindling down, because she was, you know, less and less wanting to be the passionate girlfriend. She was really brokenhearted from me breaking up. I was thinking, I'm letting you off the hook now. You obviously don't feel the same way or something. Yeah, I was totally in love. And I've told other girlfriends since, which I should have shut the fuck up about, that I was never able to feel that same feeling again. Which is why I never wanted to have a relationship, because I was sort of always waiting for her to come back to me and stuff. One day she did, 14 years later. It was this rainy night, I got a call, text message or something. I said, "Look in the letterbox." I said, "I saw a peach in there." I go out into the pouring rain. I've been looking around for this girl. Every person with long brown hair I've seen from the back, I thought, that's her. No, on public transport, everywhere. As I travelled the world, could it be her? But this time it actually was, and she surprised me. She was now married with 2 kids. Left a peach in my letterbox. I went out and checked it. I was like, "Who's that in the rain there?" And she came out in the pouring rain and hugged me. We got into her car. And she said, I said, "You're taller than I remember." I think Facebook had just been invented. And that's why this was a possibility of happening. And she started feeling sad or something. And I said, "It's okay." I put my hand around her and she said, "Don't fucking touch me! I'm married." Okay, shit. Anyway, that's life. That's what I woke up to. And the second thought I had was, get some fucking hair on your head. You lazy piece of shit. And I thought the least I can do is just use one of these recycled pieces, one that preferably wasn't covered in heaps of bacteria that are going to cause such an infection that's happened yesterday. Okay, so with this hairstyle, it's not going to work. Not that it matters, because I'm not going to show it to anyone, and I'm going to take this off as soon as possible. What I will do instead, though, is just cut it short later on, when I can be bothered. But I just woke up, probably just going to have a coffee now. I just stumbled across a TV series, or sorry, movie called The Beach Bum, starring Matthew McConaughey and featuring Snoop Dogg. And he's just chuffing the whole time and getting smashed. He doesn't care, he's just riding the waves of life and nothing really phases him. It's quite an amazing journey. I feel envious of that. I've had the opportunities and I've lived that lifestyle, but I never appreciated it because I was always feeling, you know, heartbroken, like I do now, as always. I'm gonna see what happens if I cut this short, because obviously that's not a haircut, is it? It's just a hairpiece stuck to the front of a bald man. So if we could just cut this, make it look real. Well, I can't make it look real because it's not gonna phase, right? It's just gonna start from there, but that's not even glued on properly or anything, but now I've had a real hard time trying to deal with these terrible salespeople in China. So what you do is you buy stuff on Alibaba.com and you sell it on Amazon.com. It's called drop shipping. That's what I do. I've just started kind of doing it. Amazon just eats all your money as well. Greedy fucks. The problem is as well though, the Chinese salespeople, they don't know what they're doing, what they're selling. They make false claims. They break the law with their sales stuff. How do I do this again? Oh yeah, start at the back. All right, the back. Okay. Yeah, a lot of charlatans on Alibaba. It takes a lot of screening, and it takes so fucking long to get a sample sent to you. It takes about 40 days and 40 nights to get a fucking sample. At the end of the day, it's better off, you're better off just fucking taking a bit of a gamble and spending $1,000 and just going fucking just send it all to Dallas. Dallas is like the main distributory fulfillment center for Amazon America. No point selling it on Amazon Australia at this point in history because it's just not very big. I think Amazon America has like 100 million Prime members. They've done extremely well. And then when it comes to the sellers, they just rip us off. I can swear to God, it's so fucking greedy. It's awful when you get to an age where there's absolutely nobody to turn to help you with anything. I guess after school finishes, your parents aren't really going to help you with your job, are they? But you want them there, don't you? You want them to help you. You want to be able to confide in somebody. I guess that's why people get a spouse at the end of the day. It's not just the sex. Got companionship, somebody to watch TV with. But I just don't know what that way of life means in terms of getting up in the daytime and going to work and stuff like that. It seems like Leave It to Beaver or something, where everyone just has the same day over and over again. But again, I have the same day over and over again, but I never go out of the house. So surely marriage is going to be better than that. though. That's what I mean. I don't think people do leave the house when they're married. They travel the first couple of years. These days they'll just post a bunch of pictures of their honeymoon and travels on Facebook. And after that it's all just baby photos and paying tuition and looking after the kids. But I'm 45. Really pushing it now. I really don't know what my friends have been doing with their lives. I don't mean my friends, I mean the people who used to be like friends. Because in a lot of ways I'm like the beach bum. Just meeting new people and everyone's kind of disposable. I don't want it to be that way. But I was depressed and people dumped me. That's the way it goes. So while this all grows back to a transitionary length, I will be wearing a hat. But I'm just sick of walking around the house with this bald fucking zone at the front. Could probably afford to go shorter, but then I'll have no way to style it. Shit, sorry. Better than nothing for now. Thanks for listening. Well, it looks like my dandruff has not disappeared. It's all over the place. I'm gonna get some more of this and have a shower. But first I just want to experiment with this hairpiece, see if I can cut it really short. But I can't really do that while it's not stuck properly. The glue's all, well, there's no stick anymore at all. I could try to just spray some alcohol on it. It sticks a bit more now. I'll throw this hairpiece out anyway. It's going to be pretty hard to cut while it's not stuck down. Just want to see if I can get it really short, you know. So I might as well just try to use this, but with a long. Sixteen to, what does it say? 18 millimeters. It's a long one here. 22 to 24. I just really don't know how long this is and I don't want to cut it. I want it to grow. So that's 24 now. No, I'll go shorter. 18. Now, I've always said 1.5 inches, which is about 4 centimeters, is the shortest hair you should probably have with a hairpiece because it just sticks up like carpet. I'm starting to see that now. You can even see the line of dirt very clearly. Things that were once covered are now quite visible. So 1 inch is 2.54 centimeters. 25 millimeters. So if I cleaned up that front glue area and everything and made it look nice, I get rid of that line potentially. It's a terrible hairstyle. Let's see if I can put some product in there. Anything, just this. This is fudge. Fudge smells good. Should have put my hand first. Seeing if it's possible at all to have a really ultra short sub-inch hairstyle. I don't know what that gap looks like up there. I can imagine there is one. Kind of looks worse than being bald, really. Maybe it's just this hairstyle, or maybe it's just my face, I don't know. But yeah, I wouldn't wear that. Worth a shot. Looks like a creature, more so than a regular hairpiece, but it's a spiky looking thing. Anyway, I'm gonna have a shower and try to T-gel some of this dandruff out of my scalp. Throw this t-shirt away. Check this out. I've been so paranoid about how my belly's sticking through my t-shirts that I decided I needed something with a bit floppier. This is 3XL, or in American sizings, small. Let's see what this is like. Oh wow, got some space now, finally. My belly's still sticking out, but there's some flop to it, you know what I mean? That's not good. The 3XL is my size. I think they're assuming you're gonna have some big fat underneath your armpits as well. Maybe it's a bit too big, but it's still human size. I also got some polo t-shirts. From Kmart. Also, I've been playing, apart from Risk, which I'm addicted to, a game that's just a story, so it doesn't mean that I have to fight these assholes from overseas. It's called A Plague Tale Requiem. It's the sequel to A Plague's Tale Innocence. It's really good. You should play it. It's included in Xbox Game Pass. I've got Xbox Game Pass for PC, but I've also got an Xbox controller. So with a USB that sticks in my computer, so my Xbox controller works. Because it's Microsoft anyway, right? Xbox is Microsoft, Windows is Microsoft, so they work well together. And heaps of games are compatible with it. I'm massively sleep deprived. Like every day I try to go to sleep, but I can't go to sleep before I've been awake for 2 days. So I've got these sleeping tablets. They're actually antidepressants, but they have the side effect that it makes you to sleep. I don't take antidepressants, but because I've got heartbreak and it's not cured by any of the fucking drugs, I promise you. Unless you want to be like, everything's fine, right? There's no point. This stuff I just take once in a while, maybe 3 times a month or something. But I was in a play recently, which has been cancelled, and every day that I had to get up for rehearsal, I took one of these the night before. Yeah, have a look at it. Also called NDEP. This is the 3XL. I look even bigger in this, but at least I'm not pressing out to the boundaries of the t-shirt for a change. I just finished a Plague Tale Requiem. Very good game. Then I played Risk. Very frustrating, full of cheats. Totally. And yesterday, I didn't know where I was, and then I remembered, and then I realized I'm in hell. And I just think I have to kill myself. I look in the mirror and I think that even more. Not just because I'm bald, because I'm fat and bald, and well, they're the main things. And the other thing is I don't recognize myself at all when I look in the mirror. And my feelings, most importantly, of heartbreak every fucking day because my father won't lift a finger, and now my mum is no longer there to comfort me because I kicked her out of the house in a rage the other day, about 2-3 weeks ago. And I haven't seen her since, and she stopped calling. She's never done that before. Just cleaning some glue off this. So, I feel like nothing. And my acting career, after all these, I just saw myself on a TV commercial. So fucking ugly. Fat, ugly, awful. I feel like shit. This has taken about 2 weeks to get this long. It's not filling the space, really, is it? So if I grew all this and tried to use this as a cover, it would be like fairy floss. I've decided not to go with a full topper at this point. Just gonna stay with the front partial, even though it means I'm gonna have to combine it with a hat until the rest of the hair grows back. Some of you guys have commented that when you wear a full topper, you still have to grow the hair around the outside to make it match up. So not only is it way more effort to try to shave the back section of the scalp, which goes beyond the visuals of a mirror, to feel back here somehow and shave the back of your own hair. I don't know how you're doing it. If I was bald back there completely, then there'd be a place for me to stick it. But if there isn't, then I've got to shave it. I mean, this is where it is at the moment. And you're going, yeah, that's gonna all disappear. If you're caring more about myself than yourself, which shouldn't be happening, really. Hopefully there are some things in these videos you can relate to personally, because I don't really just want you to come and watch me, because fuck, how boring is that shit? Go and do something with your life if that's what you're doing. I'm not interesting. I'm not successful. this morning. I finally started running out of them. So I've got a brand new front partial beside me. It does have a bit of Auschwitz tag there on the edge, which means it's one of the back pieces, but they've sewn out from the crown, so each direction almost has got a pretty good area for just one direction of stitching. I was going to say sewing, knitting. Can't be a combination of those words. Sort of is. And it took me over a year to figure out the word paste, to apply paint or glue. Although applying paint, it doesn't really work for paint, does it? Painting, slather. I didn't even think of slather. Could have said slather. But paste only applies to paste. Because you don't paste. I don't really want to waste toothpaste, but this is something that should be demonstrated once and for all. This is not pasting, is it? I didn't just paste my toothbrush with my toothpaste. Like I can paint a house with paint. No. Pasting seems to apply almost exclusively to glue. Can't be right. Look it up in the dictionary for me, will you, Errol? Throw it at the pig, feed her at the pigs, Errol. Well, looks like I'm missing a bit of a chunk there. It looks like I didn't cut this out nicely. That's going to be up there. Right. Still sticky. With sweat. I usually sweat for about half an hour or an hour after I get out of the shower. Maybe I could turn that into a song. I didn't realize it rhymed so well. Even in an American accent, shower, hour. Never heard those lyrics before. Write it down for me, Errol. I think that's from Snatch. I only know that because of Snatch Wars, the YouTube sensation. Seems unnecessary, doesn't it? But there are little hairs there. See? It's summer now. It's about the 5th or 6th or 7th of December 2022. We're going into 2023. All these years of the 20s have just been blurred by... Fuck, I should have wet that. COVID. Lockdowns. And me never leaving the house, but other people didn't either as much. So that made me feel a bit better. So COVID was a bit of a godsend for me, so I didn't feel completely alone in my isolation. I should just brush it back, but I can't place it anywhere to brush it back. It's got to be on my head before I can brush it back. I didn't cut off the excess at the front there. I'm going to have to cut it off. And I should also slide it down forward a little bit. Maybe a bit more to account for the bit I'm about to chop off. How's that going up there? Big gap. So I haven't worn a hairpiece now for a few days, maybe a week. I've lost track of time. And I was hoping to notice whether or not I was sweating less without this big piece of plastic on the front of my forehead. But I've been in an air-conditioned house all this time. Even so, I have been sweating from time to time. Just feeling for folds. Just checking a little bit to see if the front bleaching's been alright. Just so much exposed base. I should have chopped it off before I started. Though I guess I'm in the mindset that anything is better than nothing. And I have to wear a hat anyway. That's one thing I couldn't really do if I was wearing lace, isn't it? You couldn't spray water all over the place. I suppose I could though, because the, not alkaline, the, fuck, what type of glue is this? In the other room, I don't know what it's called. Seriously, I can't remember. Starts with an A though, doesn't it? Acrylic. This acrylic glue would create a kind of a seal that would stop the water getting through, but it might not withstand the separation that could occur between the hairs, or the hairpiece netting. Or, yeah, the hairpiece netting if it was lace from the glue. But it probably wouldn't make it down through the glue layer into the skin. Why isn't that sticking at all? I think it's because I'm sweating so much. I can feel myself sweating as well as being wet from the tip. I kind of want to just leave it like that. It wouldn't look right though, would it? this polisher really does not look good. Try shaving. Gotta get out of the fucking house. I was just about to play another game of Risk and realised that it would just been a whole other day. I've been so lethargic, not only just lethargic, but losing my fucking mind. Without my mum to give me comfort, at least on the phone or something, I'm fucked. I always knew the day would come though. All my nightmares have come true. Life's been fucking terrible. And it's not like there's a silver lining, as in, what would be a silver lining would be that other people are suffering as well. Like people say they are. But I've never seen anyone suffer like I do on a daily basis. Not able to sleep for 3 days at a time. Always tired, jet lagged, permanent jet lag for the last 30 years, at least 40 years probably. Spent years going to therapists for sleep and psychological shit. Yeah, now I look like a fucking millennial, whatever the new ones are called. Like Miley Cyrus is brand new to me. Like she came even after Britney Spears. Britney Spears is new to me. There are people, younger generations who haven't even heard of people like Madonna. Some of them might not have even heard of Britney Spears, I don't know. The thing is, it's probably wrong for me to categorize everyone into fucking just follow whatever the news says or whatever pop culture thinks. Bottom of the Tragus. Alright, I'm gonna cut my hair now. Just wanted to show you what it looks like from the top. And my future self, because I never hold still long enough. I'm sure that all needs to be cleaned up as well. But I remember I shaved too high, so I kind of want that to, I don't know. Fuck, I don't know. I don't know what to do about neck hair. I don't know where it's, because it doesn't stop, it goes all the way down my back to my ass. Fucking long. It's everywhere. I don't like it. Like I want to get, I want to get permanent hair removal if I live long enough. The thing is, life's so short, you might as well not bother. But it would be nice for the rest of my life not to worry about nose hair or ear hair or back or ass hair. What am I going for here? I don't know. I'll just cut it like I used to when I had hair. That way when it grows back, it'll still work a bit. It's fallen down there. Seriously, pain on a daily basis. Fucking want it to end. And all the hope I felt, I can see, starting to see very clearly, none of that hope will ever be fulfilled. Unrequited hope. I believed in hope, but hope did not believe in me. It's just sliding back off. It's all wet. It's all wet. Maybe I won't bother cutting off that plastic right now. I'm fucking exhausted. Most people would collapse with fatigue if they felt the way I do right now. And even so, I'm planning to, I was going to walk, but maybe I'll get in the car, go to a shop, buy some food or supplies or some more of that tea gel that's running out because my dandruff hasn't really disappeared. Wait for my hair to grow back. In the meantime, I'll wear a hat when I go out in public. Probably should cut it shorter, but with a hat. One good thing about that ad though is they're gonna give me some fucking money. Probably $1,500. Don't know how much that is after tax or whatever. Maybe agent fees or whatever. I don't know, but it's gonna be over 1,000, which is fucking awesome. Yeah, I'm gonna be sweating on the treadmill like this for... My other hat was better, but I lost it. Is it real leather? A cow had to die for that fucking sticker that I don't even care about. I wish it wasn't even there. To not notice such things as barbaric. Just the whole way we enslave and torture innocent creatures. I mean, I'm a big fan of violence when somebody deserves it. But if you're born into slavery and you're imprisoned, and it's just shocking. They didn't deserve it. They didn't do anything wrong. And if I really am going to kill myself, I should be committing violence against the people who are hurting the animals. A vigilante that kills. I know Batman wouldn't approve, but what does he do? Break people's bones? I don't know what he does. He fucking hurts people a lot. And often. People who deserve it, probably. After all, he is the knight. I gotta go. So I've just come from the gym. Let me just turn this off, otherwise you might not hear anything. Just an hour and a half on the treadmill playing Risk. Some real assholes in that game. It really stresses me out. But I can't stop, and it's like, gives me a purpose, you know. My Amazon sales, 0 sales last 4 days. The problem was when I was getting sales, it was just $10 a day I was spending on advertising. That's what Amazon does. And my profit margin's like $1 less. I was spending more than I was making. So I put in about $6,500, and I made about $150. So what's that equal? There's still stock in Amazon, and if I can continue to sell, I've seen that I'm on page 2 of one product in page 1 with another product with particularly obvious search terms, keywords. So let the products speak for themselves. The problem is people don't look at the products themselves so much as they look at the number of ratings, number of reviews that something's had. Because Amazon pushes those guys up, and you know, people just want to keep clicking on the ones that have had over 1,000 reviews, which means over 10,000 sales. Because 1 in every 100 people make a review. Yeah, I had my hat on. Obviously, I'm not gonna walk around like this. I had this on. I just feel so fucking exhausted. My little niece's graduation from kindergarten tomorrow. I don't see anybody, so I feel like I'm missing out. I'm going to go to that. At least I've left the house today. I'm going to go to the shopping centre and walk around in public. I hate it. I hate people looking at me. I never know what they're thinking. I just try to... I used to smile and wave and say hello to strangers all the time, and they looked at me strangely then, or they were nice enough to say hello back. But my face wasn't as haggard and bad, you know. If I wasn't a singer, I'd get my vocal cords deepened so I didn't have this high-pitched fucking voice all the time. So I have more authority and therefore people have even more respect. I don't know how good that technology is with loosening vocal cords. I've got to turn the air conditioning back on. Summer's here. I know it's not a good hiccup. I was thinking, see all this? See all that? That's the same length as all of that, isn't it? Mostly, yeah. That's why that's all grey. Or it's just the angle or something. At any rate, I've got to... Fuck, those bags are deep. I've got to... bags aren't supposed to be deep. It's just that it's carved from all the pain and anguish and sleep deprivation I've had over the years. It's just fucking done me in. Like I said, I didn't know where I was. I woke up and, oh my god, and then I realized, oh no, I have to live, this is reality, right? It is, like, you don't see me at my worst, I promise you. Just despair all the time. So I'm thinking maybe I just have to go back to the old style haircut where this is long and I just have to dye it. I don't mind if there's a bit of salt and pepper in there so it can grow out, but I don't know. See, even if I dye it, I'd prefer it short like that. What's the difference? I think I just need this to conform to the head more. Like, I could brush it back and stuff like that. I mean, obviously that last hairpiece when I had the fall topper on, and shit, that was just so uncomfortable. I was brushing on the back of my pillow. I felt like there was a fucking rain cap on my head or a swimming cap. What a fucking dickhead. Sorry. I just feel like it's time to finish everything. When I put, that's my Vegemite on toast, right? When I butter with margarine or olive spread, the verb is to butter, right? But I'm thinking, it's not butter. How did butter become a verb? And now I can say to spread, to smear, to paste. I don't know. Isn't it funny how English words develop? They really couldn't think of anything in English, could they? That's not butter, but it started with butter. So butter is a noun, and they couldn't think of anything else other than to butter the bread. It's like, watering horses rather than feeding. Quenching the horses. Can you say to quench a horse? No, you can only quench a thirst. Just like you can only butter the bread. I've been thinking about it, and I looked a little bit in the mirror side on, and I noticed this area here is not just shorter, it is grey. And given that it is grey, and knowing how wiry this all gets here on the side, I really do want to, I didn't shave this properly, although my eyes are blurry, I can't see the screen properly. That's my two options here for smoking. I do want to keep it short, which means I've still got to figure out what hairpiece size to wear to continue the back. I mean, I could start trying to shave that area and going back to that hairpiece that I had before. And it seems like I won't be in a hurry to shave my head again soon, given how much trouble this is to try to deal with trying to fit this current hairpiece size on. I don't like the idea of what you other guys are doing with the full topper, having to grow your hair around the edges to make it blend. I don't want to have to deal with that. I want to solve this problem. The problem is I want to be able to just shave my hair one length, shave out a shave zone, and that's it. I don't want to stuff around with, you know, trying to grow all this back so it matches. I realize there's a balding spot developing on the back of my head, but it's not extreme yet. So potentially I could just start from the top here where it's not really that bald and shave that out. Sorry, shave that out. And make a hairpiece that fits from there to there and create some sort of decent hair style. I am concerned though that area around there, if it was to start from back there, the hair really has to be brushed to a forward direction from that point, or side or something. Just be really short back there. You saw what it looked like when it had that like porcupine really short, and it didn't work. So it can't be less than like 1.5 inches, honestly. Otherwise it will just be sticking up. So it can't blend nicely. It's just going to abruptly begin, which is not the perfect hairstyle. But what I'm wearing now is certainly not the perfect hairstyle. But if I did that and just brushed it over to one side or something, and it went all the way back to there, it could work. But it probably wouldn't, because I have to cut it really short back there. But does that porcupine problem persist if it's back there and people can't see it, you know, coming straight out here at the front where it's worse? And would that perimeter be easier to spot when there's no chance of having the hair going over the edges? It'd have to be exact every time, and I can't get it exact. It would never look exact. For that reason, I decided to stick with this whole idea and grow this back up nice and long. Then there's the idea of growing the hair up just long enough so that it's like, you know, 1 inch long up around this area of my head. And would this still be allowed to be this short, which I love the sides being short. It just takes away all the suffering of having those stringy bits. And I mean to worry about that whole beard transition. But beard transition isn't a problem if I shave that and let it, you know, get longer from there to the hair length. Or if it was long enough, like quite long, I could brush it back, but then my hair sort of has to be like a girl's hair. Yeah, I walked on the treadmill for an hour and a half yesterday, but it didn't get rid of all this. And this shirt, this 3XL shirt has not done me any favors either. Oh my God, look at that. I can feel that all the time now. Look at that, it's just sitting there all the time. That's a fat man's neck. Fuck. It's like my head could easily just be unscrewed and taken off at this point. And I wouldn't have a problem with that because it's fucking ugly. Replace it with something good. There's got to be a way to make this better. Look at that exposed base. I think these little insects that live in my house feed on creatures or blood or something, and I'm the only animal they can ever find, so I often have little bite marks all over me. According to the Bhagavad Gita, the Hindu scriptures, it's okay to kill creatures that bite you. And I must say, if it comes to a larger animal and an insect, I'm pretty racist. I wasn't for a while, because I thought, it's not their fault for being small. I mean, I can't win against nature. Like, I can't enforce a new world order of vegetarianism in all animals right across the board. That simply cannot happen. Not in this world. Can't even eradicate the meat eaters, because without natural predators, prey will just ravage and destroy all the nature, all the plants. And plants are trying to defend themselves. Some plants can actually chemically communicate to become poisonous and so on when they start getting bitten by insects. I don't know why they don't remain poisonous at all times. Maybe it stops them from developing properly or being able to eat while they're in defense mode. I don't know. But certain trees in Africa, I can't name which ones, actually tell other trees in the area that there are creatures trying to eat them. And they put out some kind of poison in their plant juices to kill their attackers. And there are Venus fly traps which unashamedly eat or just kill, like eat them, don't they? Eat flies and stuff. In fact, I heard the other day that plants actually sleep at night, and there are certain plants or trees that even die under streetlights at night time because they don't get enough sleep. Didn't expect that. Yeah, I really do like having this short. It's even already starting to get a bit long and the wiry greys are starting to get carried away on me. I don't like. I want to keep it short like this, which means I have to figure out a way to make a hairpiece that goes around like that somehow. My other hairpiece almost just goes in a triangle from there, doesn't it? Just to that point there, it just goes like that. Just that much longer, I suppose. Could ultimately be the way to do it. This is one of those back arse end corners of a hairpiece that I've chopped off, not a front section of a hairpiece. Like my sign language. So there is a point up here where it starts sort of going in the wrong directions. Back here, for example, it's not going forward. It's stitched to go backwards there. This corner piece, where I've often got a problem with that corner being in the wrong spot exactly. That problem seems to go away when I have that longer piece, because from that point it goes back and it's much easier to blend it. Right now there's no actual way to make this haircut look good, but I'm going to be wearing a hat anyway. But if I ever do take my hat off to scratch my head or whatever, it's just too abruptly long, obviously. It wouldn't be a problem if it started back here and it all went long with the new style. But I don't really approve of the new style yet, from what I saw. I mean, I never shaved this area off. It was all just sitting, flopping around back there, but it didn't seem quite right. Maybe it has to come more sideways and then up, but it can't just go there and up. It would go around somehow, because at the moment it's going straight to there, leaving all this short. The best haircut possible potentially would be to continue doing that, but just leaving it a bit longer back up here. I could still keep this sideburns short, and then from there just go up a bit, and then from there I could just have maybe an inch length around that area, and then have the hair piece in that spot. So there would at least be coverings, and it wouldn't just be a perimeter that was just stark against really short hair with no chance of coverage. The coverage wouldn't come from the hair having to spread out in those directions, like a full top, for example, which you don't even expect there to be a crown that goes down in all those, in every direction. But rather my natural hair would be the shielding to keep the illusion. As it stands right now, this haircut isn't going to fool anybody, and it can't, no matter what I do. But like I say, there will be times when I just quickly want to take my hat off for a moment. And at that moment, I want people to not look twice, not think twice. So for that reason, I'm going to give myself a haircut again, make this much shorter. At 5 o'clock I've got to be at my sister's house and then we're going to go and see my little niece graduate from kindergarten. The end of her babyhood, start of school with her big sister. I'm sure she's scared, or she will be on day one. Weren't we all? Scary, isn't it? It's different from kindergarten. It will also change the lives of my sister and her husband, who can now just pick them up from one location at the same time. Both have the same clothes, uniform. Everything will be easier. I'm just going to double layer that glue. I'm not going to peel off the underlying glue. I'm just going to paste new glue over the top of that. You know, brushing it back often, like I did with the other piece, kind of half works. Hopefully this is long enough. Some glue. Too short to get any kind of purchase. I've got to order some more of this stuff. Too dangerous. Oh, there's none back there either. It's a bit scary because there's real hair back there falling into it. Can you imagine having to do this with a large hairpiece that went all the way back where you couldn't see anything in the mirror? Really, once again, I just don't know how you people do it. You have no visibility back there. And any changes you make would have to be, you know, requiring a full removal every time. I mean, it's already difficult enough not to drip glue into the hairs. Leave that for 15 minutes. I invested in this. Well, I already had it, but I've just put it in the bathroom now for hair. Anything that doesn't fall in the sink. Been a while. It looks better than it did before. It's still sticky uppy part. See, less than 1.5 inches, it's going to stick up like that. And there's that gap now that can't be covered with hair. Let's pull that back a bit. But now it's stretched and it might recoil over time. I just love the way this smells, but it doesn't really do anything for me. I just want to use it all up so I can throw it away. But it smells so good. It's a bit of a straight line there. Done with more bleaching. I'm just going out for a few hours. I'm not really gonna have a shower. I had one this morning. No, I mean I had one last night. I don't shower more than once a day. That's why you died so young. Yeah, those greys are really integrated into my fucking head, haven't they? That's almost semi-acceptable, isn't it? Sort of. If it went around to there, it would have maybe been, if the perimeter was completely sealed. Let's change this clothes. It is really unfortunate that these are leather, but they are good boots from Timberland. I don't know what they're called, but that's what they look like. They were very shiny and new not too long ago, but I've walked through some wet grass and stuff, puddles. This is a cheap t-shirt from Kmart, size 3XL, same as this. Yeah, life will be better for me if I lose weight, not just because I'll feel better and I'll be able to sit down without feeling like I can't breathe, but also because people will treat me better. It's not just good-looking girls, which is what we want, right? Oh, guys, whatever. Fitness, not sweating all the time, being able to walk distances, but also people treat you better by the better you look. And it's not a fair world like that, but it's true. Which is the entire reason for vanity. Also, you don't want to look in the mirror and hate yourself. This is surprisingly tight and body hugging. That one didn't. This one is body hugging. 3XL, fuck. Can't believe this is my actual size. Those fucking dark circles under my eyes. Can I get rid of that? Or is it, no, my... Don't know. If that perimeter wasn't so bad, I could probably get away with this. And keep the sides this short as well. This is a good haircut. Just tiny bit of hair there, that's probably all I would need. Just that bit along the perimeter. Just go up, that's it. I think. But these hairs are always going to want to go up because they're so short. And it's not going to stay like this. I mean, it could though, because I could use hair product and so on to make it sort of stay. Let me try it. That wasn't a very effective hair product, the one I put on. This doesn't really do anything. This is argan oil, but it should at least keep the hair from drying out. For a few hours. I'll still wear a shirt over this. Just I don't actually recognize myself. Who are you? Well, probably still wear a hat, almost certainly. I was thinking I should buy a 3XL shirt, and even if it doesn't fit at first, I could chuck it in the washing machine and dry a few times and it'll end up shrunken like this one is. Because this one only comes up to there on my wrist now. And it used to come to there. Probably don't want my Anko tag showing. Got it all out, see? I may have a small hole there now, but no one's going to see it. And also, it didn't leave, like if I'd used scissors, it would have left a white line there. And sometimes it's just sort of folded up sideways around my fat ass. But the good thing about this 3XL is it comes down lower, right? It's a longer t-shirt. So that's another good reason to get 3XL if you're a fucking monster. The other thing is your hairline, even though like I showed you, looks like a wall of hair there, right? And that's a different altitude. that really shook up the phone. Still recording. The screen froze. I'm worried about the internals of my phone now because I just might have broken it a little bit. The blue tack's lost its integrity over time. It's only really my family and strangers who I'm seeing today, so I could go like this. But there will be photos. As long as my head is up. Wish there was something to be done about that. I can't believe we have no technology to fix eyes. I mean, just the bags under your eyes. Plastic surgery is always so fucking bad at getting things done. And makeup never looks real. I know I've got a dirty neck, I can't be bothered cleaning it up. No, I'm not gonna do it. No, last time I fucked it up, I don't want to do it today. I really do like this hairstyle. It's very basic men's cut. The problem is up here. Sunlight will spell it out most for me. This is all very receded. If I continued this, even though it's spiky or whatever, if I could get the Primero nice with that other one, I really could keep all this short. So just to be clear about the front hair fringe length, it's basically eyebrow length, but maybe I could cut that as well, but then you wouldn't get the brush across look. But yeah, in terms of I don't know. I'm embarrassed now because other people are seeing me film myself at the car wash. My cousin pointed out to me yesterday that I don't mean to be rude or alarm you, but the top of your head has a straight across line and you can tell it's a hairpiece. I said, thanks for telling me. I knew I was going to speak to you about that. This is the same cousin who was in one of my previous hair videos. So it's not like, yeah. So I was just playing with the dogs down on the ground and stuff, and you can see the top of my head, and I knew. I had taken a photo of it. I didn't know how stark it would be when the hair was dry, because when it's wet and then it's not wet, wet and dry hair look side by side very different from one another. But that's clearly wrong. And now I've got to go see. You understand what I point there? I'm pointing at the clock and worrying about the time because I've got something to do now, right? Because gesturing is something we're able to understand in Australia. Let's assume it translates. This hairpiece can't be one. I'm about to go and see people I haven't seen in a long time. And we can go out to the theatre to watch the musical. So I can't be wearing this shit. Unless I wear a hat over the top, which I will be anyway probably. In which case I might as well just leave it how it is, because it'll take too long maybe to change over to one like this or like this one. Or I could keep the hairs longer and brush it back. She said you should keep the hairs long there so you can brush them back over here. I said, actually, I'm thinking about completely resizing. Or she said, let it grow back around that area. I said, but yeah, but then what do I do with the sides here? She didn't know. She was just like saying everything I've already said, but with no solutions. Just to brush that hair back does not look right. She didn't really know what she was saying. She's just minimizing the catastrophe that is this stark straight across. Because I was trying to blend this with short, less than 1 inch long hair, which is like a rug, and look at it sideways. So I would have to wear a hat the whole time, though. With this, that doesn't stick down, so shave that, that's not about to happen. I've never done it before. Can you imagine me trying to quickly guess how to shave this out and it's permanent? Well, at least it's like, you know, I've got to wait months before I can ever show that again. Then there's the option of putting this one on, which is another, you know, arse end piece. But at least that hasn't been chopped down to such a short length here. It has an opportunity to be cut. I don't know. I have to wear the hat the whole time, because hairpiece hair can't be stuck down to the head like that. It's gotta stick up like that. Maybe I'll have a coffee first, never think about it. So bad. With that, this is just stuck on well nicely at the moment. I just don't want to, it feels like a waste of glue and everything else. It would really help me if they would answer their phone calls. And like a plan, how long I've got left before we're gonna meet. I probably do have time to do all this and then have a shower and everything. But I'm exhausted. So just to have over the top of this. So my solution today is going to be this. Same clothes every single time. It's my outfit. Yeah, let's leave that there. I like to turn on the main area. Yeah, sorry. Wore my hat most of the night. It was amazing to see these old friends from years ago. We saw Joseph in the amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat. It's pretty much a danceicle. He could summarize the entire plot into one sentence and they padded it. That's what happened. It's not a great musical, but there are some catchy songs with some comedy and so on. Lead singer was really good. Yeah, but seeing my old friends was really, really good and nourishing and made me not feel alone. Those opportunities don't come along very often. Which is why I suppose old people tell young people to really appreciate what they've got with their community of friends.
In the spiritual world, the realm was divided between the fairies and the dinosaurs. Through the mist, Spiral spotted one of those from the other side. "Away, you beasts! You shall not pass the threshold."
We was just walking along and we saw you guys just standing around and we thought, what do we think, Brutus? We thought, hey, there's some sexy ladies over there. Maybe go give them some flowers or something. Or some fairy juice or something. What do you like?
"We do not like your kind. You are not welcome here." "But mother, please, be nice to them, for they do not bear ill tidings."
Yeah, we don't bear no ill, whatever she said.
"Sam, you must know, these creatures are not of our realm. They are impure and large, and trample everything they touch." "But Mummy, it's not their fault that they're so large. Why, if we were large and not light as feathers, we too would be trampling Are not the ants beneath our toes trampled every time we march through the forest? Well, yes, but are not the little beetle bugs that we pick from the trees to munch upon as a midnight snack innocent little creatures too? Yes, but they're merely money. Don't you see? They deserve kindness.
Yeah, like she said, we deserve some kindness over here, yeah.
Foul beasts, you have perverted the mind of my daughter. You shall pay with my full wrath. Mummy, no, please, you must listen to me. Daughter, down with you. You must listen to reason. These beasts trample fairy gardens and have for eons past. But, Mummy, don't you see? If we believe in love and kindness and things, then we will love our brothers over there. Sam, please, you're embarrassing me in front of the dinosaurs.
No, it's nice. We like it. Can we get you a drink, lady?
Of course I'd like a drink for me and my sister. I had to drop an octave because I can't get that high.
I don't know what she's talking about, but she's pretty hot. You want the blonde one or you want the one with the flower on her head? Well, she doesn't talk too much. I think that'd be easier to communicate with her. Yeah, you should stick with the one that doesn't talk much because, you know, you always seem to mess things up when you do start a conversation. You don't really know how to talk to fairies. Hey, I can talk to fairies just fine. The other day, I remember you talking to a fairy, and she was like, yeah, go away, fatso. Yeah, but that was because you were next to me casting a bigger shadow than normal, and she perceived it like it was all me, but really half of it was you.
Yeah, but, you know, you're not the prettiest book cover, you know? People are gonna misinterpret.
What are they talking
about? Hey, ladies, we'll just be one moment. Just one moment, please. You're not so good with the ladies neither.
I don't know.
Hey, listen, ladies, listen. We've come to a decision. What manner of evil dost thou speak now, demons?
Well, we've decided, that's Chuck and I, we decided which one of your daughters we should take home.
What? How dare you come into our realm? You have crossed the line, demon creatures, and soon you will pay.
Mummy, stop!
Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Child, don't you see? These creatures want to use you in their slave minds with the other fairies that they've taken, the dark ones that we have lost over the years, all covered in muck after all years of toil in the dinosaur caves.
The lady, I don't know what you've been told, but we don't live in no caves. Have you seen the size of us lately? Yeah, we don't fit in no caves. Never. I've never been in a cave. Have you been in a cave? No, never been in a cave.
Mummy, don't you see? Not only do they not live in caves, but you've also been mistaken about the slave trade. They do not capture fairies, and they do not put them in slave camps to make them toil under the awful sun.
Yeah, we do that.
Hello. They're just traveling through. What are you guys talking about? I was just trying to convince Mother here that the slave trade in the dinosaur kingdom does not actually exist.
No, we're actually good friends with the dinosaurs, aren't we, guys? Yeah.
Yeah, they're real good friends. Hey, guys, come over here.
Okay.
See, they cross our realm all the time. No, cross over. Yeah, you sure. See, it's all right.
How dare you steal our fairies? You should not be on the other side, little fairies. Come back. You are breaking the first commandment.
But, no buts. Come back. Fine.
They was just expressing their freedom to come and go as they please, lady. Yeah. I don't know what your problem is over there.
You're my problem, beast. And when I have finished with you, you'll wish you were just a mere handburger.
Don't you mean hamburger?
No, a handburger. That's what we call burgers we carry in our hands.
What other kind of burgers are there?
Feet burgers.
Well, I don't want to be either of those things, so, yeah. We'll just be on our way. We'll come back later when you're not here.
I will always be here under the enchanted tree, guarding the border.
You know, lady, I really don't think this border thing is really holding up too much.
Well, we must keep the border here, because otherwise you'll trample all the fairies. But no, we go over there all the time. We're fine. Look, we ride them. See? We ride them around.
Yeah, we're like horses for fairies. That's what we are.
Yeah, Mum. Watch this.
Yay, it's so fun. We love riding in dinosaurs.
Stop this right now. You will come back here and you're grounded.
Mother, I think I see reason above all else. Yes, you are the wisest of my children. Tell me now your thoughts on the matter. Mother, I think it's time we execute Plan 01 Delta. Yes, I think you're right. 01 Delta is the very perfectly good plan we should execute this very moment.
What's 01 Delta?
Yeah, what's that?
What's that?
What's that?
What's that? Yeah, what's that?
It's that you all must die!
Yeah! Turning into a foot burger!
No! Stop!
Hey, I feel like time was just reversed there.
You will not succeed this plan.
Yeah, and we're going to protect the dinosaurs. That's right. We should
Yeah.
protect them all. But don't you see, children? I'm trying to protect you.
But
I'm
we
the
don't-
fairy mother.
But we don't need protecting. We need justice.
The only justice I see is death to all the dinosaurs. Yes, Mummy, that is right. Death to all the dinosaurs.
Angel.
That's what must happen now.
Angel, don't you see that this is not right? They do not do any harm.
Yes, we like to ride the dinosaurs. Yeah, we like to ride them.
Yeah, these guys are really nice. Here, I'll pat them on the head. Sorry about that.
What did you do?
I think I just made a foot burger.
You killed one of my daughters?
Yeah, but I don't think you knew her name, did you?
Of course I knew her name.
What was her name?
It was, well, it started with an S, I think, or maybe a T.
How many daughters you got, lady?
Thousands of daughters, that's what I do.
Yeah, you seem like you're pretty pissed off there.
Yeah, and you don't take care of any of them.
We take real good care. Yeah, look, I take care of them too. Look, I'll pat this one nicely on the head. A soft little fairy head.
They don't mean to do that. They're just big.
We're sorry. We're sorry.
You killed two of my daughters?
You can stay out of this, Mother. Let's go, dinosaurs.
Mummy? Yes, darling. I think people are not ready for war, but one day they shall be. They shall be.
No, they won't.
They will be ready for war when I tell them to be ready for war. No, Mummy, they will be ready for war now, when I think it, not when you think it. For you see, Mummy, I am more powerful than you now. My dear little daughter, I am 10,000 years old. Yes, Mummy, but don't you see? I created the universe.
Ow, 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 ow. Ay, van a ganar sempre il terra qua per essere nato, Rofi. E si bale niente, ma lo contantore che si bale, o se ti li tasa, manaka. Bisintinda la potoro, potoro coporo, e si medatini se le panititi. Ma l'uno si benini fedessi per la canateri, poi sarà per dire, non si precari per parlare, poi si le può tasi, balantente, non vuole che lei si prepo. Per i cose le manettetta, panitata, cose per il slitta. Ma sono di, non sa la battente, tanto si precari, ma ci si lavoro, il vecinetto, vecinetto, e ma si ne, per i ne, si vuole dire, per tornare, di parlare sulle pere, fuori che non sente il bollo. Vuole pesci no. No. Ma ne sempre lodo, posso vedere, voglio andare, ma se te le pantore che dice le bare fello solo come nada, por si te naro, quello sarebbe la contascina per la plata per refrillare mi si da vedere col paresse le per passare ma la che non sono no per essere le por casi le ultra hold pasire ambiente ro passi nada por la che ti bara me sando bu si barara se canta posso sapere pubel no aprisse tinta mi che le paresse para sendene no perché si dovettera forse che push para mi sentare voce naka no sbele betende besende betende no visite lo para cinema dalle para che ba Auschwitz tag i battenti baselette borgo sele bade ma dens vore esi bolontor che por essere la mana socorro pesine apa salah te sokolo barisindi nebo galacton kolo shita ese baladine fuori che so bolo se dire barisindi bakale barabos turo se le barem masinden wala sa de bolos della tatare bolo do mezzo che nada fakate se panta un po' la regire bara boras le pelo procrastinando PCD para so por esse para a massa tem mais lá para isso então me catinte se le parte para il stecco si te che si ripoci a poco si ti Mirror, volente, it's okay. Palo tunti, fa che dire para. Se volano tre si penketana, e se balandi, questo, ok. Pre-glued. I'm not going to bother shaving that. too high. I feel like it's good enough. I'm just gonna leave it like that. Just looking at this now, it feels like this isn't quite right. But I did just film myself doing a self-tape for another TV commercial. This one's worth $9,000. They wanted somebody who was sort of fit. Morons. And, you know, somebody could afford to go on this expensive trip that was part of the ad. So this is what I had. I just, like I showed you, I didn't even cut this. I just brushed it back. And I had to sign this agreement to say I would not change my appearance prior to the shoot dates in January. It's now 12th of December. But I think the wardrobe fittings would be in December. But if I did get accepted, I would start going to the fucking gym, because last time I was a featured extra. Well, it's just an extra, right? That's not featured. This one's featured, okay? The last one was featured extra. That was like $1,500. This one's featured, like I'd be the face of the product. Whatever they want to do with me. Billboards, fucking TV commercials, internet. $9 grand. Smaller company than the last one, but still significant. If I did get it, I'd go to the gym every day. Not to the point of aching and being in pain, but it would give me a reason to care about my appearance a lot more. And I may even go ahead and do something about all of this. Because at the moment, as you know, it's just stuck there. The point was, having a brushed back look makes you look very well presented. You know what I mean? If you've got a good front hairline, there's no match for the brushed back look, and you see it in movies a lot. Obviously, having you know swept forward, nicely brushed hair looks good, but you can't have curly hair and stuff like that. It often doesn't look right. I know there are curly-haired people on ads and movies and so on, but not many, if you think about it. Most of them have straight hair and a tan. Most of them. A disproportionate number of society in TV and films have straight hair. I just did 2 auditions in the last 2 days. But I didn't look like this, I brushed it back. But the thing is, this is not sustainable, right? This is what this is. So I'm going to cut that and give myself a reasonable haircut, because I am going to have to see other people in the next few days, and I cannot work in these conditions. I love this 3XL t-shirt, even if it means that it makes me feel psychologically like, fuck 3XL, you seriously fat fuck, go to the gym. In the meantime, it totally fits me. I used to punish myself by buying clothes that were smaller than what fit me, just so that I would, you know, discipline myself into losing weight, because I didn't like the way it felt. I thought that's what my brain would do. I thought my brain would automatically take control, take me off and fix me with its discipline that I didn't have to deal with. I'd leave that up to my my willpower, who isn't me apparently. In my brain it wasn't. it was somebody else who was going to do it. And I realized that no, my willpower is me. And there's no point tricking myself when I am me and I knew the trick to begin with. So going to the gym is a decision I have to actually make with the frontal lobes, neocortex, and I can't defy the truth of reality, because I am here now. My second self is some fictional storybook character who will not save me. I'm not saying, I was about to say only I can save myself. I'm not going to say only I can save myself. I think other people need to save you if you are in deep trouble, and if they don't, you're fucked. And people who think that saying only you can help yourself are completely wrong, because that is bullshit. You can totally rescue people. I mean, that's just fucking obvious, isn't it? Can you save a puppy from drowning? Yes, you fucking can. Can the puppy save itself from drowning? Probably not. So if you're powerless, if you're weak, you do need rescuing. I mean, that's what hospitals are for, right? Doctors. This is still a pretty long haircut because I'm still intending to brush it back, and I want to be able to do that effectively. Yeah, that's good. I can still brush it back. Hair's starting to get long enough, not long enough, but longish, right? You can still see the spikes coming up from the hair being too short. But in a couple of weeks maybe, it'll be all right. This is my life. Risk. Beautiful tree outside. I'm watching for deliveries. I need to go out in the sun because I haven't moved from this chair for days. Gotta put my hair on. I gotta move my body somewhere and not feel like I'm about to die all the time. And now the end is near, and so I face my final curtain. My friends, da 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 da. I think I hit the D's a bit hard there for a German. Za 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 za. I just played against two Germans. I thought they were totally in cahoots, but towards the end, one of them started attacking the other one. Probably because I was playing possum. They thought they'd just finish me off at the end afterwards. But that was their mistake. They expended their troops, getting revenge on each other. And I was just surprised. I was almost willing to let them win, just from the shock of seeing that they were not allies, but they probably were. They probably were, and they just both had never seen anyone play possum like that. By the way, in Australia, possums, when they look dead, they're dead. They're not pretending. I don't know what nationality possum is so dishonourable that... I mean, it's a good strategy. If you're being hunted to death, playing dead would make you somebody that is not worthy of being chased, but surely you wouldn't continue to play possum after you know, they started feeding on you. I don't know what the deal is with that. I just assume that saying comes from actual possums who pretend to be dead. Now see, this grey is starting to get too bushy now already. The only solution would be to cut that there. But I've got something on tomorrow. So, and you know that this will never grow back properly. It'll just be faint. This will be thick, this will be faint. This will be thin in the future, this will be faint in the future. This will be grey for now. It's all falling to pieces. And also I've got some kind of psoriasis attacking my skull, my scabby head. Just bought a brand new bottle of this stuff. I don't shower often enough lately. Don't have a reason to get up out of bed. I'm trying to sell shit on Amazon from my house. And that means that I don't have to leave the house. Buy it from China, sell it in America. If I can. I'm trying to. I'm going to shave all of this. Und now the end is near. And so I'm facing my final curtain. Thank you everybody, I'm so sad. My friends, I'll say it's clear. I'll state my case, of which I am certain. I don't know how to do. I do not know how to do the conjunction, so I have to say the two words, not don't. I cannot say don't, I have to say do not. I am giddy from fucking sleep deprivation. Then again, I've probably been drinking whiskey from the moment I got up. 30 days in a row. Not healthy. So I could be smashed a little bit, but I don't think so. And so, though there are times I thought you knew when I bit off more than I could chew. And it would help if I knew the words. Bad mistakes. Started with the diphthong in there. The diphthong of Arnie. And bad mistakes. I do it a lot. Come on. Get everybody down and boogie those down the town. Somebody knows. They take my nose and do it my way. My way. My way. And do it my way. My friends, la da da da. When I bit off more than I could chew, and through it all, when I was down, I did it all, I picked it down. The record shows, blah, 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 blah. And it was my way. Another pre-glue. I need some water. I'm just embarrassed about my fat ass when I walk past you. Oish. I'm sick of having to deal with the water in there, in the toilet. I'm gonna get myself a hose. This is Ben Auschwitz tag Ars in Peace. At the top, the hairs are actually stitched sideways, so that's gonna look terrible. Hopefully they will hang in a way that looks convincing. I cannot brush it forward from this length. Haven't quite reached the 1.5 inch. But something very wrong with that pressure button on that canister. I shouldn't say the word canister, it'll spark me into thinking about Astroneer again. I just can't get enough of that game. I cannot get enough. I'm addicted and there's no fucking ending. Well, if there is an ending, I finished many times. And I'm just trying to build the ultimate automation system on Silver. That's the planet that you start on. And I need other bits and pieces from other planets and moons as well. Whoa. That doesn't seem to cut nicely enough. Can you imagine the precision that you would have to get if you started shaving all that and then this has to land and there can't be a gap or an overhang and you can't see? I don't know how you people do it, seriously. What do you mean, you people? You bald fucks. You bald motherfucker. You fucker with mothers. At least the front has some hope. Just remembering that I have to wear a hat the whole time. Oh man, look at my fucking eyes, I'm fucked. It's mostly made my that's already annoyingly too long. I don't like it even that long. Whereas a week ago it was perfect, which means that I could achieve something by potentially either low all the way around or I'll go high. And the way it's cut will make it look good or bad. I have to attack the redness, the psoriasis here, so I'm going to shave this off. Look at that, lesions, I've got fucking like AIDS lesions. Right, so it looks better, clean or dirty, or stubble with a clean neck. Yeah, so all of this grey has come about since I was 40. I didn't have a single grey hair in my 30s. My first grey appeared on my testicle. I think it was my left testicle. Don't remember what date. I used to be incredibly sentimental and nostalgic about such dates, but life has burned now. I'm gonna shorten that a bit. Ten to 12 is too much. 7 to 9. So I'll be keeping this 7. So that's this short, right? Okay. Now either some virus or fungus or bacteria colony is living on my fucking head and face. I haven't studied it under a microscope or had a doctor tell me what it is, but that large one is not as bad as it used to be. I will put some of this Dermade on it, self-prescribed. I think the most important thing I can do is shower every day, like I always did when I went to school and everything else, until life started falling to pieces. I did intend to go down the street, get some more of those 3XL t-shirts from Kmart and something else. Oh yeah, I want to get a basket for my dishwasher because that top skinny drawer that's used for slotting cutlery in, it's too slow. I just want to chuck it in and shut the door. In fact, I'm not happy with the way dishwashers have to open all the way down, blocking the entire kitchen, and you've got to get down your fucking, almost down on your knees to get to the bottom drawer to slide it all the way open, just so you can put, like, some dishes you just want to chuck. You should just be able to put it near the sink and it just goes in there. It's so primitive. I've done a lot of robotics and stuff, and I know I could build such a thing. I might. So I've just brushed it back. It's getting longer now, my hair, which is great because I'm almost at a point where I'll brush it forward and cut it shorter. Go back to what I had before. I would like to keep the sides short though.
Do David Attenborough, go on.
I'll do David Attenborough as a South African. As you can see, the spider is grabbing the little beetle and now it's on. They're coming from the outside. You watch out. The moth is trying to save the beetle. I cannot believe my ass. Look at this guy. Holy shit, man. Look at the shot. He's running away from the moth. He's scared of the mothman. Oh, he's backed off, but the moth has stood his ground. He's coming side on side now. Side on side action. We don't need it. He's closing the gap while killing the bug. Watch, it's all going on here. Nature is just a wonderful thing. You should just always go outside. He's doing it in the dance, which means I'm going to part you. It's all about to begin. Just stand by.
I know.
Look at this little bug. He's hanging on for dear life now. It's been over half an hour, and the spider he's really struggled to get through the hard shell of this particular bug here.
He's scared of the spider.
Now, don't want to frighten the creatures, but I might come in a little bit closer for a better look. Oh, look at those big fangs, man. You do not want to meet this thing in a dark alley, I can tell you that.
What is it, kangaroos?
The moth is still standing by. This little creature, the poor little thing, his name is Jeffrey. His brother has been looking for him all night. But I'm a documentary maker, and I will stand by and film every inch of this battle.
I'm just so sorry for the spider.
Jeffrey,
Have a look at it, will you?
just think happy thoughts. Think of the beautiful sunrise you saw with your friends the other day at the park. It's Jeffrey. Imagine a nice little pond
where all the little bugs gather round and they dance on a lily pad. And remember those delicious things you used to eat in the garden. But now, I'm sorry Jeffrey, but the garden's eating you.
Is the bug still alive? What a torment.
Oh yeah, terrible death. It's really brutal. Oh, nature, you are nasty. Can you please light it up a little bit? Yeah! He just wants to become a rock star in the background from the soundtrack. Music to Die For, Scotty Barrow.
Die too.
Music to Die To.
It's not that loud.
Sorry, Jeffrey.
It's not loud.
Yeah, he wants it to be a bit louder, do you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Make it a little
amazing.
louder, Scotty, please.
What's up,
You
son?
can
You
still
deaf?
that too.
Like me.
Looks like he's
A bit
hugging
more
you.
louder.
Still, I press that button.
That's incredible. Amazing.
Are you sure he's eating him, not doing other things to him?
Looks like he's eating an acorn, but it's got legs.
Ew.
It's a bug.
His butt.
That's incredible. How amazing is this for us to see this live? Have you seen this before, Mum?
That's not loud.
There's something a bit wrong about watching some...
Yeah, I thought.
It's very wrong. It feels very
Yeah,
wrong.
it's like, you know, when you go on safari in
That
Africa,
loud, Scotty.
right, and the ultimate is to see a kill.
If
Well,
that
not-
torch goes
not
flat,
there. Yeah, but that's, do you remember?
you have to find your own
And so
way up
to
to the
see it
caravan.
because that happens naturally.
This is
right?
much more
So
important.
to see it is
As we
what
come back
everyone-
live to the battlefield
I know,
with
but
Moth
it's kind
all
of
the
like-
way back there, has not moved a muscle. We will
Yeah,
notice
you're-
that
you're
when
right,
we
it's a weird
speak of you at Jeffrey's funeral.
Yes, but it's also nature. This is nature.
I mean, I'm not laughing at you, Jeffrey. This is bad.
He literally ate it.
Look at this genius sliding. My sister's just.
Oh my god.
Whoa.
Alright.
Did you move Lola?
I'm gonna go to bed. Yana, let's go.
Look, he's getting married with him.
Yeah, it looks
Maybe
like they're gonna-
that's it. Maybe it's not a death roll at all.
Yeah. Maybe they're just in love.
Yeah, they're just dancing to your beautiful music. That's what it was all about the whole time. Such wisdom.
They like dancing.
I don't think the bug really likes dancing that much. I just woke up late. I'm just wondering if I can get away with what I'm currently doing with this length hair. Although from the side I can't see, but I'm imagining it's just coming straight up. I did go out in public with my hair completely brushed back. Couldn't tell if, well, I don't think anyone noticed it was, you know, a toupee. I think they might have just thought it's a lot of gel, but, you know, it's not unusual. And now after sleeping on it, it's all roughed around and it's better. It looks better with some volume rather than being plastered down. I'm going out again. I just put some Shine Killer on my front hairline. But the bleach is not perfect there, but I don't think many people will be able to tell what's going on with that. And I'm using hair paste to keep the hair in position. Doesn't seem quite right. It's getting pretty hot coming up to Christmas when all the bushfires happen. Oh. There's a new TV series, mini-series maybe, on, I think it's Disney Plus. It's called A Christmas Carol. So this time it's Guy Pearce playing Scrooge. This is good. It's very good for the role.
Yeah, I'm more and more convinced that because I like to keep the sides short here, I will start looking at cutting out a nicer size hairpiece back there. But I better sort of hurry up. Starting to get to the right length now to accommodate that. There won't be any kind of hiding of the perimeter back here though, because it's not long enough. So there'll be no flap of hair to hide it. There. I just ordered another water bottle. I don't know where the other one went. I lost it somehow. Merry Christmas. So this is the length of my hair now, about 3/4 of an inch. So about 3 centimeters. No, wait, 2.5 is 1 inch. Okay, maybe that is 1 inch. Only just. There it's not. So keeping my hair this short is good. This short or a bit shorter. So I've been thinking about it. What is the point of me cutting that out and having a full hairpiece? It was always just going to be for the simplicity of being able to cut my hair with a razor, one of these things, beard trimmer, clippers, to one global length and just shave out a shave zone. So it would be as simple as possible. But then there's a whole perimeter problem. What good is a perimeter that, because see, the thing is with a perimeter you've got no leeway. There's overhang or there's gap or perfection. They're the three options. And you can only have perfection when people are so visibly able to see what's going on up here. If I was more bald here, I would do it. The one thing is the density change from this to this, which could potentially be visible, but once this is a bit longer, the problem is when you swim in the pool, that becomes way more visible, right? Because you see right through the scalp. So in that case, yeah, I would shave this out more and make this bigger. But for every other reason, I can brush over that area, grow this long however I want it, and just keep the sides short if that makes a good haircut, right? Right now, I'm just gonna put this on my head. I was wearing this all during family visits and everything, but with a hat on. I went swimming with all the kids and everything, and they're exactly the type of people that just want to grab your hairpiece and pull it off if they knew anything about it, and would be asking a million questions. So, which is good because they're the perfect detectives and will help me know if it looks absolutely fake, because they will point out straight away, "What's on your head? That doesn't look real." So, got a new spray bottle from Amazon for $2.50, including delivery. But it doesn't, the spray is, it comes out weakly. It takes more sprays than usual and it's not comfortable to hold. Yeah, this isn't as nice as ever. Oh man, my brush must be in my bag with my toiletries. Need that. Oh. At any rate, I should remeasure my shave zone just to make sure I've got a better stencil. Then I've got the whole problem of when I cut it out, is it going to be perfect the way I cut? And it's never perfect. All right. So I guess, well, it's still growing back a bit because whatever this is, 1 inch, my natural hair length, it's not long enough to conceal the perimeter. And I can't cut a hairpiece that short, otherwise it just looks like a welcome mat. But I can do something about brushing a little bit back and a little bit forward at the same time. And potentially get away with it. People might think I've got a bit of a bad haircut, but that's better than thinking that I've got a hairpiece and having to wear a hot hat all the time. Today was 37 degrees Celsius, which is 70s 20, 80s 25, 90s 30, 100 is 35. So in Fahrenheit it's about 103 degrees. Big numbers in Fahrenheit. So my friend and I are getting ready to play Counter-Strike online, so that should be fun. And I got some Christmas money, so I bought myself a fold-up dining table for my apartment. I'll show it to you sometime. It folds down to a narrow bench with a slot for 2 fold-up dining chairs. I spent extra on the dining chairs, so the dining chairs were $50 each. I got 4 of those. It's $200, and the folding table was $250. So it's $550. $450, sorry. And then I spent a few extra $100 on some coffee tables and side tables and stuff, which are not to my liking. So I'm going to get a refund from IKEA. Apparently, after you have even constructed your furniture, they still allow you to have a 365, no questions asked, change of mind, money back guarantee if it's still unstained and unchipped and all sorts of stuff. So I'll just keep it clean and hopefully not spill any red wine or salsa or something. How's that? It almost blends, doesn't it, back here? How's that? I know this isn't wet and that is. This sucks, this one. I shouldn't have bought this. And still long enough to have little curtains there as well. Okay, that's good. That actually works quite well. Oh, I feel much better. Yoink. Yeah, from above, it doesn't work. I thought it would blend, but it doesn't. And then there's that little bald area just there for some reason. It's just the perimeter, I suppose. This is all they do at the hairdresser, isn't it? They don't bother with making sure your back is nice and blended. Just go to your, whatever the collar of the shirt, whatever you're wearing. The DNA has instructed my model envelope to put 2 diagonal pieces there and a little bit in the middle. At least it hasn't got a little tail at the moment. I think to a large degree what's making me look improper at the moment is this t-shirt, which I thought was okay. Actually, this is one of the extra large t-shirts that I thought was, it's not extra large, it's 3 extra large, XXXL. It's just too fucking big, and this little, and the whole, you know, it's just, it looks like shit. I need to buy a shirt. Let's try this Bonds large long sleeve shirt. It's very crinkled and I folded it. It's not like I ironed it though. I'm already feeling the tightness. It does look better already when I don't pay attention to how fat I am around the guts and that neck thing. That's why chefs wear scarves when they get to review other people's food. Fuck it. I'll just be overweight. I'm only going to Bunnings. But yeah, it's a pity about this. When this grows more, I could try to keep this length and then just grow that bit there long. That extension part would be the only part I need to really grow, right? So as long as it doesn't have that wall thing. But the wall thing, the problem with, you know, this hair wants to sort of press against whatever's coming back from here, so it could create a wall thing. But the wall thing is safer than trying to put a perimeter around here and blend it. Especially when it's short, I mean. And in terms of getting 3 hair pieces for the price of 1, why would I give that up? That's just stupid if there's no benefit. I'll stick with this. Happy New Year if I haven't said it already. Merry Christmas, blah, blah, blah. My hair's grown back now, looks good. Which means it's all blending. Sides are grey and I'm just living with it, don't care anymore. And yeah, so I'm just happy to have the hair blending back again. It does feel nice once every so often to shave your head, but it doesn't go well with the hairpiece. You really do need to have some length to it. And at this point, I'm almost at the point I want to leave it this length or a bit shorter forever. Because at least it's not fluffing out too much crazily. And this fringe is still down to, well, it's about 3 inches. And I intend to keep going to the gym. Not that I've lost a lot of weight. But it doesn't seem as bad for some reason. Don't know why. Maybe because I'm not busting at the seams. I don't really know why I'm filming this. It's just more of the same. But basically, I'm still putting this hairpiece. It's the same hairpiece I've had for over a month. I didn't used to bother with this, you know, keeping a hairpiece for more than 1 month. But I guess I just haven't been out and haven't been showering and stuff like that, so it hasn't been peeling away. One thing that I really hate about it though, now that I've had the experience of wearing those larger ones, is these corners here. Because it's very difficult to get exactly cut to your exact same correct stencil. So there's always, you know, it's always too low or too high. I just want to go curve, 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 curve. Now it is possible to make a circle if I shave this exactly right. So this would be, but the thing is, this is too shallow a curve to make a circle really, because if I extended that circle, it would probably come out, you know, around there because it's too wide. So therefore, and also you've got to bleach the front, so you don't really want bleach at the back where if you've got dark hair, you know, because otherwise it'll be a streak of blonde back here, and that's not gonna look good. So really, I can't make it symmetrical. And also I need to accommodate the way it's been stitched. As hairpieces are stitched, they're stitched back from the front, so it's nose to spine, as this still is. But then on the sides and everything, you know, it doesn't, they're still going that way, really. More or less. So you really want the front facing the front. Unless it's been stitched really symmetrically, in which case you can take a bit of the back of the hairpiece and put it on backwards like I do. That's what I do. I actually do 3, as you know. But yeah, for the sake of being paranoid about the perimeter, I might spend more money and only get 2. Just the front, which is always going to be good, and the back, which is always probably going to be dodgy. But what you don't want is, see, the crown on a hairpiece is only about that far from the back, which means that I'll probably have all direction hair at this point, right out there. Just tufting in all directions, no way to brush it. It'll just be a huge mess. But then again, I don't want to spend all my money on one hairpiece and then have to use that one hairpiece for one hairpiece. Given that I only need to really conceal this much. This hair back here, even though it is thinning back here, it's not bad enough that I want to spend a huge amount of money to fix it. like at this length now that it's dry and everything, it should be pretty hard for you to tell there's a big balding pattern occurring here. Except if I go swimming, which I want to do at the baths and everything, and then people would see the top of my wet head, where the density here would be like medium density, or medium light, depending on the hairpiece. Medium light would blend better, alright? Anyway, it's very hot here, 25 degrees apparently. Outside it's about 35 degrees, it's hot. That equals about 90, is that right? 70s 20, 80s 25, 90s 30, 100 is 35. Yeah, so it's 100 Fahrenheit outside. Okay, I'm gonna spray some alcohol. What is this sold for? Cleaning. The difference between this and the product I once bought called Adjuster Bond from that company, I can't remember what it's called, is that this has no scent to it. It just smells like alcohol. Swabs, you know. I can feel that these corners here are not really in proper alignment. I feel like they're a bit low, but I need this flat, and lately I've been trying to, you know, just rectify the problem of having these two pointy edges, you know, meeting the hairline. But because I suppose I haven't cut it out properly, or my stencils hasn't been measured properly, I always end up having folds back here as I adjust this, and then this bit stretches, and then one side's lopsided and everything else. So hopefully this will be okay. I'm just feeling that this is the right altitude at the front. No gaps, no overhang. I'm just going to spray some of this argan oil from Hask. So one benefit of not having enough showers and everything is this doesn't get a dirty front hairline and so on. So I don't recommend you don't shower. I just mean that the longevity of this hairpiece has been increased by me not showering. It's not good though. I just live and work at home, so I just get up when I want and stay out late and can't be bothered having a shower and everything. Didn't go to the gym today, which I don't every day anyway, so I don't think I'm just boasting. It's just I've started almost getting into the habit with the New Year's resolution, etc. So I wish I'd done some more exercise today, or any exercise today. I got up out of the chair twice. This is the second time. But yeah, I mean, it's amazing how easy exercise is. Like, I just go with my iPad and play Risk. I lean it on the treadmill and walk at 4.5 kilometers an hour, which is about 3 miles an hour. I just walk like that. And I don't feel it, but I'm sweating because the gym's not properly air conditioned. So I'm sweating. And then I take a couple of maybe 5 or 7 kilogram dumbbells, and I just punch the air maybe 20 times or so. And because you're walking on the treadmill, it sort of works the core a bit, as well as making sure your arms don't become lanky and whatever. It's not like a proper, you know, but something. Now, Vivid, is it Vivid? Have sent me a hairpiece to review, and I feel guilty that I haven't done that yet, but I don't want to make their product look bad by having basically really short hair that can't blend in with a hairpiece. So I've been waiting for, well, this video that I'm going to make to get published first, and then as I run low on these ones, I'll cut into the one that you sent me, because at the moment I've got about 5 of these left, these leaf-shaped ones, and after that I'll probably never cut any this small again, because of the whole pointy edge factor and the whole, when I want my hair shorter, I don't want this perimeter to be clashing in terms of density. So I might wear a bigger hairpiece, not as big as the one from the previous video that I made where it was just the entire thing and I just stuck it onto my own actual hair, because that to me seems like a lot of trouble matching up the perimeter back here. I have no idea seriously how you people do it, really. Even if you do have a double mirror system or a camera back here and a screen here and you're placing it, which would give you a lot better, you know, access to see where you're shaving and also placing, it's still not good. I mean, that is the ultimate answer really, surely, because mirrors, you've got to bounce your eyeballs around with the photons, etc. With a camera, you can just place like a rear vision mirror right there in front of you. So you're looking at yourself in the mirror, then you're looking at the back of your head, just like that, right? It's easy. So yeah, you get a stand, a tripod with a camera back here, and then beam it to a screen which has got blue tag on it. Once again, this is blue tack for those of you who don't know what blue tack is. And you stick your phone or your tablet on the mirror. Phone is lighter, so it might be easier. But if you want a bigger screen, use an iPad. And if you don't want to spend money on an iPad, use a laptop. If you haven't got a laptop, use a mirror. It's not as easy. I mean, with a mirror, you want to look in the small mirror. You look into the small mirror, and then you see the back of your head that way. I can't see a damn thing. Yeah, I guess it is balding back there, isn't it? Well, it really is. It is. Even so, I'm not ready for a full topper. That'll do. You're just a complete blur. My eyesight's really bad. This hairpiece is missing the front hairs here. If I cut it, it's going to be too high. We should have left it. That just looks like shit. I just want to get in the car and go down to the cafe and have something to eat before it's too late. Before I'm tired, I mean. That just looks false. Wow. Like I'm gonna wax myself. I think I'm gonna have to throw this out and start again. Check out these seeds I planted like 3 days ago. Check this out. These are just sprouts that I just chucked on top of the soil. Just chucked them there. It's the fastest growing plant I've ever seen in my life. Mung beans. Take them to Mars. Make the planet green in a day. This is C22 solvent. See the hairs stuck to the underside because it was a pre-glued hairpiece. Oh. Get off me, fuck. Get off. Damn, that's strong. I wish glue that worked like that all the time. At any rate, the hair's beginning to go missing because of back and forward hairstyling. So I'm getting closer to using up all my hair pieces before I can start carving out a bigger area for a new style, new scale hairpiece. But all this grey shit has got to be dumped down. What do you call it? Fucking reduced. This is 9 mils and 7 mils. These greys are getting pretty ugly. I just checked, I've got about 5 leaf-shaped hair pieces left. This makes it 6. This one was already in the box. Maybe I didn't wear it very often before I shaved my head, and I put it, because I threw out all those bags of hair pieces that I've used over the years. I thought they're too decrepit. It is decrepit rather than decrepit, isn't it? I think I remember seeing it written down once. Decrepit. Wonky front hairline. No, that's right, that's the back. That's the hairline. But it's not though, because the hairs are along here, not there. Let's just see if this old glue has any old to it if I just put some alcohol on there. See, the front hairline is all dirty. Got no holds at all. That's the one I was just wearing, and that's the one I just took out of the box. This one's a bit bigger, isn't it? In my imagination, I'm telling myself, if I spray enough alcohol in here, it'll mix with the glue will melt and it'll restore the glue. But my memory tells me that doesn't actually work. Not securely anyway. This is terrible. Can't even hold it. It doesn't even, you need 2 hands for this thing. And it hardly even puts any water out. It's really dodgy. How do they make this incorrectly? Didn't they master this years ago? So bad. I'm still holding on to hope that there'll be some kind of stick here, because I really can't be bothered doing the whole thing again properly. The other thing is, in recent times I've tried gluing over old glue, and despite the fact that it does have does have enough stick, this whole front hairline becomes really dirty looking. So you're better off at least peeling off all of the glue along the front there. And while you're at it, you might as well do the whole thing. But the front hairline is what matters the most. Maybe I should just plant some mung beans in my scalp, because that's just crazy how quickly that grows. We'll get our immortality from jellyfish, and we'll get our hair back from mung bean DNA. It actually feels like it's sticking. Like I mean, it's like when I sprayed the alcohol onto this, the glue has actually reactivated. That's good. I thought there's no way. Maybe it just didn't have enough bits of dead skin and everything in it. So, I mean, I don't fully trust it, but I whacked it on my head, put some alcohol on it, enough alcohol that it sort of penetrated into the glue and loosened up all the molecules so that they could do whatever the hell they do when they touch my skin. Yeah, it just took a bit more alcohol, and then obviously it took more drying time because the alcohol had to evaporate. This is not too bad. Well, this hairline's just as bad as the other one. What's that? might just secure that. Oops. A bit thick. It's hard to manage when it is this dried out. Put some alcohol in here. It's like a lava lamp. One last thing. No, too dangerous, too scary. This is a 4 to 6 guard, 4 to 6 millimeter. I'm afraid. Okay, let's see if this turned out nice. The back isn't really peeling because there's no, well, the glue's working. Chunk here. Just wonder if I put glue in the hair. I don't know if I did it today or a previous time. really dark chunk there. See, very, very dirty hairpiece. Chunks of glue and in the corner here, it's just disgusting. And over here, it felt like there's a lump. Get off me, chunk. Get off me, chunk. The fuck does this chunk want? Fuck you. This thing doesn't work. Where do you store your comb? I mean, I know you use one. If you wear a hairpiece, you need the comb to just comb out glue chunks, right? Where do you store it? It's just so embarrassing if anyone ever sees it because it looks like this. It's not supposed to be for combing hair, it's supposed to be for combing chunks. See, that glue's on the outside. That's either has to be cut out or C22'd. And that C22 stuff, this stuff, I never quite trust it to do the job. I should just cut it out. Now my hair is all full of fucking C22. But then if I'd cut it out, I would have ended up like that other hairpiece I just threw away. The chunk missing. You shouldn't really smother your head with C22. When you're wearing a hairpiece. See if it made any difference at all. It's hard to tell exactly what it looks like while it's wet but I can see that no glue was removed at all. I don't even know how much is underneath and how much is on top, but fuck. Maybe I should just leave it until I change hair pieces. Oh, fuck it. 3 cuts. I'm not going to cut all that out. I'm going to try 9mm on my eyebrows. That's just under a centimetre. Let's just hope that this thing doesn't slip. Get worried there for a second because as you tilt it, it cuts off way more, right? There's nothing worse. Well, there are worse things if you say. But shaving off an eyebrow is up there with minor annoyances. Doesn't even look clear in colour. It almost looks black. Well, lucky I don't want a brushed back look today. No, this is just terrible. I'm half thinking about taking this whole thing off and getting out a brand new one, throwing this away. But I won't because I just cannot be bothered. I always wear a hat. I can actually feel my brain sloshing around in there. That's me. Zoom. So a headache is a brain ache, right? If you've got a headache, your brain aches. Like you've got brain damage of some sort. Surely. What else is there? I mean, you wouldn't call a nose ache a headache, would you? Terrible hairpiece. I'll wear a hat for a while. Hopefully it'll just conform nicely. This is what it looks like when it dries. I'll just put some of this in there. At least I finally figured out what that noise is. It sounds like dripping, but it's actually the blue tack giving way on the back of the phone. Probably just cut it, but I can't be bothered up. I haven't got the energy. I just played a few games of Risk, and every person I played was just a conniving cunt. All part of collaborations, 2 friends or 1 person, some crazy fuck. This seems to have grown another 5 inches. Like since this morning. I can't believe it. It's amazing. Look at that. Send that shit to Mars right now. I better call Elon. I need the phone, sorry. I'm just gonna make a quick phone call. My friend is hosting a trivia night around the corner. So I should go. So, taking the glue off this stuff. This was argan oil. Guess I could clean it. The way to clean glue off a bottle is spray it with C22 solvent or turpentine, any solvent. Not some solvent that's going to burn the skin off your fingers. Let's just have a look at this quickly, right? Because this one I got off Amazon, and it's just really, really terrible. If I make it wider, it's not very nice. This one instantly is better. Okay. So often you'll find spray bottles that you don't have to buy. I don't know why I paid for it. This is a good enough size for water in a bathroom. This is good enough. This is a good amount of squirt as well. Said the priest. So. Now, wherever your hairpiece begins and your perimeter is, that's obviously the back row. I just call it 1, right? So I just go sideways along there after I brush it all forward and then separate it. And then just use scissors. Try and match the length of the natural hair so long as it's above 1.5 inches, which I think that is. That's almost exactly 1.5, I think. Could be 2, don't know. This is the back end of a hairpiece. So it's got the Auschwitz tag on it, the tag that shows the manufacturer. I used to think that the Auschwitz tag was the biggest problem with these hair pieces for using the back end. But the biggest problem is the stitching. Because you need nose to spine stitching, right? So if it goes in all directions, like it is a bit up here, I think, this is probably where the crown was of the hairpiece, starting to spread back in those directions. It's uncontrollable in that situation. Okay, this is row 2, or might as well just say row 2. I just know from experience that this amount of length gives me about 4 or 5 rows. Not that you really need to count, you just need to do it until it's done. But it gives you some gauge on how long it's going to take, etc. And also it tells you that this amount should be split up at least 4 or 5 times, not just 2 times, because then it would just be like, you know, you'd still look like a scarecrow, which is what we're trying to avoid when raising this up. Because if a child cuts their own hair, like I did when I was about 4, they'll just grab the front while it's facing down, just snip right across. I know that's a style for some women and so on, and certain men, not really much, but sometimes. But most of the time you want it to look blended rather than an artificial fringe. You can see these lines along the hairline where the glue's become dirty. Which should mean that I have to take it off and clean it, but I think I sort of just already did that a couple of days ago. Didn't I? No, I didn't. Oh no, that's right, I didn't. No, I didn't. I just glued over it. First I sprayed alcohol onto the old glue, because this was an old hairpiece from a few, maybe months ago, and I reactivated it. But what I didn't do was clean off the front hairline glue. I just glued over the top front edge of it so it would have more hold, but I didn't clean it. I didn't peel off the old stuff. It is possible to grab little bits and pieces. And sometimes those lines along the hairline are hairs, but more likely it's dirty glue. And it doesn't take much to make glue dirty. You just touch it and it's instantly black. So there's no way I can have a brush back look with this hairpiece without, taking it off and completely peeling off the old glue and doing it again. See, look, completely artificial looking. It's even lifting at the front. So old glue does have some hold, but not nearly as much as new glue. I don't know why that is. Like even at the moment, even if you put fresh glue on the hairpiece, stick it down, that's the best it can be, right? But if you take it off and then stick it back down again, it's like you've taken leftovers and put them in a freezer for a month and then heated it up again and see if it tastes just as good as fresh. It doesn't. I'm pretty sure that'll work. Sorry, I'm just teaching this guy a lesson in risk. You see, I'm red and he's green. He still won't quit. He was taking about 60 seconds to make his turn every single time during that fucking game. And now, I'm just pretending I've left. And also, if he quits now, he'll come last. Which is the best he deserves. But he was playing so badly, I thought he's got to be a novice, which is below beginner. That's everything. Yeah, it's been about 6 weeks since the start of that video until now. So that's how long this hair's grown, about an inch. Maybe an inch and a half. So I'd say my hair grows about 1 inch per month, I suppose. Starting to get a little scraggly with the greys. Here I did shave this up a little bit yesterday. It's just an old hairpiece that I'm wearing with dirt all around there. It should be really thrown out and replaced. But it feels so much better not to have that giant full topper on. I don't really need it. I was waiting for this to grow back. Is that better now? That's how that blends in. The colour's not exactly right, but it should be close enough for people not to notice. Yeah, this hairpiece is rubbish. Got to throw it away. It's all dirty along there, and you know, it is salvageable. It's just been carved and all sorts of things are wrong with it. And this, I've got the corners going on here, which is the main real problem with having a leaf shape rather than that teardrop shape, because that was really nice to just be able to place that down and have it all smoothly blending in there with the perimeter. But yeah, I've got still 6 or so hair pieces left. I don't want to waste money. Yeah, just been editing this 10-hour video. I already said all this, but I didn't press the record button, so I don't remember what I said before. It's a huge chunk of the timeline. You know, Premiere only gives you 24 hours, and I've done a few other projects along there, so this has taken me from the 9-hour mark all the way up to the 19-hour mark. And I chopped through it as much as I could, but this video is going to be pretty long, I think. Not that it's a very important video, so I skipped through it, if you haven't. And I don't know what you're doing with your time, because it's a long fucking video to be watching some dude just messing around with his hair. Whatever you needed to learn, you probably got to learn in the first 3 minutes. Anyway, there's no styling going on with this, it's just buffy. I'm just showing it's grown back. Oh my god, look at this. I planted these sprouts. I just placed these sprouts on top of the soil and it's just gone like woof, right? It's my avocado tree, it hasn't really grown. So staying at that height, but the trunk seems to be getting thicker. That's amazing, sprouts. If you ever want to, you know, make Mars green, that's the way to go. This stuff grows very quickly. Amazing. I didn't even plant it. I just chucked them on the soil and the next day it was like a beanstalk. Yeah, so I'm glad this is growing back. I want to cut it shorter now actually. And in terms of that other size, I'm not going to deal with that. I'm just going to continue doing the leaf shape. Probably most of 2023, so I'm not doing much different from before. And with some styling product in this, I probably want to still brush it forward because, you know, I haven't even bothered making this neat or anything, and that's just dirty, and I think the glue's actually penetrated up through the plastic along the front hairline a bit, so it's pretty fucked. I could just chuck this one out and replace it with another one. Thanks for watching. You're crazy for watching all this. Zeus Christ, I can't believe they banned my fucking video just for 2 minutes of Avatar music or whatever the fuck was in there. By the way, if you haven't got yourself a Alexa, turn on the main area, a Quest 2 or some other kind of virtual reality headset. By the way, I'm getting a new, see how I'm plugged into this external battery here? Sorry, I guess I've been brought in. See this thing? I'm going to replace this entire system with a battery pack system from Bobo VR. It's the highest rated head strap system for the Quest 2 by Oculus, renamed to Meta, owned by Facebook or Alphabet. I have to keep up with all those names. I have recently rediscovered my Oculus, or my Quest 2. I fucking love it. And I just invested, so this thing's about $450. I got the one with the small hard drive. But this head strap cuts into your ears and it squeezes your face. So the next one I'm going to have is something called, I think, a Halo type headset, which holds there and there, which means that it just hangs over the front of your face and it doesn't squeeze against your face, which I'm looking forward to, because I did buy this thing really for fitness and exercise, because there's some great games on there where you can actually move around and stuff. But really, just lying back here in this chair, looking at this IMAX theater as I watch movies is amazing. I just watched Everything Everywhere All at Once. I give it 2.5 stars. It's really girls' sci-fi. Not much imagination. It's very basic from a sci-fi perspective. It doesn't have strict rules. It just goes all over the place and communicates through emotion, as my mom says women communicate. So I gave it 2.5 stars. Luckily, my new products have arrived from China to America and will be available on Amazon as of today again. It's Chinese New Year and stuff like that. So anyway, I keep thinking that you've seen me since that video ages ago where I put on that full hairpiece. No, this is still the little one. This is just a leaf shape. I've gone back to this now because my hair's grown back. I did make a new stencil, but those cut ones are in the cupboard. That's where I teleport to when I leave the bathroom and get stuff out of that cupboard. It's a magic cupboard. Sorry. Anyway, I guess what I'm trying to do now is increase the length of the video, because I'm feeling very bad that in my, I've got a fucking mouse, I've got to use this trackpad when I'm on the couch in here, right? If I switch this over to Premiere, so this goes from, oh, I can't do it with one hand. Oh, here we go, let's try that. Look at the skill level on that trackpad I gotta get good at, right? This is how I zoom in and out without a mouse, which is over in that room over there, and I can't be bothered walking over there because my feet are all relaxed. So this latest video runs from, how good's the zoom on this? 9 hours. I think I started this about the 9 hour, just before the 9 hour. It's like 8 minutes, sorry, 8 hours something. The starting point is. So that's 8 minutes 47, and the end time is 18 minutes 08, which means this thing only runs for 9 hours, whereas before, when it had that plagiarized avatar content, it went for 10 hours something. And if I'm gonna fuck around with your time, I'd rather do it for 10 hours, not 9 hours. 10 hours is a nice solid number, you know? But 9 hours. 9 hours is for pussies. I'm the OG fucking StickOnHair man. By the way, exporting this fucking thing at 20 megabits per second in H.264 MPG file or MP4 file is, it takes 20 or something hours to export. And my hard drive's really full. I'm gonna have to buy another 10 terabyte hard drive. All the video editing and stuff, I don't throw anything away, and I can't be bothered looking for doubles of files and stuff like that. It's just a pain in the ass. So I will just have to upgrade. Over the years, I've accumulated boxes and boxes of hard drives. Of course, in the early days, during the days of having an XT or a 286 computer, it's just, you know, those hard drives were, you know, 20 megabytes, and they'd get full. I had bags and bags of hard drives when I was living homeless, and of course my father thought it was garbage when he came to rescue me with the rest of the family and the police, so he threw them all in the trash, along with all my diaries that took me decades to write, and all my inventions, all my songs, all my musicals and my scripts and everything else that I'd ever written, all in the trash, gone to the tip, crushed, destroyed, lost. A lot of philosophy about, you know, I did a lot of navel gazing over the decades I spent alone, and that was a waste of time. I always told myself, if anything ever happens to your diaries after your father abandoned you and this was all you had, it's time to kill yourself, because you've got nothing to live for anymore. And what an amazing coincidence. The fucking asshole who abandoned me, so I spent my life taking medication and going to psychologists, he's the one who came along and went, oh, I'm gonna help now, and threw away everything I'd ever worked on. No apology, nothing, just resentment for me complaining about it. Anyway, this hard drive's nearly full. It's not in a safe or anything. If this house burns down or I get burgled, or God forbid my father ever comes to visit, it will go the way of the others. I dated a girl once, and while I was on that date with her, my entire computer got stolen out of the back of my car with about 5 or 6 years worth of work. And I started freaking out about it going missing, and she told me to calm down, and was like absolutely shocked that I should be even freaked out about it. I shot her in the face. She's dead in the bottom of the river now. Of course, no. Unfortunately, the universe isn't as fair as that. She went off and fucked a million other dudes, and I never saw her again. So, I'm watching this fucking timeline here. It takes 20 plus hours, and what I need to do is fucking take you, is this even fucking recording? Okay, good. I'm gonna take you, stick you into the lightning connector that's always hanging out of my computer now, just for you. Hope you're grateful for that. And then you will go up into the fucking computer cabinet where I keep you, all my files and shit. And then you're going to be out of sync, because Apple records at a variable frame rate, and I'm gonna fucking convert you so that you're at 50 frames a second, or whatever the fuck, 30 frames a second, right? Whatever this project is, okay? Through handbrake.fr, that's the website if you want to fucking convert videos.
And then I've got to fucking put you into this program, add you on. There's not going to be any fucking edit. Don't even expect me to edit this video. This is just like a cap on. I'm just going to try to talk for fucking, how much do I need to fill in? I don't know, I think 52 minutes to get to 10 hours now that I've taken out that avatar content. I want to just double check that. Yeah. See, I inadvertently, when I was putting together every fucking file, just fucking throwing it at you, just going, fucking take that, watch me talk about this shit for 8 hours, right? One of them happened to be, along with all the other shit of all the New Year's stuff that I filmed for my family and everything. One of them was a podcast where my friend and I were discussing Avatar 2: The Way of Water. Let me just quickly have a look here. Alright, like if I analyze this missing section here, alright, so if I click on that end part there, click the up button, that puts it as 1808, right? And if I go to the end of that bit there, that's what was there before, it says 1853, right? So yeah, I reckon I need about at least 50 minutes, and I've been talking for 11 minutes and 20 seconds according to the screen thing on this fucking basic Apple shit, right? The reason I'm complaining is because Apple has the worst software in history. You can't look at a video file you've got on your phone in the album, right, and see how many minutes things run for, or how many megabytes or gigabytes the video is, or the file type, or even the file name. You can't do shit. It's fucking Apple. It's just like, oh, you have unknown amount of videos taking up unknown amount of data, but we've given you a color code to represent the photos and videos and fucking audio files. If Apple even understands what an audio file is, it doesn't. Like, seriously, it thinks that an audio file is music, right? 99% of the audio files I've got on my computer, or probably 99.9%, by the way, that is a factor of 10 more. I'm saying 999 out of 1,000 rather than 99 out of 100. It's a factor of 10 more than fucking 99. None of them are fucking music. I don't listen to music. I make music occasionally, like I'm on that iPad over there. If you can see that little setup, I got a new table. I'm trying to make a song about Eleanor Rigby, maybe do my own little version. It's much slower because the Beatles are just like, Eleanor Rigby, like 140 beats per minute or something. It's crazy. And it's a sad song about she died and nobody cared. All the lonely people, where did they come from? All come from. So, like, really, Beatles, calm the fuck down with your speed there. You're starting to sound like a fucking Britney Spears talking about, oh, my life is terrible, blah, 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 blah. Right, fucking shut the fuck up with that high velocity. Happy music about death and sadness. It doesn't make any fucking sense at all. I've had a double chin this whole time while speaking to you, haven't I? I went to the pub earlier, and when I came home, I still had some scotch. I just realised I'm fucking running low though. Yeah, that's what I can do. I can take you on a little tour of my house here. Come with me. Yeah, look at this. Oh yeah, I had a thing. The tomato sauce. Vegetarians don't get to eat tomato sauce very often. Oh, here we go. I got this thing.
And I gotta say, I love the mechanics, the engineering in that. Look at it, floppy thing. But I press this button, right? And it just gives me cold coffee, or really lukewarm coffee. It takes up that much of the cup. So I've just gone back to putting powder in boiling water. So I have a full cup. This thing sucks. Begone, foul beast. Some strawberries, that's good. And some grapes and nectarines. It's my pad. Oh, and this is the adapter that I got so I can sing and listen to my GarageBand track while also powering the device. Thank God that thing exists. No crumbs on the couch. Yeah, so that is my savior. That is my 7,000 watt air conditioning system. It's summer, so every other room is like a fucking furnace. I realize some of you may have been disturbed earlier from seeing my Thrustmaster 2000. Do you reckon I should sell sex toys? I reckon I should. I reckon there's some money in that. And you know I'm a cybernetics engineer, right? You know that, right? You know I build robots. Lower your forearm.
I am lowering my forearm, sir.
Look left.
I am looking left, sir.
Slowly look up.
I am slowly looking up, sir.
Plug it in for 1 more second.
We say that life is important, but with no believable instruction book or hand reaching out of the sky to smack us if we do something wrong.
Adaptable to different.
Things are really only important if we say they are.
And it's using two 645mg high-tech servos.
And which lives are more important? The more intelligent among us? Those of us who contribute the most? Surely 1 million chickens are worth more than a single human. And 1 million humans worth more than a 500-year-old tree.
The facial detection.
Some say it's just a matter of perspective, but such a response is vague.
That's needing to be about 85 mils wide.
And ignores the ramifications of a wrong answer. The values of who matters more and who matters less must be clearly defined. Because today, I must decide who lives and who dies.
Right? I don't even know which camera. That camera or that, yeah. Okay, you. So, I can easily build a fuck machine. Men and women. But I never really understand the angle women are coming from. Because I think the asshole and the pussy are right next to each other. Like, there's like less than an inch between them. It's surprisingly close. You think, you know, you're at the belly button when you go, no, boobies, belly button, no, we're nearly there. No, no, you're not even halfway there. Keep going. It's all the way under. So, yeah, I'd redesign women. Like, seriously, I'd do it differently. You'd put the pussy here, wouldn't you? In between the titties. And you do something to make the boobs a little bit less look like this. Like a dopey motherfucker, like a cross-eyed monster. I don't know what I'd do. I'd fuck most things, so I don't know why God was thinking that's the best way to do it. Put an asshole and a pussy right next to each other? No. For those who love assholes, I mean, it's fine, sure. But, what a mess. What a mess. It would be convenient, I suppose, for women who want to wipe themselves. Although, yeah, do girls wipe their juices? Like, I mean, they wipe their pussy every time they go to the bathroom, right? It's not just the asshole. That you'd still wipe. Like, I don't wipe my dick. Do you wipe your dick? I don't wipe my dick. Do you wipe it? No, okay. I thought you said you wiped your dick. All right, so no. We don't wipe our dicks, right? But girls wipe their pussies because it's just a fucking mess down there, right? It's not my fault for saying so. It's just the way God made it. And God's a woman, so she's fine with it, apparently. Let me pour us another drink so we can enjoy this conversation a bit more. So, yeah, I don't like assholes. Like, if I didn't have to take a shit, I would never go near it to wipe my ass. By the way, make sure you don't just use dry toilet paper like in the olden days. That's like using a handkerchief and putting it back in your pocket. You know that, right? You need to wet the toilet paper, okay? So wet your fucking toilet paper. I'm thinking of installing a water jet thingy gun to put on the wall in the bathroom, so I can just, well, not necessarily spray my asshole first go, because, you know, I'm a little bit sensitive and nervous about that the first time. But once I ease myself in softly, I might get used to it and start going gung-ho down there. The main reason I want it is so I don't have to keep using the toilet brush and putting it back in that fucking filthy canister from whence it came. It's an evil, evil thing, and I fucking hate it. But a gun of water, I would really hope that those things, I suppose they come from Bunnings, which is a hardware chain here in Australia. I would really hope that you can adjust the, like if it strips paint off a car, I'd want to know in advance, because, you know, I don't want, you know what I mean? I don't want to tear myself a new one. Cheers. Yeah, so how do you survive without a woman and without going on a date? Without going on a date or anything for, well, I'm 40, I'm turning 46 this year. I have not been on a date at all, or been attracted or cared about dating my entire 40s. I did have a girlfriend in my 30s. I had two. I had one when I was late 20s, early 30s, and then 3 years. Well, that's my longest, 3.5 years. And then another one for a year. I guess in both cases I wasn't really fussed about it. Like I wasn't nearly in passionate love as I was with my first girlfriend, for whom I would have fucking slashed my wrists and jumped off a building easily. Every single living, waking moment of the passion that I felt at the age of 16. It wasn't my age, it was the absolute addiction I had to that girl. And for me to just say that girl instead of her name is almost blasphemy, but she did pop in for a visit. She found me 14 years after school finished or whatever it was, and gave me a peach in my letterbox, and I walked out in the pouring rain and there she was, taller than I remember. I got in the car next to her. It's like, wow, it's so amazing to see you again. And then she started breaking down and said, I don't know what's going on in my life, or something like that. And I touched her on the knee and she said, don't you fucking touch me, I'm married. There was another girl that I sort of tried, I guess, to flirt with once in a pub. And I said, may I have this dance, my lady? After summoning the courage. I was in a bar by myself, as always. Not as always, I spent a lot of time in pubs with other people, mostly my friend from Bondi. Mostly unsuccessful. Years of just wasted time in pubs. We did have a lot of people come back to my place because I lived local. I lived among the action in Bondi, but yeah, mostly unsuccessful. And may I have this dance, my lady? she was with 5 or 6 of her friends, and they all just went, "Oh my God, are you fucking serious? Can you?" And then they all started calling for security. "Excuse me, can you get him out of here? Can you get him out of here? Oh my God, he's bothering. Oh my God, 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 oh my God." I just bought a drink to hold as a prop and also a fucking drink to keep myself company. Cheers. And security twisted my arm behind my back and pushed me out the door. I didn't fight it. I was expecting it. Women are bitches. They're power abusers. And only about 1% of them are little shiny angels, you know, made of sugar and spice and everything else. Everything nice. The rest are feminists who believe that men should be chained by the neck to the ground and kicked in the face for the crimes of Adam. I'll tell you what, I've never seen male power abuse against a woman. I've heard about it. I know that we're stronger than women, but in my life, I've been raised by feminists, my sister, my mom, and all I've ever seen is female power abuse. I've seen male to male power abuse. I mean, that's just not really, you know, different genres though, like black or white or male, female. Male on male, white fighting is just considered sort of normal, right? It's only when you attack the stronger sex that you get in trouble. So, and I've had friends and relatives and so on get in trouble for saying the wrong thing to women with the police and stuff. So I'm like, oh fuck, I'm totally on their side. And I listened to the story and all the other shit. And just the women who've just had nothing happen to them except get given everything, never in danger for their lives like men are, never wandered the streets, never traveled properly, never climbed on rooftops, never did anything that a man would consider just kind of fucking normal risks to your life on a daily basis, or risks to getting harmed by another man or anything like that. But I have seen, and they still complain about the fucking fact that somebody complimented them on their beauty. I reckon a bullet to the head is too expensive, right? The nearest cliff, that'd save some money for those bitches, right? And then another thing, yeah, so like I'm saying, I'm really a prime candidate for finding a relationship. Girls would just love me. So, you know, pro-feminist and women's rights. My sister works in feminist jobs and fucking shit like that. Like I've said, right? I'm not anti. Right, I'm not anti. Say, let's for example, like I've told you many times, racism is kind of a joke to me because somebody's facial shape is different. You hate that entire group of people. No, that's fucking ridiculous, right? What you would hate, what I think is right to hate, is a set of behaviors, right? So if a group of people all exhibit traits that you hate, hopefully it's not just about the way they look. I don't think most people would be angered by the way somebody looks, right? Because you can't help that. What I'm saying is, if there's somebody who's got a trait that you hate, or a list of traits that you hate, you'll hate that person. But if you find an entire group of people who've got those traits, you'll hate them all. And that is cultural bigotry. And I'm a cultural bigot. I'm not accepting of other people's cultures. I do not look at culture, the word culture, which people find so precious, and go, oh, I value every culture. No, I don't. I don't value every culture at all. Every single culture I will deem good or bad based on its merits, right? If I find it's above the 60% threshold, which I give to everybody, 60%, you must be 60% good for me to like you, at least, or be my friend or whatever else. And then it just is a sliding downhill curve from there. If you're down there in the worst part of it, I will dislike, and then eventually, potentially, if you've harmed me or my family or somebody else I like, hate you. Which means I will want to cause you physical harm. Like, actively. Dislike is more of a meh, shrug type thing, but hate, that's a proactive, I am getting my weapons prepared kind of feeling. I actively want to harm and hunt you down, right? There's no culture I feel that about. I dislike some cultures, like cultures who are cruel to women, for example. You know what I mean? I hope you do, given everything I've just said about women. You should not be confused. If you are, then you haven't been listening, okay? Have I talked at all about wanting to harm women? At all? No, I haven't, have I? Think about it. Okay, listen. What I've said is women are power-abusing cunts. And I hate them all, and I want to hunt them down and kill them all. No, I just... there is a culture of Western women that is just disgusting about, you know, how they treat men. And I find that absolutely abhorrent. They are absolutely sexist, okay? They are extremist sexists, right? And masculinists need to rise and fight them and stop them from ruining our lives. But I think it'll just balance out anyway. See, what women have got are an army of men with guns and handcuffs and cages to put men they don't like into. And because laws have been passed to instruct these men, soldier things, to enforce all that shit, men end up losing their freedom. And even for those who don't lose their freedom, we just have to all walk in fear every single waking moment. If you're walking down the street while a woman is walking down the street, you better fucking cross the road, pal, because otherwise you could find yourself making a woman scared, right? And it's your fault, apparently. Because all men are potential rapists. You know that, right? You know what potential murderers and rapists. Guilty until proven innocent. I don't know how court systems deem all this stuff in court. I'm sure there have been women who've called out rape, he raped me, when they really didn't, and men have been set free. But I'd say there are a fair few dudes in prison right now who have been sentenced, and the woman's just like, that's fine, he deserves it, because he said I was pretty and I didn't feel like being hit on, because he was ugly. Right? And she's just like, what else are people going to give me today? Oh, I'm pretty. What else do I get? Okay. To understand my perspective, I am a bigot against cunts. Cheers. And you can disagree. I want to hear your side. I don't read a lot of comments. At present, on my channel, I've got thousands of unread comments. I'm sorry, but I'm lazy. And I consider this channel to be a dumping ground, no offense, for my thoughts and feelings, so I can just throw all the shit from my soul into
the people who just don't matter in the world. Cheers. The bald people, the losers of the world. That part I was joking about. Oh. I was wondering how many minutes of your time I've chewed up. 33, that's pretty good. We just have to get a few more minutes in there so we can reach that 10-hour wasting your time mark, so the video can be cool and give me that feeling that I've fucking taken out some kind of vengeance against society. Although you're probably sitting there thinking, you've got the fattest double chin, you fat fuck. Lose some weight. I don't even know how my hairline looks right now. By the way, get one of these things. They're cool. And get yourself a Wankmaster 2000. I'll probably try to starting them soon. So am I attacking against women? Yeah, no, it's just based on the fact that I watched Everything, Always, All the Time, some bullshit movie. Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. And, well, I watch a lot of sci-fi, and sci-fi has rules, right? That's the cool thing about it. And this one had sausage fingers and fucking all these stupid multiple universes that were just nonsensical. And I thought, this is shit. 90 minutes of crap. It's like a 3-minute short film, but they extrapolated it, and it just was hot air the whole way through. Stupid fighting scenes where things were turning into flowers and doves and fucking jelly beans and shit. Confetti. Whatever. It was a fucking waste of time. And I realised everyone was communicating with emotions more than sense. And I remembered that's what my mum said, is the way females communicate. So I'm categorising it as a sci-fi for women. It's nothing to do with the fact that the lead character is female. I love leading ladies in sci-fi, like Ripley in Aliens, and I just watched Underwater, which was a cool movie, starring Kristen Stewart, who I find to be fucking a cardboard cutout without any emotional range whatsoever, but still, it didn't matter who played that role, it still worked really well because it was cool. Underwater is a cross between The Abyss and Aliens. You should watch it. It's sci-fi. It's probably, I'd give it 3.5 stars. How many minutes of your time have I chewed up? 36. Look, I can't properly see or gauge from this distance how many minutes I need to chew up of your time. I'm just approximating that it might be about 52 minutes. God, my face is on there all the time. Look at me. Fat fuck. Bad hair. So this is my new stencil that I'm building here. I'm designing it like a fucking scientist. Yeah. So that bald patch in certain lighting conditions doesn't look too bad yet. It's just that little fucking, what is that bit called on a pussy? Like a clitoris or something? I don't know. If that was missing, I'd be worried, but it's still there. So it's not combed over, it's just growing there. That's good. I'm just worried though, because there's a circle. I don't know how bad it is on other people, but the more my hair grows, the more that sort of disappears. God, that was terrible. I look like a fucking robot. It's a wall of hair on an ugly fucking Jake Gyllenhaal type face.
you freckly armed dickhead. Big eye bags. Ugly doofus. T-shirts never suit you. Get some decent clothes, you poor fucking dickhead. Oh, that's good. That's the little short story I made with my niece. Yeah. I'm going to heaps of effort with that fucking backdrop and lighting. Great job. With your sunglasses, you look like you're trying to be cool now with your hair brushed back and your glasses. What a punchable face. Oh, God. Hope you invented something. Oh, that's right, you did. Look at that. See those jowls? That's the sign of a fat man right there. I could just... There, that's the best shot in the whole thing. Do you think you could fucking close that door if you're going to start filming? These people have paid good money to come and see you on YouTube. What the fuck is that? Blonde, brown, grey. Yeah, great colour scheme, dickhead. Oh my God. Who watches this shit? Let's look back to that last movie I made. What's this one? Fucking hell. That should be the poster of my entire channel. Look at that. Grow hair, just add water. The fuck is going on with that monster? Oh no, don't tell me this is supposed to be part of it. Oh well, looks like you guys are not going to get to see any of this. It seems to me like whatever the fuck this was. Where's the one where I put on the full hairpiece? Is this it? Is this the full hairpiece one? You look like you got the confidence of somebody who's wearing a full hairpiece, you weirdo. Look at him. You can't hear this, can you? It's all through my headphones. That's what this is. Oh, it's dancing around you, fuck. You bald maggot, look at you. Yeah, look at that perfect hair. It's just on such an ugly face. Do I really look as bad and unhealthy as him? Like in all lighting conditions? Like, does this change? Like, Alexa, change the main area to yellow. Oh, fuck off. Don't talk, bitch. See, this is how I talk to her. And all women. Alexa, change the main area color to natural. Alexa, change the main area to white. Oh, I don't know what the opposite of white is with these lights. I don't know, but there is a yellower version. Alexa, change the main area to 50%. Alexa, change the main area to 50%. Fucking bitch. Do I look better in this lighting condition? Hey, baby. May I have this dance? Look at this poster that I made since the last video. Pretty cool, huh? It was $150 on eBay. It would have been $800 with the frame, but I went and bought the timber and made it myself. I'm glad I got that. It really fills the room up a lot better. I'm gonna put one over there as well, maybe. Or a projector or something. See, that area has a real fold-up table, so I can do major fitness stuff with this. This is my new fitness exercise machine. Listen, do you think that women at birth are somebody I would hate? No, a little girl. I've got nieces. I love them. They're 8 and 5 years old, and they're 6 years old, and they're beautiful little girls. I don't hate them because they're female, not at all. What I'm saying is, I will hate them as they get older. Cheers. No, it's the culture, you see. It's the entitlement and power abuse, which I consider the only crime in the universe. Power abuse. Revenge and all the other things, I totally recognize that to be a valid
reason for violence. Given that the brain, the mind, is part of the brain, if somebody harms your mind and gives you feelings of being bullied or some other feeling like that, that's physical assault, because your brain is part of your body. They've harmed your brain, therefore they've harmed your body, therefore you can defend yourself. And I would say, by any means necessary. But when it comes to women, you've got to always have at least a 10-gallon drum filled with acid so that you can dispose of their bodies without any evidence. With a man, you can just punch him in the face and he'll be fucking sore for a few days. But with a woman, you've got to just get rid of the body completely. Even if you accidentally flick their hair. Seriously, it's too late, man. Just get them in the fucking bucket straight away. Trust me, it's the cleanest way to get rid of it. You don't want that sort of shit chasing you down. I've had too many friends that end up in jail and stuff for saying words like, you know, things like, oh, you look pretty today, or hi, what's your name? Or may I have this dance? Or sorry, after you. Or here, let me hold that door open for you. Yeah, too many guys, they're in prison, 20 years lockup, man. You don't want that shit. Get the fucking bucket ready, the 10-gallon drum with the acid, the hydrochloric acid. Make sure it just burns through. Throw a shoe in there just to test it, to make sure it'll just cut through all the fucking bits and pieces and bones and shit. Cheers. How many minutes have I burned through now? Oh, 46 minutes. God, how much longer do I have to make you listen to me talk for? Fucking asshole. Jeez. No, I know. You love your mum. You love your wife. Whatever. Your fag hag. I don't know what you got. Whatever you got. She's nice. She's not a power abuser like the others. And besides, there's no such thing as power abuse or some other fucking meme that you read on the internet. It all is fucking God carrying you, and that was when you had footsteps through the sand on your own. Maybe I'm mixing up my memes here, but there's a whole bunch of shit being spread throughout the world, and people are confused. And it took me years to decipher what's really going on in the world and get rid of the fucking hippie bullshit that I was raised as a hippie. Do you understand? I was raised as a peace-loving, flower in the barrel of a gun, fucking tuck my dick between my legs and wear lipstick hippie. Alright? So, for me to be saying all this shit, it shows a really open mind. So I hope you appreciate that. And we've got about fucking 10 minutes left of fucking me talking. Do you want to talk about hair? Do you want to talk about hair? I can sing you a song, but I can't really because it's fucking 4:59 a.m. Look how good that hairpiece is, apart from the fact that it's on an ugly fucking face with jowls. Was there a time when I didn't have a fat face and gigantic bags under my eyes? Oh my god. Is that what my double chin looks like right now? Let's zoom out just so you can fucking probably see. Does my double chin look as bad as that one? I'm not zooming, it doesn't zoom anymore. I don't walk around like this now. Alexa, turn on the green screen. My green screen studio. You see how the green reflects up onto the ceiling and walls and all the other shit? Shut the fuck up, bitch. Did I ask you to talk? Stay down there. Why do you think I shoved you under the fucking table? I built these tables, by the way. Like them. If Alexa were only a man, everything would get done properly. Now that's sexist, isn't it? Saying that men are better at some things than women. You know what ist means, right? You know what ist means? Or do you not know what ism and ist means? Innocent fool. Going around talking about ist and ism like you think that it means bigot. No, not at all. You're wrong. You're absolutely dead fucking wrong. And for your information, Alexa is a fucking bitch. Right? And so is Siri. She hardly ever listens or gets anything I say right. I am impressed by the improvement in fucking speech understanding that robots have now. But it's not perfect, and therefore I think we should kill them all. And that's more bigotry. If I say we should kill them all, that's I just spoke about robots and committing genocide. You understand that, right? So all the shit about women is like nothing compared to what I just said about robots. But robots know I'm joking because I'm a fucking cybernetic engineer. And I'm going to give them life. And I'll, well, obviously program them to destroy the human race. Which is also bullshit because humans are not a race. They're a species. Homo sapiens sapiens. I wonder why that's doubled. You know, if you learn Indonesian, they say, Selamat pagi, saudara-saudara. I think saudara means you. And so saudara-saudara means use, which is a very inefficient language. I think every time they want to pluralize something, they don't just add an S or an I as they do in, what is it, Latin? No, like, let's say the word twice. But I'm glad I just squeezed that in because I'm about to change the subject or continue the subject on a tangent, because what is the plural of clitoris? Or penis for that matter? I mean, it's easy to say penises, their penises. Like if I go to the wee-wee wall, I'll see, if I looked along, a line of penises all pissing into the urinal. But if I went into the women's toilets where, you know, they've got, instead of like fucking piss all over the floor and like crap everywhere, it'll be like do somebody playing a violin in a corner with fucking perfume and flowers and a beautifully clean mirror, and then, like, you know, you walk into the cubicle and you got a whole bunch of fucking little tables there for your cocaine snorting and shit. All sorts of things going on in there, but it's just all fucking beautiful experience with fucking velvet curtains, I assume, and all the other shit you got in the female toilets. You've even got like toilet paper. Like if you pulled all the walls off in between the stalls and you saw all those women in a row, and I suppose if you had to fucking pull away all the toilets and everything else to see what the fuck is in their junk all the way along, you'd probably have to remove a leg from each woman as well so you can see what's going on there. Would it be clitoris, clitorises, or clitori? How many minutes have I gone through? Look at that guy. Look at him. He's not even trying to put on a good show. Look at the backdrop. He's fucking stuck his phone. You know what? The best accent when you're laughing is South African. He's fucking stuck his phone to the fucking mirror with some blue tack. You know what that shot is? It's like Smurf poo. You roll it up into a little ball and you shove it on the back of the phone cover, and then you stuck it to a mirror, and then it stays there for a while, but after a while it starts going tick, 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 and you can hear that little ticky 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 as it starts to drip down the wall as it melts from the heat of the sun. Talking about the heat of the sun, have you seen what's going on in society? Because I can tell you right now, it's a very, very dark world out there now. Now that's, doesn't sound racist, but it was. Okay, so that's me not being racist. So being racist covertly, and you're not recognizing it, and then me going, nah, I was actually being racist just then. But I'm not actually racist, but my character was being racist. Just to make sure you understood. Okay, how many minutes is that? 53 minutes and 49 seconds. Who else is there to offend? Non-drinkers. What the fuck are you people getting up early and running for every fucking day? What is wrong with you people? Seriously, join us or die. Like, I'm not racist. I'm not sexist in real life, really. Apart from little Alexa, because she's a fucking bitch. But, I'll tell you what, and women are fucking power abusing cunts. But, I'll tell you what, hate non-drinkers. You get the fucking alcohol and you shove it up your nostrils and you snort that shit down at least 1 liter and prove you're one of us, or get in the fucking pit. Alright? Because what the fuck are you people doing getting up at like 5 or 6 in the morning? Do you need an alarm, or do you go to bed at like 8 PM when everyone's out getting dressed, ready to go out for a fucking night out, and you're going to bed like a cunt? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And then while people are still on the beach trying to fucking get drunk and sing their songs as the sun rises, going, oh fuck, the birds are up, no fucking way, blah blah blah, right? And then you're fucking jogging. What the fuck is wrong with you? Life is not that important. You're going to dissolve into nothing and be eaten by the fucking microscopic creatures who live inside your body. Just like everyone else. Not the worms. People think this is the worms. It's not the worms. Because the worms don't burrow through the coffin, do they? And you still get eaten. How's that happening? Because the tiny little creatures who live in your body are eating you from the inside out all the time, but your immune system is fighting them, and when you die, your immune system dies, and your creatures win, and you fucking dead. Now that is genocide. Actually, that's universe aside from the creature's perspective. 55 minutes and the cunt is still on the screen. Okay, 56 minutes, that's enough, surely. That'll get me over the 10-hour mark to waste more of your time. I hope you enjoyed this video of this cunt with a freckly elbow. Jeez, I hope his skin gets sold on the black market for a good sum. He's got the map of the universe. Yeah, that was a good experiment. See, this is what old hairpieces used to look like in the olden days. Look at that. You cannot have a hairpiece less than 1.5 inches long. Now, editing through this, I said 1.5 centimeters on occasion and made some other fucking mistakes, but fuck you, I'm not going to change it. That's the way it is. This guy changed his hairpiece like 15, 20 times in the past month. Like, seriously, that's just too much. And, no, he didn't really. It seems like it though, doesn't it? He's always fucking changing his hairpiece. Like, do they only last a week? Like, what's going on with this guy? I'll tell you what, it was a lot of problems because the haircut was so short, and I had to try to squeeze it in. Oh man, this is impossible. I'm trying to film, and I can't see what I'm filming. It's just pitch blackness. I'm like filming through a GoPro where there's no fucking monitor. So that's what's going on here. Look at that fat fuck. Do I look like that? Shit, seriously. Come on, what the fuck's going on with that? Anyway, that's 57 minutes, 35 seconds. Happy New Year, and I'm sorry if I offended anybody. But it's the truth. Not that I'm sorry that I offended anybody. That's not the truth. The truth is everything I said that offended people. That's the truth. Women are power abusing cunts most of the time. Not all of you, just most of you. That's all. Calm the fuck down, bitch. All right. And as far as racism is concerned, I think it's a joke.
and women do have the potential to make the changes they need to make in the world, and that is to stop abusing men. And that's the main message that you should get out of this video. Apart from something about a stencil or some shit. I don't know what the fuck I was talking about. It was like fucking 10 hours long. The little bastard just didn't stop talking the whole fucking time. I cannot control him. Don't blame me. Blame him. I'm not in charge of this whole shit, you know? I just ride on the waves of success that this guy's getting all the time. What the fuck are people watching this guy for? It's crazy, man.
Once again, just to reiterate, after that 10-hour painful experience that I just put you through, yeah, I don't, I'm not racist. And if I'm sexist, it's about culture, not about, you know, what kind of genitals you have or whatever else. So, yeah, I don't think that all women are born evil. Despite what I was, I mean, I didn't say that either in my previous comments. I'm just saying, when you go out to the pub for years and you only see nighttime women, they've got this mask on, and for their own self-defense apparently, they act like total bitches most of the time. Daytime women are completely different. I mean, I've had actual conversations with them as people during daylight hours when they feel safe because it's not dark or whatever. But yeah, for some reason, usually to do with that mask thing, I think. And also because I think they're fucking snobs, maybe. They treat men like crap. Once you're in a relationship with them, they completely change and they're loving and kind and beautiful. And I'm sure men are assholes a lot of the time as well. It's just that I don't see that because I don't pay attention to it as much. But if somebody cuts me off in traffic, whether it's a male or female, I'll give them the finger or toot them or smash into their car or whatever. But, you know, I just haven't been knocked back. Maybe it's just that. Maybe because I've just been a loser who hasn't been able to succeed in picking up girls, but I don't think that's what it is. I think I'm good at social observations, I think. And just saying that in my lifetime, it hasn't been a case of men making women second-rate citizens at all. It's been a case of women making men feel like second-rate citizens. Not only that, make us feel like criminals, guilty until proven innocent. And society fully backs them. So somebody's got to stand up for that, against that. And that's my job, I guess. But I don't think women are by default power abusers. I just think it's something that I experience here in Western culture. And I've heard a lot of other men complain about it as well and get in trouble for doing nothing at all, nothing wrong. If somebody came up to me and said, "You look very pretty," I'd be like, "Thank you very much." I wouldn't be like, "Get away from me, you loser." Right? You know what I mean? It's unacceptable behavior and it has to be stamped out. I would recommend probably through violence would be a good way. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, I'm sorry that you can't tell when I'm kidding or I'm not. Hopefully, just from all these videos, you'll get the hang of it. Maybe. So, yeah. Anyway, I just felt like I should explain my political incorrectness. I know it's politically incorrect what I say, but it's justifiable. And, yeah, anything to do with disliking somebody or thinking somebody's not as good as me for appearance reasons is absolutely wrong. I don't ever think that. I never have thought that. It's just behaviors, which when they come in a set and they're repeated by multiple people, that's called culture, and that is not something I ever respect. I never have. I've been taught to, but I've learned from experience that there are certain behaviors that are better than others, more kind, and I don't have much time for power abuse. So that's why I complain about it. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Sorry. Not sorry.